What's happening? Benton here. Can I get a mic check? Mic check. Apologies for the wind noise. I'm doing a little something different with the mic setup today. Goodness gracious. Shout out to Musical, the secret indeed, sir. I want to talk about this because it might have been my first time to Flow State's channel this evening. I'm now subscribed. It showed up in my feed. I was in the chat, got timed out. Although fair play, Flow State told me to fuck off or come up on the panel, and I saw it popped up and said, hey man, I can't come up right now, so I reckon I'll come back another day, right? And I'm still claiming to have the greatest understanding of the Talcottian psychology, lest we forget. Shifty Eyes Shady, what's happening, partner? Sound is good, all right. What's up, Carl? Monograph live again, completely bodying Paul. Well, I don't know, man. Hey, OTW, what's happening, partner? Good to see everybody. Yeah, I was talking about Flow State's broadcast. And I'm not one of these people that whines and cries. We saw G in here yesterday trying to tell me how to do my broadcast. If I go into Flow State's chat and he times me out and says, hey man, come up here or leave, I came up and said, hey, I just can't be on the panel right now, so I'll come back another time, right? What's the need to spurg out and get into a big argument? And that's something I see with folks, is just an inability to accept, and I'm talking generally now, just generally an inability to accept what other folks are saying, right? Which is kind of bizarre. I've already been to sleep, sir. Are you up late? Man, my sleep is so fucked. And I lay down at the normal time, whether I'm drowsy or not, and it's just bizarre feeling. And I'm unable to go to sleep. And last night, out of desperation, I thought I was out of D3, vitamin D3, which of course is not actually vitamin D3, but supposedly whatever that synthetic substance is, my body is able to convert it into vitamin D. So I took somewhere around 4,000 international units and man, was able to go right to sleep. But then I woke up super early. At least I got some sleep. And historically, I've been outside in the sun a lot. That was one of the big advantages of the homelessness. So outside in the sunshine almost every day. So I'm gonna have to get right so I can broadcast and do all of these things. What's up, Roy? Good to see you. The OTW News is up late, and I don't want to promise what I'm going to do or not do with the content. The reality is this Talcott stuff, man. It's just, again, in a lot of ways, I'm always like 6 months ahead of the curve or more, right? And then the narcissism term, more or less losing all meaning. And apologies for the wind noise. The windscreen on the lav mic, I lost it somewhere along the way, and I don't think it did much anyway. We're getting there. Hey, what's up, Bex? Good to see you. Who, Talcott got you, OTW? And we do have some notes. And I never knew Flow State had so many viewers. So I think that kind of makes sense, because sometimes my numbers are really good when I first go live, and sometimes it's a struggle, on the walk and talk. So what's up, Trace? Good to see you. Okay. Yeah, Talcott, it's interesting, observing the changes over time, right? Certainly. He's tightened up his presentment. And this is where we get with if he is a true narcissist, right? And I can't diagnose somebody over the internet. But then again, I'm going over and over material that I more or less covered when I first came into these streets, so-called, right? I don't know how much effort I want to put into that. Somewhere on my channel is like at least 4 different times I've replayed when when I went on the original In a Yurt with Books channel and went head to head with Jack the second time I ever observed him. And to this day, I still haven't heard anybody assesses psychology to that degree. But the number one function, and this is, I think, where most folks get lost with Talcott, he cannot, under any circumstances, become introspective. And I learned this from dealing with my father, who I do have a relationship with. I talked to the man for 2 hours on the phone, and yeah, occasionally he does trigger me or whatever, my father, and I do go off on him to some extent, but over time that's been less and less and less. There was a time where, I would end up just fucking yelling at the dude. Meanwhile, my father never did anything to me other than raise me in a cult, right? He lived up to all his responsibilities, and all of these things. And then if I'm going to honor my mother and my father, and I don't mean necessarily in a biblical sense, well, I have some kind of duty to myself to get along with this dude, right? So a big part of that was my dad was so toxic in my life that it took me several years to figure out what the fuck was going on. Okay. And the reality is, that type of person can't love another person. They can't. It's not possible. So, but they have very sophisticated mechanisms for seeming as if they're treating people with care and regard. Meanwhile, look how Talcott puts himself forward. It reminds me of Bill Cosby, and I know that was a psyop or whatever, most likely, but the official story of Bill Cosby, America's dad, the irreverent sweaters, the dancing and all of this, it's like they have to sort of present themselves that way, as like a smokescreen. Same thing with Talcott. All this I love you brother stuff. He can't love you. He's not capable of it. He's got the emotions of a child, see. Inside, it's an infantile emotionalism. And I realize with my father, as far as my dad's concerned, I'm an extension of him. See, there is no separation. Again, childlike. The child doesn't understand, at a certain point that, the people around it are indeed separate beings. And then we get into boundaries and all of this, right? Well, it's in, thank you, sir. But like I say, until I hear somebody else speak the way I'm speaking on these topics, I'm just going to assume that I'm the foremost expert in the Talcottian psychology. So, and then my opinion, and apologies for this wind noise. I can't, once we get to the picnic table, it should be much better. At least be out of the wind. But, so, fuck. So I think the major attraction to Jack is he epitomizes delusion. He's the epitome of human delusion, right? And then I believe it's irresistible because the people around him just assume that he actually is trying to work towards something, right? So he can mimic these people, my dad, Talcott, they have very sophisticated mechanisms. Fuck this wind, man. God damn. This is brutal. Brutal. See, I want to talk on this, but I know I'm not going to be able to. I don't know. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me with the mic covered up? Fuck. Mic check. We'll get back into it, hopefully, although by the time I get over here, I'll probably have forgotten everything I was going to say. Okay, thanks. I don't know, man. I got my hand over the mic. I'm not sure it's fine, but I think I'm just way more sensitive to mic noise than most of you. Like wind noise. I can't listen to wind noise. If I try to watch a video and there's wind noise, I can't watch it. See, I already forgot what I was going to say. Okay, so I think the major attraction to people is they're projecting whatever they have at the level of, being able to become somewhat introspective, maybe work on themselves, grow, advance, and change. And they just cannot accept or believe that Talcott has 0% ability to do this. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's not that he's intentionally choosing not to. He's incapable of it. It can never happen. And this is a big part of how I was able to do a whole bunch of work to have a relationship with my dad, who I did not talk to for several years, because he represented a toxic person in my life. I couldn't grow and change and get to what I got to get to with this motherfucker in my life, right? And I had a version of this with my mom, but it didn't involve narcissism. Okay, thanks, OTW News. And it's not for me to, here's the thing is, I don't really care. It's not my concern, Talcott. Like, I feel sorry for him, really. I mean, everything I'm saying, this is my basis for compassion towards Talcott, right? Like, I'm not trying to go in on the guy, but where I want to talk about it is that so many folks are almost like addicted to engaging with this guy's personality. And that's fine, man. There's a place for Talcott in society, I think. You know, why wouldn't there be? There's a place for my father, right? He never did nothing to me other than raise me in a fucking cult, made me into a man, came home to my mama every night, paid the bills. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, what is the point of 9 months of looping in interacting with this dude? And it's all based on he's going to grow and change, and, you know, people are going to come together and sing Kumbaya, right? It's not going to fucking happen. And because I'm set up for effectiveness in the real world, once I see some shit can't work, I'm never going down that path. So look how much energy and resources, human capital, is being diverted into Talcott. And then what's the person getting out of it that's interacting? What kind of issues do they have? What's in their past, right? You know, a bunch of broken children on some level. But the number one thing, there's two things to know about, and we abuse the term narcissism. The reality is the society has become narcissistic. I mean, what is, so I'm walking down the fucking street, basically holding up a goddamn mirror to myself, looking at myself walking down the fucking street. But because I have a high level of introspection, like, this isn't necessarily unhealthy, necessarily, right? But imagine if I completely lack the ability for introspection. Now, Talcott has something even worse than my father, perhaps, although my father also not able to go be by himself. And anybody, Talcott, my father, anybody who can't go be alone, at least some of the time, that's a very, very, very bad sign for them. I don't suffer because this fool can't go be by himself. But how many times have you heard Talcott say he has to be here? I've even heard him directly. He more or less at one point, as far as I can tell, I'd have to go back and find the tape, but he made it seem like, you know, maybe he would prefer to be doing other things, but he has no other alternatives. The people in his life will not have anything to do with it. They just won't. So he's most likely suffering from an existential crisis, meaning if nobody engages with his personality, when you connect that to the infantile emotions, it feels like he may not actually exist, or he's soon going to cease to exist, right? Because as we know, you know, the only way to measure our progress or whatever we're doing in life is necessarily through relationship to others, you know, and no man is an island. Well, when the man goes off on the island by himself, figures his shit out, he can't, it's no use to stay in that state. Now go back into the world and judge the progress, right? And I'm missing some comments, but my apologies. But I mean, this is a true classical narcissism, but the reality is the society's become so narcissistic, and the term gets thrown around. I mean, actual narcissism is rare. I don't know if y'all know that. Statistically fucking rare. There's not that many of them. Yeah, there's some. And somehow, Lord only knows what they did to my pops to make him this way, right? Who knows? It's not my concern. My concern is me. And if there's going to be a judgment, and I hope there is, right? Not in a biblical sense necessarily. I need to be able to explain myself. Oh, well, you know, hey, Benton, you had every opportunity to, you know, build some sort of a relationship with your father and you failed to do so. See, they don't have that option. I got to at least try. Same thing with my mom. At a certain point, I don't even want to tell this about my mom, but we have a good relationship also, although her mind's fucked from the bioweapon attack. And fuck you, Salted Cedar, by the way. Please don't ever come to my channel. Put the word out. Oh, says, oh, Benton believes in CV? Motherfucker, I got hit with a bioweapon. You can't nobody get hit with a bioweapon and not believe in the bioweapon. You can call it whatever you want. And here I am with people that can't even figure this out. You know, we could call it CV, but it could be multiple things, right? Whatever the alpha was and whatever the delta was, that does not have to be the same thing. I know it doesn't spread person to person. So when they say he believes in CV, what are we even talking about? We're generalizing. And then people try to say, oh, well, you know, what about in the past, the flu and this and that? I'll talk about the motherfucking flu. My family used to get the flu, and I either never got it, and I mean every member of my family would get it. I either never got it or I got it way less than they did. So I'm judging based on how ill I was, right? And I did have I probably still do, the long fucking bioweapon, meaning the CV, right? So am I going to experience all this and just choose to adhere to some sort of viewpoint or ideology, or am I open-minded enough? Am I open-minded enough to say, wow, yeah, this is a real fucking thing, and I don't necessarily understand it? It seems to me like it's an aerosol, and maybe it's activated in conjunction with some sort of, you know, radio signal. But I'm not a scientist, and who cares, right? I know this: at the time I got sick, the media was promoting that. Well, I got sick, my sister got sick, her husband, my nephew, my mom, and her husband, who's not my dad. Pardon the thick saliva here. You know, all at the same fucking time. So what the media was promoting was that all of the counties that border the Arkansas-Missouri state line, the Ozarks, right? The Ozarks was the most jab-resistant portion of the country. See, I don't believe in coincidences, Salted Cedar. So when the media is portraying that, and I get sick, and more or less everybody I know in the town gets sick, and it's the fucking some version of The Walking Dead in Baxter County, Arkansas. So all of that's happening. I go on the CDC website. Again, what does cases mean? Well, it doesn't mean anything to me except whatever's portrayed on the CDC website or whatever it is. That's representative of something, whether it's just invented and they're trying to propagate this. Baxter County, Arkansas had like the highest case rate in the nation, and it was like double the next highest county, right? So I'm one of them types of people that goes and fucking looks at the shit and makes his own conclusions to some extent. So how can all this be happening? Meanwhile, my mama ends up in the ICU for 2 weeks. The fucking BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, get your minds out of the gutter, folks. The fucking British Broadcasting, whatever the fuck it is, channel, I can't even remember, corporation, came in there when my mama was on what might have been her deathbed and fucking asked her questions about why she didn't take the jab. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I didn't know about this till later. I just found it. And there's two different videos still on YouTube where the ICU doctor says words out of her own mouth. She's a criminal psychopath that she knows she's killing people. The ICU doctor knows it 100%. There was a man in his 30s came in there, and they interviewed the ICU doctor. And this is one of those slickly produced, you know, media videos. And here's what she said about this guy. She said, well, I don't expect him to get out of here without going on a ventilator. And then she said, if he goes on a ventilator, I expect him to die, basically. She pretty much said that he's going to fucking die, right? She knows she's killing people because every single one of them people, my mom included, they show up at the hospital and then they get sent home for a couple of days, right? I mean, it's fucking obvious. And meanwhile, thank God I broke my heel because between the illness and the broken heel, I couldn't go down to the hospital. Lord knows, who knows what I would have done. Might not be here, right? Might not be here. So I ain't got time for people, oh, he believes in the... Bitch, I covered the thing every day of the pandemic. I did a podcast called Nightmare Dystopia. I read 50 news articles a day for the entirety of the fake pandemic. And I call it the fake pandemic. But when a goddamn bioweapon attack hits me and my family, am I just going to stay in my state of, well, it's fucking fake? I don't know. My mama almost died. My people are strong, man. They all live to their 80s and 90s. We ain't taken out by the fucking bitch-ass flu. Okay, we're stronger than a bitch ass flu. So I don't know what to tell you. Meanwhile, they fucking tried to harass my mom and put her on a ventilator. My own fucking family. Well, I've done let it go and forgave them. Hell, some of them probably watch these sometimes. My family. This shit's crazy, man. What do you want to do? Oh, there you go. Right on. My first wife's from Bentonville, but I don't want to. Yeah, it's here's the fact. Who wants to wake up and realize that your local ICU doctor at your local fucking hospital is a goddamn mass murderer? See, and now I want to transition onto the, because I heard EBT on Flow State, and I have a great deal of respect for EBT, not based on anything other than me and his interactions over time. And he has some points about this O'Shea. So EBT's talking about O'Shea in a 1996 Ford Taurus outside of a playground. Well, see, this is fear. This is fear that's been pushed at the people. It's a goddamn surveillance state. Do you think the fucking local authorities and with the facial recognition and the cameras everywhere and the audio recording, the fucking system knows when and I'm not calling Brian a creeper, but if there's some creeper hanging out near a playground, by the way, the kids ain't on the playground. The kids is inside on motherfucking screens. So you're already in a state of fucking cognitive dissonance. Oh my God, it's a playground. I don't see any kids on it. When was the last time you drove past a playground and the kids was playing? And if they are, their mom and daddy's right there. Well, I'm sorry, one of their parents. Lord knows both of them ain't, right? So how are we going to pick little bitty aspects of the whole picture and then focus on that as a way to demean and discredit people like Brian and Paul and Slade, right? Now, EBT has some points about the Razvan and all of these things. Like, I can't be in the metaverse and just assume everything is as it appears. So that's where EBT has a lot of points, right? It's like there's some weird fuckery going on. I just can't necessarily put my fingers on it, right? But something's happening. So he's not just wrong across the board. But this idea that because it involves children, we've all got to go into a state of fear, that's insane. Okay, meanwhile, where are the dads? Because I know this, man, all it's got to take is if I'm married and got kids and, I got some kind of job and my wife is like, hey, there's some weirdo out here. I don't know, man. I'm not inclined to have her call the fucking authorities because the authorities might show up and shoot the guy and might show up and murder the guy, right? Are we really going to just call policy enforcement, J-Hub? We're just gonna pick up the phone and call in the people who might just murder this guy? What if it's a black man, J-Hub? You gonna call in policy enforcement that might shoot the guy? If you really believe, and I can't speak for J-Hub, but if people really believe the cops might show up and kill somebody based on their skin color. I know when I was living in the streets as an obviously homeless person, right? People were happy to call the cops on me. Well, if I didn't know how to act right, they might have fucking beat me to death like they did Kelly Thomas. So let's call it what it is. And that's my last course of action nowadays is to call in the cops, man. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, highly suspect. Why would we call the goddamn state, right? I mean, are you kidding me? So how can I be in these so-called truth communities about people who, and I can't speak for J-Hub, just generally, but then, I go through a year-long illness and I'm still ill and I'm assuming I will be, but yeah, I've recovered to the point where I'm assuming I'm not actively dying anymore, right? I'm assuming that. I was actively I was fighting for my goddamn life for much of the last year. So forgive me for becoming hysterical and stating that I'm dying. That's how I use my mental fucking strength to overcome it. If I did overcome it, most people would have laid down and fucking died. No, even worse, they would have gone to the medical system. Who would have put them on dialysis? I'd have been down dialysis the rest of my life. But now my kidneys are probably at the state of just the average bozo that eats a standard American diet, stage 2 kidney failure, right? Well, it's better than stage 4. I mean, good Lord. Yeah, see, this is the mistake people make. Why even talk with the doctors? What's the point? Once you see that they're not going to let you give them the ivermectin, either sneak the shit in, which some people have done, either just agree with everything they say. See, people are too fucking stupid to do, and I'm not talking about you, Trace B, my apologies. See, I'm picking on I'm not picking on the poster. See, this is where I must do better. I'm not mad at you. I'm just mad about these things. So if a person's going to go to the medical system, here's the strategy. Just accept everything they say with the behavior and speech. And then in here say, well, I know these motherfuckers are going to let this dude die. So I better come up with plan motherfucking B. See what I'm saying? Now, my plan B was I went into my mom's mind to some extent and I programmed her mind to not accept the ventilator. Meanwhile, she told me to my face years ago, hey, don't ever let them hook me up to a bunch of machines and keep me alive. See? Well, that's all I need to hear. I don't need to concern myself with, well, how do I feel about my mama possibly passing away? And I was there when they took her to the hospital the second time, and she looked like fucking death. And I looked at my mom and I just thought, well, I mean, she's either going to make it or she's not. Meanwhile, I was fighting for my life. I didn't have the option of getting in my feels about my mom's potential demise because I knew I had to continue to cough all day fucking long sitting on the couch with a broken foot. Cough all this shit out, right? Thank God I got strong lungs. But want to tell me that it's, oh, he don't believe in CV. Well, or he believes in CV. I can tell you this. Why is it my whole life when other people get sick, I either don't get it or I'll get it like 10% of what they get. But now I'm just as sick as they are to some extent, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And I'm going to believe what I see, and I'm going to believe my intuition over some bozos on the internet. Oh, but now I'm in a live chat, and there's pressure to be seen as now I can't state my true view on the CV. And EBT took some of this heat because his family got sick, and I didn't give him no grief about it. I just said, well, his fucking family's sick, and he has a viewpoint based on that. Why am I going to treat him any differently? Right? But I'm going to get treated differently for, by the way, in the so-called truth community, for having the fucking unmitigated gall to state the truth as I experience it. Get the fuck out of here. I ain't got time for that, man. I ain't got time for that. I don't need people like that around. Yeah, never involve the state. Thank you. The state, but it's, see, this is where people don't understand. This is where people have a lack of comprehension. As far as the state's concerned, you are the property of the state, period, as far as they are concerned. And why do you think that we're born into all of these systems where my parents unknowingly signed me up for Social Security at a very young age, right? Where I even as a minor child, I'm signed up to contracts that I can't even legally be involved in, right? Hence, highly suspect and his status correction. And this is all based on spiritual law. And this is why Paul, unslaved, can never be wrong in the long run, is because if anybody can go back and listen to when him and Crow broke down the game tape on that famous encounter, if you can listen and comprehend what Paul's saying, every single time Crow asks a question, Paul always brings it back to spiritual law every single time. Whatever this is out here has no choice but to adhere to spiritual law. Now, you can call it God or the Bible or a religion. I don't give a fuck. Once I see that that's how it works, that's all I need to know. I don't need to know nothing else other than that, see? Again, effectiveness in the real world. But we can loop for friggin' months and years on things that really will never amount to a hill of beans. Now, none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans except a person. Every individual has the opportunity to look within themselves and to grow and change, and then to connect to the people around them. And then and only then can people form collectives, right? Whether online or in the physical. And I'm speaking hypothetically and theoretically. I'm not calling for anything because, as I've stated, whatever this is, the internet, the authorities, the surveillance state has no problem with me coming on here and going blah, 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 blah for fucking 10 hours a day, as long as I don't actually attempt to do something in the physical. And so I know not to attempt to do anything in the physical. Or here's where strategy comes in. And War Chief Bitten, by the way, motherfucking War Chief, let an actual war pop off. I'm a goddamn War Chief. I know what the fuck I am, see? Motherfucking War Chief. And the War Chief, like Paul says, is out front. They don't lead from the back. See, they don't lead from the back. And this is what, if people want to think they're going to have a local community, there's a dearth of leadership from the males. The males ain't leading, so what do we see? The ladies having to try to lead. Well, they not built for it. Well, in an inverted world, of course, the people who really don't have the skills, now they're tasked with developing the skills. Meanwhile, women are still women. So whose fault is it that all of this is happening? Is it the ladies' fault, or is it the male's fault? No, you tell me. Now we can attack Benton and say, well, he's divorced twice, he ain't got kids, he ain't got that. Yeah, I'm out here in a goddamn dystopia, man. Right? That's almost destroyed me a year ago. That damn near destroyed me. But it can't destroy me. You know how I know that? Because it would have done so by now. See, whatever this is, I'm more powerful than this is. Well, guess what? So are you. If you can tap into what that is, because if I'm more powerful than the evil and the dystopia, the only way I've realized that and be able to act on that is by going within myself first, then connect. Well, in inverted world, I see people who have an ardent desire to do these things, but they're so confused, they try to connect externally first and then come back. That don't work. It's all in here. Then we can go out. See? Oh, let me be specific, because I said we, an individual. Yeah. Well, but the children's psychology is already a product of this system. So realistically, the parents are already engaged in the process of psychological warfare against their children's very psychologies in a way, unless the person somehow has enough resources to go off in the fucking woods, right? Which maybe that's the answer, but you better not let them on the internet. You better not let them on the internet. And sometimes I'm in public and I have a foul mouth at times, and I'm shooting my mouth off and somebody's like, hey, don't talk like that. There's kids around. I said, yeah, there's kids around. They're on the internet. Them kids have already seen way more than I could possibly speak out of my mouth right now. That kid's got the internet. Go correct the internet and the television and all of these things and the kids' friends. Why are you worried about me dropping an F-bomb? That kid has heard way more F-bombs already. But see, they don't want to face the reality of what they're subjecting their children to, see. Meanwhile, people like J Hub ain't going to fight these battles. He's not going to grab his nuts and just say, hey, this is how it is. I'm raising my kids in a specific type of way, and what anybody thinks of it, fuck them. Well, you know what? My parents did that in a way. Now, we can argue the effectiveness, but my parents said, fuck it. This is what we're doing. It's different than most people are, and if y'all don't like it, too fucking bad. Now, that was him rebelling against his, he had a father who was this mythological person. I'd like to know something about Talcott's dad. That would probably help me, critique his psychology even further. But my dad's dad it was national news when he passed away in 2001, just before, the big event that happened then. National fucking news, AP, UPI, fucking Sports Center, the whole thing, big fucking deal. The point I'm making is that he had this mythological figure, and that was part of his rebellion against this mythological figure of his dad was, okay, we're going to go be Jehovah's Witnesses. Because religion was promoted at my father, right? So he was like, okay, I'm just going to choose a different religion. He didn't understand he was choosing a fucking cult, right? Well, and Jeep Girl, see, a lot of people are having sleep problems. And I don't know if it's the vitamin D or not, but I got so desperate last night, I went and dug out of my, what's left of my apothecary, dug out some liquid vitamin D3 and took around 4,000 IUs and was at least able to get 4.5 hours of sleep potentially. And I almost never have problems sleeping. When I'm having a problem sleeping, something's off, right? And I know if I'm having trouble sleeping, probably other people are having trouble sleeping. And this is where we get back to the introspection and the being observant of the things around me. I've noticed when I am having some particular type of issues, probably the people around me are also, even if they normally have those issues, it's probably worse, right? So if I almost always have no trouble going to sleep and get great sleep, and now I'm having trouble going to sleep, but since I leveled up my sleep with the truck driving, I can still get sleep, right, enough to function. Well, I know the people who normally you know, on their best day, don't get good quality sleep and have trouble going to sleep. Well, now they can't sleep at all, right? Are they just going to lay there for fucking 6 hours? Well, that's honestly, NJ Jeep Girl, I can't give advice, but people think, okay, well, I'm awake, I might as well do something. No, it's way better, in my view, to just lay there not getting sleep. But now we're alone with our thoughts, see? Now we're alone with, and I'm not picking on you, Jeep Girl. This is generally, now we're alone with our thoughts. Most folks are not able to spend any time in that state of being alone with themselves. They just can't do it. They're not able to do it. Well, they can develop the ability. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, so when I was an obviously homeless man, make no mistake about it, if I just happened to wander, let's say I'm walking somewhere and I'm taking a shortcut through J Hub's neighborhood, I ain't bothering nobody, I'm not stopping, I'm not going on anybody's property, I'm walking on the fucking sidewalk where I gotta go. J Hub's, if he's got balls, he's gonna come up and talk to me and try to figure out who in the fuck I am, what the fuck I'm doing in his neighborhood. That's what I would do. But I'd still respect that person's right to walk the goddamn sidewalk. Benton will go talk to the potential danger, right? But where are the males? Where are the men? Oh, well, we got to make a living. We got to make a living. Well, that sounds like a fucking problem to me. Oh, okay. Well, since the males are now property of the state and their labor is property of the state, yeah, of course they got to go serve the corporations and not be around to protect the women and the children. Meanwhile, hopefully my woman, if I was in this scenario, would know to, hey, could you come down here? There's some bozo out here. Could you come talk to this dude? And I'll tell not my boss, I don't have a boss, I'll tell the people I work with, hey man, and I'm such a valuable worker, they're going to let me leave work and come back. See, now if I'm on some bullshit, I'm probably on write-ups and unexcused absences. When I miss my 1 day of work a year, right, I call the motherfuckers on the phone, I say, I ain't coming today, and they say, why not? I say, that's personal, I'll be there tomorrow, bye. And I'm such a good worker, they don't say a motherfucking thing to me. I'm not going to be treated like the bozos who can't show up every day. See, I can go years and show up every day. So if I need to fuck off, this happened to me on a busy Friday night when I worked at Outback. Something happened in my personal life. I got tables, I'm ready to rock. I'm one of the best servers. I had to tell the manager, look, man, I got to get the fuck out of here. I got something to take care of. You know what he said to me? He said, give me your ticket book and ask me a couple of questions about my tables. Now he's got to go fucking wait on my section. But I'm so valuable, he's not going to be like, oh man, if you leave here, don't come back. You kidding me? Again, fear. I can't do nothing with fear. Are you kidding me? So yeah, I'll come. If it's my woman and my kid, I'm not calling policy enforcement. I'll show up. I'll just have a conversation with O'Shea. Hey man, what's going on? I see you out here. Well, you're obviously free to be here. It's a free country. I believe in freedom. How can we love freedom and hate O'Shea's freedom, right? Meanwhile, up until he does something to somebody, what happened to innocent until proven guilty? Now it's just, oh, well, he's mimicking the specific behaviors of what the system has taught us to fear. Better do something about it. Meanwhile, let's farm that out to policy enforcement and jackbooted oppressor thugs, AKA the most violent group in society. Fuck you. Fuck you. I ain't having it. Meanwhile, when I was growing up, try to bring that shit to my neighborhood. That's the problem, see, J-Hub. O'Shea ain't the problem. The problem is how y'all is living. Hell, you bring that shit into my neighborhood, a 15-year-old might have whooped your ass. I'm not bullshitting. Bring that shit into the neighborhood Benton grew up in, and a 15-year-old who was skipping school riding around on his bicycle might have whooped your ass, J-Hub. See, I had advantages of growing up freaking Grapes of Wrath style, the edge of the Mississippi River Delta, born on the bayou. That shit was rough as fuck, Jack. I'm old-timey out here. I grew up in a time warp. Well, it's not to make people like me. It's not to turn these weak-ass motherfuckers into somebody like me. It's like, but I'm strong as fuck, and I'm here, right? I can't go out here and resolve a dystopia. But see, it's O'Shea ain't the problem. Y'all is the problem. O'Shea is the thing holding up the mirror and showing you what you are. He's holding up the mirror and showing you what you are. It's laughable. Laughable. The human heart cannot experience fear and love simultaneously. And in fact, if anybody reads the book, How the Illuminati Create an Undetectable Mind Control Slave, that's the major way that they split a young person's psyche, right, is by attempting to cause the child to experience fear and love simultaneously, which ain't possible. It creates schisms. The person that they look up to and idealize and who provides them the most love is also the person who's abusing them to the greatest extent possible, see? And it's done systematically to people like Damien Eccles, the West Memphis Three, right? It's done to him intentionally by his parents to split his motherfucking psyche so they can MK Ultra his ass, and then later on they can use him for some kind of psyop, and then surprise, surprise, the fucking Dixie Chicks, Eddie Vedder, Peter Jackson, the film director, and Johnny Depp get his ass out of prison. And the man's on death row, Damien Eccles, and just a fucking wife shows up for him. And she did the most work to get him out of prison. So all of this makes it appear as if, well, this guy couldn't possibly have been wrongly convicted. I even believe that bullshit, but because I'm open-minded, I eventually came to understand that no, in fact, not only did he do it, he probably done it in concert with actual Satanists, or whatever you want to call them, the personification of evil, if that even happened, right? If that even happened. Yeah. Well, and meanwhile, surprise, surprise, we're now it's now just normal in society that people have jobs and live in their cars. I don't know if y'all know this, but with the shame attached to that, do you think these people want anybody to know they're living in their car? So when you go to the local CVS and you check out, that person might be living in their car, right? Especially if you live in somewhere like, I don't know, a major city. Right. Think about it. Think about it. O'Shea is not the problem. And until he does something, right? Until he does something, he's innocent. Or do we not want freedom? Meanwhile, what have I said the whole time along, the whole way through? And, you know, at the risk of getting Carl on my ass, America's collectivist. This is not America. See, the psyop and the ideology to build up whatever this is in North America was rugged individualism. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. A day's pay for a day's work. If you don't work, you don't eat. Oh, really? Well, supposedly up to 40% of all the food goes directly into the motherfucking garbage. In fact, the system would operate more efficiently if we just trucked 40% of the food directly to the landfill. That would be more efficient, less inefficient than what we have now. See, so no, it's no longer if you don't work, you don't eat. I can just hang out near the fucking dumpster behind the pizza shop and wait till they throw away 10 pizzas at a time because they're trying to keep up with Little Caesars hot and ready. I know this because I've done this. I know this because I've done this at times. So an individual person can absolutely sustain their life in this society with zero money and just go eat out of dumpsters. Oh my God, that sounds disgusting. Well, I never got sick doing it. Yeah, it's kind of gross at first. Who cares? If it's hunger and living, or you know, if it's being able to satiate the hungry and being able to live, or I'm hungry and now I'm starving to death, anybody's going to eat out of a fucking garbage can. That's just how it is. So fix the 40% of the food going into the trash, right? Fix that first, then come talk to me, right? You want to talk about somebody's food stamps? How about you fix billions of free dollars? How about you fix free money for nothing to already rich bankers? Then come talk to me about food stamps. or somebody getting $760 a month, although I think that is probably a little over 800 now, and that does vary based on state. But when I was living in the streets with nothing, observing what I call the disability cycle of misery, most folks was getting around $760 a month, just enough money to live in the streets or rent an apartment if one is living in a very cheap area. And yes, a person can live indoors on $760 a month, especially if there's two of them. See, now where I'm living for $800 a month, if two people move in, they've got enough money to pay the rent and feed themselves with the help of, what did we walk by on the walk and talk, the last walk and talk? With the help of the local fucking food banks. This is America, whether you like it or not. Again, O'Shea is not the problem. O'Shea's holding up the mirror to y'all, and you don't like what you see, most of you. Not my problem. I took it to the streets for 10 years. I know what the fuck this society is. I know what the fuck I am in the society. If y'all don't, it ain't my problem. As I hear my loud ass voice echoing, whoever's walking out of that bar across the street can hear me, for God's sake. Huh. Because if I'm a preacher, I'm a revival preacher. And if I take the stage of the tent revival, I don't need the PA. I'll just go up there and fucking preach it. I don't need the PA system. If God didn't want a preacher, God wouldn't have made a preacher, y'all. How about you? Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Thank you. Yeah, indeed, sir. Indeed. Well, see, but that's like homesteading, and that's cool. See, oh, that's cool, right? Meanwhile, I'm not beholden to live like anybody like EBT thinks I should live, right? And EBT ain't mad at O'Shea. He's mad at life, most likely. I can't blame him. Fuck, I've been mad at life. I still am to some extent, right? But going out here and giving O'Shea enough problems that he can't. Eventually, there's nowhere to go. See. Eventually, there's just nowhere to go. Why is there no place in society for O'Shea? I don't know if y'all know this. We used to accommodate, humanity used to accommodate people who cannot conform, right? I'm not able to conform. I know because I've tried. Meanwhile, here I am, library nerdy Benton, going to libraries, found a coffee table book, a coffee table book of pictures. What was it? The theme was living rooms of people's homes over time, and there was a picture of a living room from like the 1800s. And again, this could all be fake. I don't know. I'm not saying this really happened, but it could be fake, right? And I'm waiting for these folks to leave, because when I go out here in the public and I express myself this way, it's irresistible to folks. They're strongly attracted to it because it ain't happening. And I've done a whole lot of preaching in these streets, y'all. And you know what happened time after time after time? Policy enforcement showed up and informed me, well, if somebody walks by and feels some type of way, then we're going to consider that disorderly conduct. We're going to cuff and stuff your bitch ass off to the fucking gulag with you, right? Well, I understand this ain't legal and lawful. Do you think they give a fuck? Obviously, the local community wants me cuffed and stuffed on some level. Now, you know where I have always been able to do this in the streets without being bothered? The cities of the West Coast. But let me go to downtown Little Rock. Now, the fact that I got fucking shit-faced and went around and just more or less fucking harangued everybody about the mask, well, part of that is, I don't know, maybe I don't know why they didn't call policy enforcement, although the reality is there's a police substation right there. I don't know. See, it doesn't always work out the way I think it's going to work out. I don't have all the answers, but I got the answers for me. Why? Because they're within me. Yeah. So meanwhile, I have been educated for a long fucking time on various aspects. I don't have the full, I'm not wizard. I don't have the full fucking picture. But so when the cop is going, we're going to cuff and stuff your ass, but he's saying it in specific language, I know that I'm not guilty of disorderly conduct. I know if they cuff and stuff me, I'm eventually going to be able to explain myself well enough that they're not going to convict me. But is it really worth my time and aggravation to get cuffed and stuffed, or am I going to choose to move along? See, now we're back to the thing is getting me to contract with it for its own purposes, see? Because I'm like, all right, man, I guess I'll just take my show on the fucking road. Meanwhile, you know what I was doing by then? When policy enforcement showed up, the first thing I said was, hey, man, do y'all mind if I sit down? Because I know if I put myself on the ground, I am psychologically conveying to them that I respect their authority, whether I do or not. And I'm also making it less likely that they fucking start beating me about the head and shoulders, see? Because I do talk, I become animated and I talk with my fucking hands and I do shit like this. So at least if I'm sitting on the fucking ground looking up at them, they're probably not going to kick the shit out of me. This is the situation before the fake pandemic. Now everything I'm talking about is worse than it was. Worse. But please, let's call in policy enforcement so they can move O'Shea along. Well, what if he just stands his ground righteously? And by the way, he's equal to the rest of us. He's a being in the realm, whether we like him or not. And meanwhile, so are folks that I don't necessarily appreciate. They're equal to me in a way. They're here in the realm. What right do I have to tell them how to live? None. No, I have no right to tell anybody how to live. No right. It's a transgression. Many of you are transgressing against O'Shea. He doesn't answer for that. You do. You cannot escape the consequences of your actions, no matter what a judgment looks like, whether or not there is a judgment. Meanwhile, to judge means two different things: to form an opinion on, to pass judgment on, or condemn. I ain't the judge, meaning I ain't the condemner, but I'm the opinionated one. But I know when I'm stating an opinion, and that was my only point, Flow State, was that people are stating their opinions. I also state my opinions like they're facts, okay? I'm only wanted to point out that these are opinions. I ain't coming in there to defend Paul. He doesn't need me to defend him. Meanwhile, I'm going to agree with some portion of what Flow State says. So what are we even talking about, right? I'm going to disagree with some portion of what Paul says. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, I'm going to disagree with some portion of what Paul says. I know y'all find that hard to believe because many folks just assume I'm kissing up. Well, yeah, I do a little bit of kissing up. It's okay to curry favor in a way. That's okay, man. I don't mind if people curry favor with me. A little bit, a little goes a long way. But when it becomes excessive, now it's repellent, right? Now it's like, oh, what is this? Just, this don't feel right. Yeah, they kiss up a little bit. Who cares? When did society decide I can never be seen as kissing up? It's ridiculous. What are you talking about? Crazy, man. When did that become invalid? It's personality politics. Meanwhile, one of the reasons I chose to leave the workforce is I was happy to do my job. Increasingly, I was doing my job and two other people's jobs. Why? Because the other two bozos had adopted a strategy of incompetence. They know if they never show that they can do the job, nothing will ever be expected of them. But because of who I am, I have to show people how awesome I am. I need these motherfuckers to know how awesome I am. Well, that's a competition with me. See, I can't go down to some fucking job and have people thinking I ain't worth nothing. One of the last jobs I had before I left the workforce, I was just like working at Dillard's, like on the dock. And I went and talked to the manager who managed the dock, and I'm having conversations with him as if I'm his equal. It's more or less like he's a manager and I'm a manager. And he's just telling me to my face, well, yeah, I've got this one guy and he's worthless and he's completely incompetent. So we don't expect anything of him. But he said, you know what? If I get rid of him, I'm just going to have to train somebody who's going to be equally worthless. See? So how in the fuck can society come together and be effective when the administrators know that some portion of the employees are dead weight, and that's just built into the thing? So yeah, Benton, if you're going to work here, you're probably going to end up doing multiple people's jobs. Now my only course of action is now I've got to work there long enough and just be the fucking store manager. I don't want to be the store manager. But then if I'm the store manager, now I'm going to have to become the district manager. Eventually I'm the fucking CEO. I don't want to be the CEO. Not interested. I can do that. Of course I can. What, are you kidding me? Think I can't manage a fucking slave mart? I wouldn't. Fuck. All I got to do is show up and grind every day. I got half a brain, show up, you know, fuck. It doesn't have to be. Why does kissing up? Oh, you mean why do we have to call it kissing up? My apologies, Snowfire. I'm on one. Breathe. Yeah, I mean, that's what they call it. Oh, you're brown nosing. You're brown nosing. You're brown nosing. Okay, call it what you will. Maybe people just like me better than some other folks. Well, I don't control that. Maybe some of them folks should work on their shitty personalities. Oh, I don't know. See, you're going to divert me into astrology? I know my whole chart more or less, Snowfire. I'm one of them. Although I don't have the aspects memorized. But I'll give you the basics if you want it. Sun in Leo, Virgo rising, Mercury in Virgo, retrograde Venus in Virgo, Gemini midheaven. So I'm a Mercurian. The only thing I've got in Leo is my sun. And thankfully, my elements are fairly well balanced. Anyway, that's probably all you need to know about Benton. Oh, Libra moon. Sorry, I always forget. Well, I don't always forget that, but yeah, Libra moon. Anyway, let's not divert. Well, and probably the preaching's over for now. But yeah, thanks, Snowfire. I appreciate the heart on fire there. Thank you, Gary Baxter. That's right. Now, the fact is, I know I'm facetious and disingenuous because I will appear to agree with some shit I don't agree with in order to give the person enough rope to hang themselves so I can observe their fucking patterns long enough to come back and destroy them later if I need to. Yeah, I do that. I know I do that. You think I don't know that? The thing is, when I'm around intelligent people, they observe and this is a lesson for Bex. If you're going to play in the big leagues, and this isn't the big leagues, but if you're going to play in the big leagues, the people around you are going to be astute enough to observe your patterns. And some of this stuff I learned because astute people observed my patterns and said, hey, man, this is the thing you're doing. Now, instead of resisting and defending, I said, well, I know these people to be very intuitive, tapped in, observant, and intelligent. So probably if they're observing me and I necessarily have blind spots and it's very difficult to observe myself as I truly am without, being able to do some kind of third person from a video game, which as far as I can tell, that is an out-of-body experience. And yeah, I've had one. I've had a full-on out-of-body experience. But so probably I should listen to what they're saying, right? Now, maybe they could gaslight or whatever, but I'm going to listen and at least take it in and see, well, could that possibly be true? Or I can become defensive and just reject it out of hand. And now I've had an opportunity to grow and change. But meanwhile, I've lived in Alton Baker Park in Eugene, Oregon for months on end, then fucked off to another part of the country, then came back a year later, interacted with some of the same folks, and had a woman who knew me say, wow, you really have been working on yourself. I said, thank you. I'm glad somebody noticed. Because the way I dealt with that same person, my ability to deal with the same type of folks, the same folks had leveled up. I leveled it up. Because somebody who used to trigger me, I just dealt with them in just a very matter-of-fact fashion. I just told them how it was. I just said, look, this is how it is. And somebody else observed it and said, wow, you've really grown and changed. I said, thank you. Doing that now. Going to keep doing it. Going to keep doing it. That's how I'm loving y'all, by the way. I'm making me the best version of me. Well, yeah, Benton has all these issues and he has this ridiculous presentment. Yeah, imagine what I used to be like. This is basically 15 uninterrupted years of self-work, right? But not in a masturbatory way, not in a I'm in love with myself way, right? Although I am in love with myself to some extent. Thank God I am my favorite person. I am my own best company. Yeah, I got it like that. Not everybody does because I got a little sprinkling of whatever my father's afflicted with. See, I got a little sprinkling, a little dusting. I got a little dusting of the Talcottianism. Just what's that guy with the fucking Salt Bay or whatever? I got a little Salt Bay of the fucking Talcottianism, right? Bam, there you go. Love the Libras, by the way. Love the Libras. And I'm the only fire sign in my whole fucking family, y'all. I don't know if you know that. There's something to that. Why am I the black sheep of a family of black sheeps? I don't know. Seventh son of a seventh son style. Shout out to Iron Maiden. I don't know why I'm that, but I am. But guess what? My great grandma was the only other fire sign I know of, and she looked at me when I was a little bitty fucking 7 or 8 year old Benton and knew exactly what I was, a preacher. Indeed. Just laughed and fucking pinched my cheek and said, "We got us a little preacher out here." Hee hee hee. Lived to be 80-something years old, eating the most unhealthy food you've ever seen, eating laxatives to get that shit up out of her. Lived to be, I don't know, 84. But then you're going to tell me that the flu's taking my people out? Bullshit. Bullshit. It's a motherfucking bioweapon, whether some certain folks want to face it or not. Happy birthday, Mr. Suspect. Libra, right? Where are we at? Oh, well, they want to say on the cusp, but I don't believe in the cusp personally. You're either one or the other, but you're not your sun sign, so it doesn't even matter. So I don't believe in the cusp. I don't think a person can be two sun signs. That's just my opinion. But then again, one of the experts in astrology that I've been blessed enough to know said that the small hats have grabbled, like the grabblers have rotated the wheel 13 degrees. So I'm probably actually sun in Cancer. How about you? Probably actually sun in Cancer, which with my excessive emotionalism kind of makes a little more sense than Leo, doesn't it? I don't know. I'm just willing to entertain these notions, right? Another reason why I can't really complain about the women potentially being emotional. It's like, well, I'm fucking more emotional than most of them, so I don't know. What am I going to do with that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't believe in the cusp. But yeah, a Virgo, if you read the birthday book, Highly Suspect, it'll break it up into like Virgo 1, Virgo 2, Virgo 3, right? It'll have 3 distinctions. So yeah, Virgo's a good sign for a man, certainly. I mean, they're all good in a way, but they're all bad in a way, right? But happy birthday, sir. Yeah. I can't not preach it because part of whatever my path is, they took me to a building 3 or 4 times a week where we sung songs involving speaking the truth with fearlessness. So and I told my parents, I said, it's like you done created a Frankenstein, and now I'm Frankenstein's monster. Y'all got to deal with me, Jack. Y'all made this on some level. How you gonna take Benton to a building, 3 times a week for fucking years on end that programmed his brain? As soon as I know something to be true, I speak it, and I don't care it's not my concern what other people think or feel about it. Meanwhile, I got an uncle that's a judge. One of my daddy's brothers is a judge, and he claims to have done the genealogy, and we're all descended from Davy Crockett. Well, if that's true, one of Crockett's famous statements was, "First, make sure you're right, then go ahead." If I know myself to be right, I'm going in, Jack. But here's the thing about that is, as soon as I see I'm in error, can I slam the brakes on, stop and look around, and then back up and say, well, actually, I've been moving forward based on a false notion. So most people can't do that. I see it time after time after time after time. Hashtag things Benton can do. Hashtag things Benton is doing. How about you? Indeed, sir. Thanks to all. All Virgo, yeah. Well, again, Virgo is my dominant sign, so it's like, oh, I'm a Leo. Well, if I was in India, they go by the moon sign, so I'd be a Libra, right? So I probably resonate the most with Virgo overall. Well, there's Cafe Astrology, there's Astro Theme, and there's one other one. I actually paid whatever the Astro Theme charges. I actually paid them to get my whole birth chart analysis. Guess what? Benton's got the cosmic blessing. I can't remember which one it is, but it's Sun conjunction something else, and it's literally called the cosmic blessing. Meanwhile, I've been guided and protected and spiritually protected, been guided and protected spiritually my entire life. Oh, and so, of course, when I read that I have the cosmic blessing, I was like, yeah, of course I do. How could I not? And maybe all of you do as well. I don't know. How would I know? It ain't the end all be all, but I've certainly been able to use astrology to figure more out about my various aspects of my personality, right? I know that Jupiter in Aries is an excellent placement, or can be. I think Saturn in Taurus and Jupiter in Aries, right? Just Google Jupiter in Aries and see what it tells you. And say, maybe he is the war chief. I don't know. Maybe Benton is the war chief with the Jupiter and Aries. You tell me. And the Mars and Taurus. I'm a little lost, Gary. You're going to have to forgive me. But pretty pleased with sugar on top. No more modding of anybody that's, well known in the streets. Just let me know if you would, and I'll handle it. Even if they're being personal against you, Gary, I'm just asking that you go ahead and just tolerate some of that. And whatever's happened on other channels, we're not carrying that over to here. I'm blissfully ignorant of many of the things going on in other chats. I don't want carryover. I only want things to happen based on what they do here. Because eventually I'll just demod everybody if I have to, and I'd prefer not to. Once I give it out, I don't want to take it back. Because I am pretty good at telling who can appropriately use the wrench. Meanwhile, when I'm wrenched up, I almost never do anything. I almost never mod. I almost never do anything. Almost never. The people who use it the most probably ain't using it right, in my view. But yeah. But Cafe Astrology is probably the best one to get just the actual placements and everything, and the aspects. It's probably the best one. But they make it super hard to find it on the website. I'm gonna have to figure out how to, because just knowing, I've been to the website and it's still hard to navigate to. 333, baby. Not here yet. This says it's 229. Double Pisces typically means sun and ascendant. I think that's what she means. Well, you know what's interesting is Astro Theme has a database of celebrities. And if y'all remember when Tim Tebow was being promoted nationwide because of sports, if you can actually look up the famous people by element, and he had the highest amount of fire in his chart of pretty much anybody that's famous for sports ever, right? So obviously this system, whatever's managing this system, has some idea, probably based on astrology, of when the person incarnates into the realm of what the system can use their personality and use them to accomplish, right? It's interesting. Because he ain't no great athlete. I don't know if you know that. Tim Tebow is not that great athletically. He's just not. He's okay as an athlete. He accomplished things far beyond his athletic ability. Same with Mike Tyson, an undersized heavyweight, lest we forget. Mike Tyson's, if you just looked at my skeleton and Mike Tyson's skeleton, they're going to be fairly similar. Believe it or not. Not a big dude. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Tim Tebow. I'm trying to stay off the sports talk. Anyway, I guess the sermon's over. So how are y'all doing? Oh, fuck. And I never really finished up on the Talcott stuff, but I kind of don't care. So I guess that was a good way to warm up and get into the other stuff, right? Fucking A, man. John Travolta. Well, and I do know the famous people that I'm most similar to. The two famous people that I have most similarities to is Patrick Swayze and Lane Staley. And I'm big fans of both of them. So, and my second wife was a huge, she loved Patrick Swayze. Fuck sports. Exactly, man. I used to love sports. Well, and by the way, I mean, and, I have an ancestor that's famous for sports. So, and my whole family's just ate up with it growing up. And, but yeah, fuck sports. I agree. Sports ball, right? But again, me being open-minded, when I first went to the CBO Discord, I loved sports back then, and everybody else was like, sports ball, what the fuck's wrong with you? Yep. Lane Staley. who I think he doesn't have sun in Leo, by the way. So that's what I'm saying. Sun sign's not the, I'd have to go back and look at it, but that's why the sun sign is not the end all be all. Yeah, I never heard of that guy, huh? Are you being serious? You're laughing, so I'm assuming you have. But Alice in Chains lead singer. I say he's the second best singer of that. Well, probably third best singer of that generation. Actually, Kurt Cobain, very underrated for his singing, I think. But again, Kurt Cobain, certainly the system knew that, hey, we got this little boy in Aberdeen, Washington, who's going to be one of the most talented motherfuckers of all time, right? Going to be one of the greatest artists of all time. Because he wasn't just a musician. People may not know that, right? People may not know that. Oh, that's right. I wasn't even reading it. Yeah. No, I'm not a mohawk guy. I've had long hair though, Snowfire. And people, I showed a picture of me with the long hair, and they're like, "Oh, grow your hair out." That shit sucks, man. If I'm in Arkansas in the summer, it's the worst thing ever. That long ass hair. It's miserable. And then my health issues with the malabsorption, my hair got down to like here and just quit growing at a certain point. I was like, this is bizarre. Because I was just going to never cut it again. Oh, okay, Lane was a Leo. You sure? I'd have to go back and look. Yeah, Cornell. I got Cornell at number one. I don't even like Cornell. I never liked Soundgarden. I like a few of their songs, but I think Cornell was the best singer person. That's just my opinion. Right? But anyway, I don't want to get into the music right now. Oh, I don't know. I guess probably. I'm not going to wrap up in an hour in, Heidi. So do what you got to do. But I am going to wander back to the clubhouse here pretty soon to attend to the slow cooker and have me another cup of coffee probably because I'm hopelessly addicted at this point. Tie it back. Yeah, I did a lot of that myself. But here's the thing about hair. It's better to not wash it. I hate to say that. It's better most of the time just take a shower, get it wet, don't fucking put any product in it. Oh, it looks greasy. Yeah, it's supposed to. It's called oil, right? We're not supposed to fucking wash our hair and get rid of all the oils that our scalp's producing, folks. Oh, but it's gross. Well, fucking it's not gross to me. If that's what my body's doing, what it's designed to do, how is that gross? Get the fuck out of here. But I know this, when every once in a while I would wash it, right? Well, that's the thing is, if I'm doing day labor like I was in Portland, eventually it's just actually dirty, right? Meaning if I go to sleep, then you can see where the dirt has been on the fucking pillowcase. So now I am going to wash my hair. Meanwhile, here I am in the Whole Foods in Portland, and I don't know what's going on because I'm just sitting at a table with long fucking hair, a 40-year-old Benton, and every woman in the place is fucking staring at me. And I'm like, what is this? This is creepy. Oh, that's right. I fucking washed my hair. Fuck. They even though this backpack is here, they don't understand that I'm a fucking homeless. I'm one of the dregs of society. And every woman in the place is eyeballing me. I better get the fuck out of here. Believe me, I know when I got long hair and I'm driving down the road and every woman's fucking looking at me going the other way. And they don't look at me with the bald head, man. They don't look at me with the shaved head. Thank you, Jesus. I don't need that kind of attention. Hey, you think Benton's egoic? Let me get out here and every woman I see is giving me attention. That's not good for anybody, I can assure you. Least of all me. That is not good for anybody, right? Hey, I'm just going to tell it like it is. I was in Austin, Texas at age 40, and I was like, I'm pretty much the best looking guy in Austin as far as I can tell. Now, does that sound arrogant? I don't know. I don't care. Meanwhile, on some level, thank you for the deathly illness. Now at 48, I'm not that anymore, right? So fuck it. Who cares? Meanwhile, who cares? It's the flesh. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Nice. I love that. Musical's a secret. Slow cooked a roast. Excellent. But yeah, good to see you, London. Good job yesterday, by the way. Excellent job on the broadcast, sir. Well, but again, Gary, I'll bring it back to when I talk about connecting internally and then going externally. How am I going to love y'all if I don't love me first? Right? How am I going to love y'all if I don't love me first? I think the policy enforcement might be showing up. And see, these guys, it's just, I'm a real motherfucker, man, and I'll just talk to them like people. So why wouldn't they want to come talk to me? I'm pretty sure they rolled up on me one day when I was at my car, man, at my fucking car, 2 a.m. doing shit. I think they just want to have a conversation at a certain point. Yeah, okay, hold up. And if y'all ain't got a body cam, I don't know what you're even doing at this point. But say, oh, my phone, yeah, that can get knocked out of your hand. I might want to have 2 hands free. I got halfway decent phones. I'm not really trying to hold the fucking phone while the shit's going down. I'd rather just turn on the body cam. No, he said he would, I think. Oh yeah, I see you're making a joke. Awesome. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, J Hub must be watching and he fucking called the cops. Yeah. Bobby in the building. Yeah, there. Thank you, highly suspect. Yeah, I've never met a mirror I don't like. That's right. When I just told that to Provo Kid on his podcast, I was like, I don't look at the other people when I'm on a panel. I said, I'm on the screen. Why wouldn't I be looking at me, right? But then now we're back to the introspection. I know that I'm this way. Talcott doesn't know he's that way. I guarantee you Talcott's looking at Talcott when he's on a panel. He ain't looking at y'all. Now, maybe he looks over to get some information every once in a while, but he's mostly looking at himself. Promise you. Promise you he is. Yeah, there you go, Snowfire. There you go. Yeah, my hair knows what to do. But yeah, if I've been doing, if I've been out in the hot sun doing manual labor and digging all day, which I've done, I've just dug a fucking hole all day before in exchange for money when I was living in the streets with nothing. Yep. Well, like with this one, because some people don't like it, so when I don't think I'm going to need it, if I think I might need it, I leave the mount here and I put this in my pocket, and then I can just clip it on, turn it on, and hit record, right? But this isn't even the right clip. I broke the original clip. It's supposed to be up a little higher on here. It is what it is. The only thing I don't like about this one is the image stabilization is basically non-existent. Other than that, it works fucking great. I think with the mount and everything, it was probably around $230, something like that. Who'd I shout out? Good to see you, B Warrior. I don't remember shouting you out, but I can't keep track of who's got multiple names, so I don't even know. I have no choice, Heidi. I must call it like I see it, although at times I will be facetious and just observe and pretend like I'm going along with some shit. Yeah, I do that. I know I do that. Now I can justify it under strategy or whatever, but I do that. It's probably part of my manipulative personality traits, which I'm aware of. Again, a person that lacks introspection, my father can never understand that he's highly manipulative in ways that he can be highly manipulative, that he can be. Right? Meanwhile, his iPad has taught him that he's a fucking Sigma male empath, right? Which he's neither one of those things. He's not a Sigma male empath. He's a sensitive fella, right? Who was a stereotypical alpha as a young person, as was I, in spite of my bizarre presentment. Right on, man. Right on, man. Awesome. Glad to hear it, brother. Yeah, they do. Music Holds a Secret. As much as we talk shit on Amazon, I would just go on Amazon if I was you. Yep. Oh, and by the way, if anybody's interested in giving a super chat or a super sticker, for the rest of the month, all that money's going to my mama. I got my first YouTube payment yesterday. Thank God they did not take out taxes. And if you have a problem with YouTube getting 25% or whatever it is, I can't make that decision for you. I drop super chats on people. But yeah, it's up to, I think it's $211, although it's 2 days behind. So it's probably more than that. But whatever that ends up being for the next payment's going directly to my mama, who, when I was driving a truck, I had no fucking idea that she was going to have problems with her budget. I would have just sent her $500 a month every month I worked. It didn't matter to me. I had no fucking idea she needed the money. And here's another thing: when people talk about me sending Paul enslaved, I sent Paul $50, right? I sent my mama a hundo. I went to the post office, bought 2 money orders. I've got one for 50 and one for a hundo. I sent Paul 50 and I sent my mom 100. So if anybody thinks I'm out here doing something wrong, that's my principles. So, and who cares? I made it $1,200 a week after taxes. Who cares? $150. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? And with no bills, by living in a truck. It's my money and I'm keeping it. It's my money and I want it now, right? I got a whole page full of notes I haven't even addressed. I guess I'll get to that when I head back to the clubhouse. But yeah, anyway, just not trying to talk y'all into it, more for informational purposes. If anybody feels compelled at some point in the future, I guess whatever. I don't even know what the YouTube fee is. What is it? I don't even know. But I don't think they'll start doing the withholding until I hit $8,000, which may never happen. So that's probably a good thing, right? Because $8,000 is what I'm pretty sure what the feds say is the cutoff for federal tax exemption. It's a Peterbilt with a really nice turbo setup and a nice exhaust going by, so I had to listen to the turbos and when they shift the wastegate or the blow off valve or whatever making that noise. I used to have a turbocharged drag car, although it was a street car, just a lightly modified street car. I love that turbo sound. Yeah, shout out to the chat, by the way. Oh, bro, highly suspect, man. I wish I had this on video. I might have it on video, but I don't think I do, because this is one of the funnest things I've ever done, man. Was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, downtown. One side of the main street downtown is the city, and the other side is the federal. It's the national park where the bathhouses are. And you know how these park rangers, some of them are now look like militarized police. Because the park rangers all wear like that olive green, but it's darker than the military, right? So there was one of them, and you could tell he was all fucking proud of himself with the fucking body armor and all the shit hanging off his fucking chest rig and all this and strutting around. I just started heckling his ass from across the street. I was like, fuck a Fed. I said, I see you, Fed. I said, fuck a Fed. And he was talking shit back to me from across the street. And I could tell he was trying to get me to come over there. I said, I ain't coming over there. I say, I know this is Arkansas and that's the Fed. I ain't coming over there. I ain't coming on your territory. And I said, you ain't coming over here either, are you? I said, you not coming over here, are you? You gonna stay over there like the good little Fed you are, just in front of everybody. It's a tourist area. And according to the official fiction, this was literally the nicest resort in the whole world at the turn of the century. Well, the turn of the 1900s, right? The early 1900s. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. But I'm just like talking shit to this dude. Not that it matters, but yeah, fuck a Fed, man. They need to know that some of us know what they are, man. And I'm not calling for anybody to take an action. I'm telling you what I did. Now, half the chat's going to be like, sure you did, Benton. Sure you did. Well, okay. And they got the ducks down there. Y'all ever heard of the duck boats? Yeah, jurisdiction. That's right. You ever heard of the duck boats? Well, in the 90s in the newspaper, and it was national news, man, like 17 motherfuckers drowned on one of them in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Well, somebody bought the company and now they're running a family business. Well, right where I was talking shit to that Fed, and this is back when I was drinking, right? When I'm drinking, I'm really prone to going off and not giving a fuck. Never got arrested. Interestingly, taken to the streets, hooping and hollering like a crazy person, drunk as fuck. Although people can't tell I'm drunk necessarily. I've never heard somebody just say, well, you're drunk. It's like somehow I don't present as drunk. I guess I present as crazy in those instances, but I was right outside the duck boat place just talking about the tragedy. I've got this on body cam. I might show this, but I was in this was right before I sobered up, and it was like I was in such a bad place mentally. I almost don't want to let the people see that. Because if anybody liked my famous videos when I was in downtown Little Rock going off about the mask, this was me more or less in the same mental state, right? And I got into it, man. I got into it with the fucking duck boat people. I said, "You gonna tell me I can't stand on the sidewalk and talk about something I read about in the newspaper in Arkansas in the fucking 1994 or whatever?" I was like, "Fuck you. You're out of your fucking mind." I said, "Meanwhile, I didn't tell you to buy this company. That's your problem. I'm not beholden to y'all because y'all are dumb enough to buy this thing, and somebody like me might wander by on occasion." I had to escape on foot because I know they called the cops. I had to dip out. I had to dip out the fucking back alleys and get the fuck out of there, man. I said, "Fuck." Meanwhile, according to the official fiction, in the late 1800s, right there where I was at in Hot Springs, the fucking county, what was now would be considered the county cops and the city cops, had a fucking deadly shootout right there downtown. Yeah, Hillary ain't from Arkansas. I want you to know that. Hillary's from Illinois. Hillary went to New York to get elected to the Senate. They hate Hillary in Arkansas. Hillary was never accepted. We claim Bill, although most folks was done with Bill after the cigar and the dress. But in Arkansas, he lost a lot of credit. He lost a lot of. But yeah, Bill was the governor the whole time I was growing up. But yeah, we don't claim Hillary. Hillary's from Illinois. She has no connection to the state of Arkansas other than marrying Bill. Oh well, that's not true. Supposedly they met at the University of Arkansas, as far as I know, because she went to school there as well for a time. But she also went to other schools. Exactly, it's not possible. You can't get through to them. It can't happen. It's impossible to get through to these. And like somebody like J Hub can't. Here's why we can't get through to J Hub. J Hub can have one. And now this is going to look like a loser, like an L. J Hub can have one idea in his head at a time. So he can think about whatever Paul or whoever's saying, but then whenever a new topic is introduced, it knocks the old topic out, right? Now, most of these people, you can't even get them to one idea. But J Hub at least has enough, as far as I can tell, to get to one idea. But then here come the second idea, and now the first idea is gone, see? And if a person can't have multiple ideas in their mind simultaneously, you can't do anything with it. There's nothing to be done. And that's where I see a lot of so-called truthers subject themselves to all sorts of frustration, is by attempting to continue to make a point and then connect it to a second point. Impossible. Impossible. Can't be done. Can't be done. So once I figured that out, I stopped. Yeah, and people hate truckers, by the way. I don't know. This is a secret that a lot of people don't know. We talk about keeping America moving and all of this. Well, why do you think that there's a never-ending supply of foreigners that come over here and do my job? And by the way, I have no problem with them doing it, because Lord knows if we had to count on the people that's here, otherwise the people that grew up here. You know, it's not a coincidence that I went to truck driving school with 8 people and I was the only white male in the class. There's a reason for that, because most white males can't pass a drug test these days, or they can't pass the background check. So I went into an industry that requires a drug screen, although there's ways around the drug screen, obviously, but can't be on psych meds, can't have certain violent felonies or theft of property or whatever, and go into truck driving necessarily. Although in some cases that's not exactly true, right? There's a reason why I was the only white boy in the class, although there was a white girl in her 20s. Most of these white men ain't about shit. That's why I could never be indoctrinated into racism, because I grew up with black folks. And I looked around at some of these honkies and said, well, I can't claim some of these folks. Sorry about your luck, Pops. Guess I'll put my headphones on and get back to listening to my Public Enemy Fear of a Black Planet cassette. Because, yeah, I bought that shit on cassette in 1990. Sure did. How long were you, limping along with 2 different opinions? Yeah. Huh, a Subaru, the rare Subaru in Arkansas. Although it is a crossover. Still trying to figure out if I'm staying in the motel again. I probably am. I've lost all desire to put any more money into this car. Because I do not suffer the sunk cost fallacy. My mama's got the title because it got sent to her house. I'll just have my mama send the title. I'll sell this thing for $1,000. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, you paid $4,500. Who cares? Yeah, I paid $4,500, and then I drove it up to Illinois, and I drove a truck for 3 weeks and made $5,000. So who cares? You know. And then it got me to here. So who cares, right? I don't suffer from that sunk cost fallacy. There you go. Did he die? Did Danny Williams die? Did he pass? I didn't know about that. He is a dumb motherfucker, though. You ever heard that guy talk? I don't know what they done to him. He might look like Bill. He ain't smart like Bill. That guy can barely put a sentence together, unfortunately. Poor Danny Williams. But yeah, for those who don't know, I know Little Rock quite well. So that where I did my hooping and hollering about the mask, if a person just walks south on Main Street, eventually they will end up in the hood, right? And it's not too far. So apparently old Billy used to go jogging down South Main and happened to be jogging by the projects and met him a lady who sometimes worked as a prostitute, and old Billy boy knocked her up and sired a son. And the state trooper has gone on audio interview. There's an audio recording of the state trooper saying that he used to drop off 7 $100 bills every month into her mailbox for the son, and that Hillary put the kibosh on that whenever Bill started to run for president. So you tell me. Meanwhile, I like the black ladies also, so I can't fault Bill for something caught his eye when he was out for one of his morning. He was known for jogging, lest we forget. On one of his morning jogs, that something little piece of tail caught his eye. I can't fault him for that. A piece of black tails caught my eye from time to time, and I don't know how else to say it but to say it. So, hallelujah, praise God, right? Later, Bex. So I don't know. I can't give anybody advice, but a pretty decent shot of vitamin D is what got me to sleep last night. So even though I woke up super early, I'm hoping that that'll continue to work. Can you OD on vitamin D? Hell, I might just drink the rest of the bottle. It's liquid. Like one dropper full is like 4,000 IUs, so it's probably got like 10 left. I don't know. Will 400,000 IUs of vitamin D kill me? It's not even vitamin D, as we know. It's some synthetic chemical I can't pronounce. There you go. There you go, Snowfire. I love that. Yeah, I love that I got to grow up. My church was half black. I love that shit, man. Love it. I love it. In fact, I'll tell a story of when I was riding the BART. I was riding the BART in the Bay. And the West is the best, folks. Yeah, the government's all fucked up. Surprise, surprise, some of the worst state governments happen to be in some of the best states. New York State, right? California, Oregon, Washington, you know. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, shocking, right? I was riding the BART, and hilariously, I had this blue jumpsuit that I'd found. It was like a Navy fucking jumpsuit that I found at a thrift store, and I had this jumpsuit on and a shaved head, which where I'm from means nothing because we don't have Nazis and skinheads culturally in the South. We just don't have it. Yeah, there's a couple of idiots who might, you could probably find somebody in Mississippi with a swastika. That's not what I'm talking about. Culturally, we just don't have that shit. So if I'm on the West Coast, there's a certain connotation to a fucking white boy with a shaved head. So some drunk dude in his 20s, a black guy, probably from Oakland, where some of those stops is now I'm in Oakland, even though I'm just on the BART. I'm on the BART, the door's open, now I'm in Oakland, right? To some extent. So Oakland gets on the fucking BART. Dude's drunk, right? He just sees me, just keys in on me, starts talking shit. I just look at the guy, because remember, I still had my muscles and shit back then. I could have fucking body slammed this dude in half a second. And I don't give a fuck. You know, mess with the bull, you get the horns. I'm just sitting there, just kind of looking at him like, now I got to keep my eye on this bozo. You know, I'd rather just be in my whatever, you know, lost in fucking space, you know, floating outside of myself, whatever reverie I found myself in at the time, you know. Now I got to put an eye on this bozo. So he went from very quickly having some kind of, I could tell he was directing some aggression my way. I don't even know what he was saying. Who even knows? But then, like, the train kind of lurched, and he was drunk, and he almost fell over trying to grab the pole. And I was like, "Hey, man, are you all right?" And I was sort of like leaning forward to kind of brace him. His whole shit changed, man, just because I showed regard for him as a human. His whole fucking demeanor changed. That is love, by the way. That is love, right? Now, if I don't love me first, how am I going to love him? If I hate me, I'm probably going to hate him, because he didn't come onto that train with love. And I ain't out here talking about love. Well, if I got it in here and I can show it and treat people with it out here, what do I need? What's there to talk about? Meanwhile, what's Talcott won't shut the fuck up about? Love. Probably ain't got none in here. Probably ain't capable of it. Probably ain't capable of it. So meanwhile, can't shut the fuck up about it. I almost never talk about it. Almost never. Maybe I'm out here showing it. I don't know. I'm not the judge of that. I ain't. That's not my identity. Oh, I'm loving. Yeah, I'm tough love. If I'm love, I'm tough love. If God is love and I'm created in the image, I'm tough love. I'm that thing somebody might need to hear that won't nobody else tell them. And when Yurt starts going in, I say, "Hey, man, I need it. I need it. Both barrels." Because there's few people that will just have the capacity to tell me something about me and will. Hey, I need it, Jack. Both barrels. Yeah. But, you know, I recognize the dynamic. And I didn't have nothing against him, but if he thinks he's gonna get in my face, because see, he didn't have nobody with him. And, you know, that is one thing about cultures. I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about a culture. There is a culture of, if it's one-on-one, certain folks aren't quite as bold and brave. Meanwhile, I'm a one-man army, Jack. I ain't got no people. I've been in the streets, and I just tell them that. I say, I'm a one-man army. I ain't got no people. Meanwhile, I see a whole, and not just black folks, just all kind of people. I say, y'all got a group. I'm by myself. Good luck. I like my chances. I like my chances. Yeah. Well, there you go, DS. Unfortunately, my dad is not capable of love, unfortunately, as far as I can tell. I hope he's not listening, but I got no choice but to call it like I see it. I'm happy to have a relationship with him as much as I'm able to and he's able to. And I'll do 95% of the work if he can do the 5%, but even that's a little too much to ask at times, apparently. I can't do 100, but if he'll do 5, I'll do 95. Same with my mama, who's now debilitated through the bioweapon attack. So, hell, I talked to her on the phone yesterday. She's not there anymore, man. She ain't there. She's not there no more, man. My grandma's not there no more. She's suffering from dementia. She gone, man. She's still, the body's alive. Now, there's moments when she's still there, apparently, but she ain't there no more, man. The dementia doesn't got her. Unfortunately, a lot of us is going to end up with the dementia. And I ain't wishing, that ain't me manifesting. That's a thing that's going to happen. It is happening. That's part of what this system's doing to us. Dementia. All right. I don't think it's a coincidence. I got a mouthful of mercury as I talk to y'all. So forgive me for not concerning myself about the mercury in the motherfucking tuna, the canned tuna. I ain't too worried about that, or the heavy metals in the cans. Now, I don't eat much canned food anymore, but, you know. And yeah, I've decalcified my pineal. That's the only reason I'm here talking to you folks. I've decalcified the pineal, as far as I can tell anyway. My third eye's, I can't even tell, man. My third eye may as well be merged with my fucking, with my, you know, all, it's like, as far as I can tell, all of the more or less the upper chakras is kind of all the same thing from my perspective. But I have memories of when I first started doing the third eye meditation, and my third eye was fucking all closed off, right? It was all closed off. Meanwhile, I criticized O'Shea about being down in his lower chakras. He got up out of them. He got up out of them. I can work with anybody, especially anybody who can show an ability to grow and change over time. And O'Shea's come a long way, whether y'all want to recognize it or not. Yeah, he's going to have a bizarre, ridiculous, comical presentment. Sure he is. He probably doesn't have control of that. I don't have control of my bizarre, comical presentment. So what? Who cares? Well, that's what's interesting. Music Holds the Secret is I've started learning about atomic iodine from listening to Alex Jones, of all people. And then Benton's crazy enough to just try some shit. And guess what happened shortly after I started consuming atomic iodine? And I don't recommend anything to anybody. And yes, I know that there's better ways to do it. I did this the best way I could. I'm subscribed to Sunfruit Dan, for God's sakes, who's constantly preaching about high doses of Lugol's iodine as the weather moves in. So I think I am gonna head for the clubhouse now. Thing about Arkansas, and this is damn near Oklahoma, is a lot of times it feels like it's about to rain, but then it just never rains, right? So it's doing that now, so it might actually rain. So I'm gonna get up out of here. It might actually rain. Yeah, my third eye, I can't even, it's hard to tell that. And my throat chakra was very much closed and blocked at a certain point. Not anymore. Not anymore. I can meditate up through all my chakras right now as I talk to you. Well, big deal. Hashtag things Benton can do. Things Benton is doing. And again, is there such thing as chakras? I don't know. I'm just talking about energy centers within the body. And if I'm willing to accept that on some level, everything here is vibrating energy, well, that includes me, right? My physical body. So if I am vibrating energy, then what I'm talking about, we can accept that, but there can't possibly be discrete centers within that. I mean, get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. I ain't got time for that. Yes, it feels good right now. Total change. I saw the lightning, and then the lightning tapped me into something must be going on at the urgent care. They probably had an alarm. Yeah, I think I hear it, actually. Maybe. No, that's the buzzing of the sign. I'm going to kill the cam for a minute. But yeah, the iodine. So surprise, surprise, I was never able to conform to society fully, but I did manage to, do a pretty good imitation, right? I was able to always hold down a job and be one of the best workers, rather. I was always able to, yeah, it's definitely going to rain. I might get rained on before I get back. And one thing about homelessness, actually living outside, I never had the luxury of getting wet. So sometimes I was just stuck under an awning somewhere for hours because it's a complete fucking disaster to get wet as a homeless person. But now that I'm heading back to the clubhouse, if I get rained on, it's not going to be a big deal. So surprise, surprise, shortly after, after a period of time taking the iodine, I was no longer able to function in society, which was I went through a lot of difficulties in the short term. However, in the long run, it was one of the best things that could have possibly happened. But then what followed it? 10 years, almost 10 straight years in the streets, the streets, the real streets, the physical street. Because then I had the opportunity to hash out my shit and get, resolve all of these conflicts within myself, right? I certainly wasn't going to go to the mental health system to do that, because all they're going to do is give me some bullshit diagnosis and put me on psych meds, right? And probably put me on the SSI and warehouse me in an SRO. And I certainly would never have been able to rise to whatever this level is. And I'm not saying that this is something, Benton's on some high level. I'm not even saying that. Believe me, I'm fully aware of my limitations. Fully. What's up, Yeti Life? Good to see you, brother. Apologies for the N-word. I thought I was being cute, but it's not my usual style, so I can certainly understand folks having a certain sensitivity to that. I am half black culturally, but that still doesn't give me a pass. So, and I almost never use that word, just so you know. And I've never called anybody that, like ever. But I'll say it, man. I've been talking to my dad before and just, dropped a hard R. It's happened. But then sometimes a word like with a specific meaning actually is appropriate also. Like sometimes it is an accurate description. So I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to use it accurately right now, but I could, right? But I thought I was being cute and making a joke, and thank you for piping up, because I see that realistically I should not have done that. Mostly because that can become a thing where other folks, now feel emboldened to use it, and they may not know. And again, I almost never even use that word, like almost never. Yeah, I'm definitely getting rained on. I might have to stick the phone in my pocket if it really starts coming down, but we'll see. Play it by ear. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to dip under this awning and get prepared to get rained on. Now, in the olden days, I was in a good enough shape I could more or less just run all the way back from here, but them days is over. Yep. All right. All right, then. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, I'm putting the phone in my pocket. I've still never figured out if this works with the screen off or not on StreamYard. That was yesterday. See, you might have been talking to somebody else, and I had. It doesn't even matter, Yeti. Sometimes I think I know what's going on, and I don't. But either way, everything I just said is still appropriate. It just attaching it to you apparently was not the thing to do. But regardless, yeah, apothecary, you're not going to bed. And that's another thing, Bex. I can't give people advice, but what I do is I resist remaining in a between stasis and anti-stasis, if I'm using that correctly. Like I'm either go to bed or fucking be here fully. That's my thing. Like for me, I'm just like, okay, are you hurt or are you injured, Bex? Like pick one. Go to bed or stay here, right? Trying to do this thing in between, that's never going to work. And again, I'm not giving her advice. It's just generally, like I typically act on those things. And again, I don't even know if y'all are hearing me because I put the phone in my pocket. And it's got no case on it since I've had it in this cage. So you're either hearing me or you're not. I can't know, right? All right, here's the question: if you guys been hearing me or not? Because I've never been able to figure out if my mic works with the phone off, the screen off. I think it does, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get into Z stuff or not. I haven't been watching lately either. Okay. All right. Hey, Jackie, good to see you. I'm just going to assume. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna turn the screen off and keep rambling. And I'm rambling what? Like physically. See, that's irony, right? Rambling. It's like I'm physically rambling, and well, actually, that's not even irony. Now that I think about it. Regardless. But yeah, I don't know if it's the vitamin D that helped me sleep, or it was just the the placebo effect. But several nights in a row when I lay down, it's just hard to explain that feeling. But I can just tell, oh, I'm not going to go to sleep. Like there's no fucking way. My personal opinion is it's a mistake to then go like, well, I'll just stay up and do shit. It's like, well, really? I mean, if I just lay there, that is rest on some level, right? So yeah, I guess I'll just lay here. And it was my eyes and the screens, all this screen time. All right, break time, folks. Get him, Yeti. Yeti's chewing on Quantum Epic's ass. That sounds expensive, Yeti. Oh, that's Bex saying that. You got a motorhome, Bex? No, it's my internet. That's the 5G. Music holds a secret. That's the 5G because for some insane reason, it just constantly switches from 4G to 5G, and every time it does, it fucks up my connection. I don't know why, man. So at some point, I end up hotspotting off of my oldest phone, which is on Android 10. I got needs, Quantum Epic. I certainly would not subject myself to another person being in the space with me that could do these things for me, right? I'd prefer to be by myself. So, wow, that sounds like a lot. See, I just think fuel and repairs every time I hear about a motorhome, right? It's like, think about the cost. I might be down for some road trip, but I'm driving. I'm not sitting in the passenger seat knowing I'm the best motherfucking driver in there. It's not happening. No fucking way. Then drove all around the country, never run into nothing. And I already know the height of the vehicle, right? That's a problem. Some people forget some of those are high profile vehicles, right? Will I? I don't know. Maybe I will. I don't know. Here's the thing, Bex, I'm making so much content. I'm so busy being the content I want to see in the meta that I don't go back and review this generally. My opinion is RVs are a mistake in general because of the high cost of fuel and the repairs. That's just my opinion, right? It's one man's opinion. But if a person can afford it, yeah, they're great. Yeah, silence is golden. It's probably better than whatever the hell I was on about in the meantime. Yeah, the Nightmare Dystopia silent broadcast. You had to get out of the rain, man. Rain was set. Rain hopefully is coming in. But yeah, I'll check in on the chat and then let me turn the computer on here. Paul likes to make fun of my setup, and I've realized Paul's right in a way when he makes fun of my overly complex setup, which I guess I'd have to turn the camera around. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. We're fucking up, though. I got no case on the... This is how the only time I've ever cracked a screen, this is how it happens. And now StreamYard's being stupid. I hate StreamYard on the phone. This is just terrible. All right, hang on. And is the body cam? I pressed the button. Why don't you stop recording there, Bubba? That's okay. Bear with me, folks. We're producing on the fly here. Here's what the phone goes into. What the hell? Now the phone just thinks what is this? I mean, ridiculous. This is what the phone goes into, this thing. All right. Hold on. My overly complex setup, right? Well, actually, this is perfect for me as long as I don't break it down and try to take it to the library. That was a pain in the ass. So most of this is going to stay here. And I just happened to, I'm pretty sure between this wireless keyboard, what else we got in here? There's a couple of ThinkPads. And I have 2 audio interfaces, actually 3. No, yeah, 2 audio interfaces. So I can take this and a laptop and the only problem is I killed this mic here with too much gain, so it's blown out. If I get another mic, then I can go to the library and leave all this bullshit here. That's the plan. Fight? Who, me? That must be somebody else. I was about to say, I ain't fighting nobody out here. Nice. Yeah, Musical's a secret, very resourceful. I can tell already. Oh, fucking fight? No sound. Oh, that was earlier. Never mind. My bad. Yeah, and then I've talked, thank you, Quantum Epic, and I want to impress on people. Well, number one, I had a lot of disposable income, but number two, this shit is not expensive. Like, now some of it has gone up because of the, but one thing is they talk about inflation, but a lot of this stuff really has an increase in price. You got to, there's like a $8 Walmart power strip over there. All those, you know, all these bricks are more or less free because they come with stuff you've already bought. There's like paid like $330 for that mini PC. You got a $25 webcam from Amazon. Then this thing I paid about $25 for, but these are like, it's like 45 now. And then this was 70, but this isn't even, you don't have to have this thing. This is like 30 now. I think I paid 20, but they were like down to $5. And then these screens are no more than $100 a piece. And you got $100 of portable mixer, $50 a boom mic. Although I'd probably rather, I don't like that mic all overall. I'd rather have a different mic setup, but we'll get there. And then $21 of a wireless keyboard and mouse. I mean, and what, $25 headphones? I mean, this is not a lot of money. It's just not. Yeah, not a lot of money. Anyway, let me find my banner. We'll be back shortly. Thanks for being here. Hey, which one's Bobby, by the way? Is that B Warrior? And if anybody wants to come up here and has anything to say, I need to eat some watermelon, which involves cutting up a watermelon. And then I need to also do my meal prep. 3:33, by the way, my time. Okay, cool. Thanks. I did not know that. Good to see you, Bobby, aka B Warrior. Oh, I don't sleep. I sleep on the floor, Yeti life. I lived outside for so long. I prefer to sleep on the floor. Hard surface is way better for me. And this bed is not. Its bed is fucked. This mattress needs to be thrown in the trash. Yeah, I don't sleep in a bed typically. And in fact, usually when I'm assigned a big rig, the first thing I do is I just pull the mattress out entirely, just sleep on the platform. But yeah, I either need like the firmest mattress possible, or just let me sleep on the floor. But I guess I'll try to keep doing this and talk to you folks. I'm not super good at multitasking though. Yeah, indeed, sir, indeed. And then at some point I have to, the Wi-Fi here is so unreliable, but then because of the 5G, 4G problem, this is a 4G phone and the software on this phone won't let me lock it in 4G mode. Then I've got to then I get to power this phone down, pull the SIM out and put it in my old ass Android 10 phone, because it's a 4G. Yeah, basically, yeah. I sleep in a sleeping bag on the floor, but it's about time to wash that sleeping bag. I've been smelling it here of late. It's not I think the next trip to the laundromat is going to involve washing it. Well, thanks. I'm fair to middling, Bobby, but appreciate your vote of confidence there. I got my moments. Other than that, we're fair to middling. Oh, well, you probably don't want to see that, do you? Nobody wants to see that. I mean, there's a TV on the wall that I will never turn on under any circumstances. Grounding, yeah. You know, I used to do a lot of actual grounding, right? And I've gotten away from that. I need to take my shoes off. It is funny when sometimes out west I'd go barefoot and I might be walking on some gravel or something. People would be like, "How can you walk on this?" I said, "I'm from Arkansas, man." So my grandma dug a well for her family at age 11, and I don't think she had a pair of shoes yet. So I was like, "Yeah, man, I ain't no tenderfoot." No, it's actually a really hard tile. That's one of the reasons I like staying here. I hate carpet. Yeah, I hate carpet. This place is a fucking shithole. I'll just be honest with you. But my thing is, I just want to be left the fuck alone. Let me pay the money, leave me the fuck alone. So some nice folks have suggested, they've offered me a place to stay, at least temporarily. But I need to go out this door here, and I need to exit a door that doesn't lead to somebody else's living area. See, I exit this door and it's just a hallway, and I go out the building. See, that's my thing. I need my own shit, but I've never made my own shit, right? So hence the homelessness, right? That was me by myself. But yeah, the problem is not that I wouldn't want, I appreciate some folks would actually be willing to house, what's effectively some version of a stranger. But the problem is in their house, that door leads to their living area. I need that door to not lead to somebody else's living area. Yeah, I can't even deal with it. I can't deal with carpet anymore. Disgusting. You're not from Tennessee. You got shoes on. I love that. That's great. See, I can't focus. I can, but it's hard for me to do what I need to do and speak with you folks. So if anybody wants to hit the link, feel free. If not, that's fine too. Probably we'd need 2 people because I don't know that I can carry the conversation. And then check this out, Musical's the Secret. We got some Missouri watermelons here. I guess because they don't look that great from the outside, I guess. They're only $4, or they're seedless, right? The seeded ones are worth more money. But I'm about to cut one of these in half. Yeah. Well, thank you, Heidi. Yeah, I can't stand carpet. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, carpet sucks. Indeed, sir. Well, I'm going to try to not read the comments and just ramble so I can actually do what I'm trying to do. So bear with me. Although probably I'll end up doing it anyway, right? Uh-oh. We can do like a stream of consciousness. Stream of consciousness. Okay, whoa. These bad boys are heavy too. Yeah, I like a pair of heavy melons. It's a good sound too. Smack it. All right. Shout out to JG. He was asking me about my demons, and asking me about my demons and flow stage chat. I wish we still had JG around. It's unfortunate that turned out the way it did. But why does that have to be the entirety of the story, right? Why why can't we or whoever get on the same page? Put it behind us. If anybody knows who JG is, he's got so many different names, right? It's hard to know. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and pull the food out of the slow cooker. And I'm just not going to be able to show you guys all this. I'll be too diverting. Divert my attentions a little too much. All right. Whoa. Wait a minute. Leave that open. And I have no idea how much of the background noise this mic picks up, but I'm assuming all of it. Okay. Leave that there to cool off. Watermelon time. Whoa, yes, sir. I put the knife in it, and the whole thing, it almost cracked in half just from one insertion of the knife. Oh, yeah. It could be a little redder, but I think she's going to be pretty good. Make sure I don't accidentally cut the mic cord. Now we need to put the other half back in the fridge. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me and such. Now, see, I can't resist. I have to at least check in on the comment. G in here yesterday couldn't act right. Tell me how to do my broadcast or our broadcast. Even worse, right? One thing to tell me how to do my thing, telling everybody how to do it. That's foolish, right? He does seem like the type to try to prescribe behavior, to other people things he either isn't doing, can't do, or is not willing to do, across the board. AKA foolishness. Or to, in the immortal words of the previously mentioned Sean Price, ass of 9, ass of 10, ass 11. May peace be upon him. I kind of wonder what happened with that, because if anybody knew anything about his music, he'd gone to a whole nother level right before his death. He was far ahead of anybody as far as I could tell as a rapper. As far as I'm talking about just straight up skills. Right? Nothing, I'm only talking skills. So then it's like, who is the best living rapper? Even though if you just go skills, it's probably Del the Funky Homo Sapien, probably the best actual, just skills, probably the best rapper alive. Although I haven't heard any of his recent stuff. And I have the same birthday as him. I think probably the same birthday, actually. JG said he met him one time and wasn't impressed. I tend to blame JG more for that than Del. Del, of course, from East Oakland, California, lest we forget. Shout out to skateboard videos. I found a lot of music back in the day, living in the cultural wasteland of where I'm from. Thank God for skateboard videos and college radio. Let's just do that just for anybody that's popping in. The whole universe. What are we talking about now? I'm lost in the chat, but that's not always anything new. Oh, Z show. Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to say too much because I haven't been watching number one lately, but I've been a big fan of his show in the past, right? And you know, there's an ebb and flow, and with whatever I'm doing over here, believe me, I understand that people could harshly critique what I'm doing, certainly. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I'd like to work with them, but I don't know that it would be more, you know, just as in a helping each other facilitate whatever we're doing, right? Because I'm happy in the past to wrap up, you know, as he's going live, or, you know, at least if I'm going to do a long stream, you know, at least sort of take a break and let everybody cruise, you know, file in over there, right? That's what I did yesterday. But then what I noticed is that, you know, he didn't, it seems like, I'll just put it to you this way, when he's at his best, it seems like what happens is when I do that, then he'll have his, you know, 90, you know, close to 100 people, and then I'll have, you know, enough people to talk to, right? Whether that's 15 or 20. But then yesterday it was like 30, and then he had like 60. So I'm like, wait a minute, are we splitting the 90 people now? But, you know, and anybody can have an off day. And again, I didn't tune in anyway. I'm not saying that he had an off day. And then other people, you know, it's not like everybody can be here every day either. And certain days of the week are slower than others. So, and then the time of the month, you know, whatever's going on in the economic cycles, the monthly economic cycles, not the woman's monthly cycle. But I still got a whole page of notes I haven't even addressed, maybe half of or less. Happy birthday to Highly Suspect, by the way. All right. There's the watermelon. Half a watermelon. Delicious. Delicious. And have that momentarily, but then we got the slow cooked food there. Not that visually appealing, so I don't think I'll even show that. Some folks are straight up anti-veggie, which is fine. Oh, what was that though? See, now you kind of got my attention. The tranny doctor segment. What was that? And I know anytime I try to talk trans or LGBT, like half the audience pretty much leaves, which I get it. It's fine with me. But at certain times, I'm going to need to go in on certain topics. I still haven't introduced y'all to Nikki Starkiller yet. I'm subscribed to that channel on YouTube. And Nikki interviews trans people. And it's fascinating because some of them Nikki's gone, or is at least LARPing as a Trumper, right? Red-pilled Trumper. A trans red-pilled Trumper. And whether that's a LARP or a real thing. And then there's been at least one other trans person that came on with Nikki and was also some version of a Trump tard. But then they're a little more, I don't know, man. Most of them people they're not dumb people, right? Most of they may make what I could view as a poor decision in a way, but I'm just talking about intellectually. These are not stupid people generally. If y'all have known any trans people, most of them's fairly intelligent. In fact, one of them that I knew understood physics at a very high level, which I found fascinating. But just like this is not the Bash Paul channel, it's also not the Bash Z channel. Not that we would, but we can certainly, as audience members and fans of content, we can certainly be critics and we can critique, right? It's part of the process, I would say. It's not me being mean either. You'll know when I'm being mean. I do have quite the nasty streak, lest we forget. So you'll know when I'm just being mean. But yeah, it's not a personal thing. Flat Earth. I'm just not interested in flat Earth. It's just not. I'm just not. I don't have an interest in it. And if I don't have an interest in a topic, I just tend to move on to things I'm interested in. I know, call me crazy, but it's the way I typically do it. So I don't know. Not much to be done there, right? All right, where's this watermelon going to go? It's in the way. Well, and then Bex has talked about this concept of XY females, which I find interesting. But I don't totally understand, but there's got to be something there, right? Because, why is it that I can watch, why is it that I can watch, the video for Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Cyndi Lauper, and it's like, in retrospect, her gal pals, many of them in that video are clearly males in retrospect, right? And even like Duran Duran's Rio, there's a person that's portrayed as a supermodel who's clearly a male, like clearly. So I don't know, man, what the fuck is going on? What is even happening here? Yeah, it can't be a globe. But yeah, exactly. Maybe, yeah, let's just say I'm willing to accept the flat circle, whatever it is, the disc. Yeah, okay. Well, can we move on then? I mean, maybe let's just say that I'm like, okay, you're right. What now? I mean, do we have to continue to talk about it? And again, I'm free to not watch his show. That's not what I mean. It's just generally, it's like, but then, I'm also talking about various topics a lot of the time. So, maybe I do my own version of that thing. He just seems to be focused. All I can say is he exhibits a focus on that topic that I don't share. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Well, I don't necessarily disagree with him. And I'm certainly not going to go investigate it myself enough to be able to hold some sort of conversation with him about it, right? But if he's going to define, his relationships, through the filter of flat Earth, well, he's limiting himself, right? But then I'm limiting myself. Am I limiting myself by just more or less not having normies in my life for the most part, right? Am I limiting myself in that way? I would say, well, yeah, and I am, and it's good. So, I can't speak for Z, but he might say, yeah, I don't want those people in my life, and that's fair, right? And that's something else I've been thinking about recently with respect to these communities is, some things are within the bounds of fair play at the level of behavior, but then many people act like it should not be allowed, which is authoritarianism and tyranny, lest we forget. That is tyranny. So and in fact, I think I wanted to make this in the notes, and I probably just didn't write it down before sometimes these ideas are in my head, and in the past I've been really good at capturing them, but now I see the way my brain works. I need to write shit down, but that's something I've been thinking about is behavior that's within the bounds of what I would call fair play that gets called out. And I'm like, yeah, but it's fair for that person to behave that way. That's just tyranny and authoritarianism when, a mob forcefully tries to get them to not to not engage in behavior that's within the bounds of what I would refer to as fair play, right? So I find that confusing. And then people, certain individuals may not understand that. What's the goal of that? Are they attempting to achieve some sort of consensus with the people around them? Because, I'm not a member of groups, but I do move freely amongst groups to some extent. And, the more that group enforces some sort of tyranny or authoritarian, something I view as tyrannical or authoritarian, I'm probably just not going to engage with that group, right? So when I went into Flow States chat and just said my opinion, which was I was characterizing some of the statements of the panelists as opinions, and he said, hey, Benton, you know, you can either come up here or get the fuck out of the chat. Well, I will respect that. Now, he timed me out, so I couldn't type that. So then I joined the panel and said, hey, man, I can't come up right now, but I'm just came up here out of respect for what you said, and I'll just come back another day. So if that's what he's requiring of me to engage with his content in his broadcast, I'll just wait until I can do that, or I may never be able to, and I just won't be a part of the content, which is also, it's fine. It's okay. You know, it's okay. And I've been outspoken critic of Flow State as a person, and, you know, I now am seeing the error of my ways to some extent. You know, that's fine. You know, I can be wrong. You know, I don't, just because I started out thinking I was correct and perhaps I was in error, I don't have to stay in error. That's another error that many folks, it's like once they choose that path, even if, you know, it can be demonstrated that, well, that was an error, they tend to just stay there. It's like, well, wait a minute. I can abandon a certain viewpoint and just say, hey, man, you know, I had a certain view, and I now see that was a wrong view, right? I mean, what's wrong with that? I mean, it makes sense to me. But yeah, if he's just telling me straight up, hey, man, here's the thing, do the thing. Like that's basically with G, you know, and yesterday, and yeah, did I convey those ideas in the most pleasing manner possible? No, but, you know, I was very clear in what I was asking for, and he's just sticks with his narrative versus look at how I behaved in Flow States chat. He said, hey, man, basically come up here or fuck off. And I went up there and said, well, I basically said, well, out of respect for what you said, I can't stay today, so I'm going to go fuck off. Like I'm going to leave and come back another day. Like, bro, this is just basic shit, right? I mean, he made a request. He made a specific request. Why would I put any energy into trying to resist that? See, that's a me problem. And yeah, I get into resistance in various ways. Of course I do. But that's a me problem. That's not a flow state problem. If I choose to resist what he's saying in that way, that's a Benton problem, not a flow state problem. And G doesn't see it that way. Why? Because he probably cannot. He's probably psychologically incapable of being in the wrong, as many folks are. But I am able to be in the wrong. I am able to say, well, okay, I see what you're saying here, Flow State. I'm going to respect it, and perhaps I'll return. Meanwhile, that's probably the first time I've ever been to his live stream. I may never come back. See, that's part of it is if I can bring something to the table, you know, now maybe he, you know, and I'm adding something to his broadcast potentially. Well, he's also running the risk of me never coming back. Well, that's just part of life, right? That's him presumably standing on what he knows to be right and true, regardless of how it turns out, regardless of what's in it for him, see? I mean, that is to be a man in some way, right? That's what that is. It's just saying, hey, man, this is how it is. And okay, once somebody tells me how it is, I can pretty much deal with it. And the way I deal with it might be to fuck off and never return. But, you know, he seems pretty smart. I think he can figure that out, right? So I'm either going to work within what's been presented to me, or I could be some unenlightened bozo like G and then just continuously resist what I've been told. Or he could go make his own channel and go live at 3:58 a.m. and talk to 36 live viewers, right? Or can he? Well, until he demonstrates the ability, I'm going to assume he can't, because I couldn't until I could, right? That was true for me. I was not able to do this right up until I was able to. You know, and I don't even want to talk about potential. Who cares? What's potential got to do with it? It's a scientific term as far as I know. Potential. Huh? Everybody has, well, I mean, I don't even want to get into the concept of potential. What's potential got to do with it? Nothing. What's the person bringing forward, right? What what is the result? What is being birthed anew in each moment, right? That's more interesting to me than potential. You mean something that's not being brought forward through the creative force in this moment? Well, who cares about that? Who fucking cares? And I'm even worse, man. In a way, I heard that bullshit my whole life as a young person. I had so much potential. Really, what it meant was that the people around me, I have certain abilities that I was born with that I can do effortlessly, and people fetishize those abilities and they got jealous of them. So their interpretation was that I wasn't. See, what they're doing is they're projecting themselves onto me, and they're assuming if they were born with my abilities that they would maximize those abilities, but they don't realize that in their mind, they're also including the things that they are good at. It's like, no, if they were born with my potential, they would also be born with lacking certain things that they now possess. It's a fantasy. And it allowed it to cause me a lot of problems as a young person, because intuitively I knew this was wrong, but I didn't have the intellect or the words to figure out why. So eventually I finally pulled my head on my ass and I said, because they said, you have so much potential. And I finally realized, that's right. You means me, means it's my potential, means it has nothing to do with you. And I just started telling people that every time they said, you have so much potential, I said, you're right. And it's my potential. It's got nothing to do with you. You're not involved unless I'm doing a specific thing and you agree to assist me. It has nothing to do with them. Again, everybody necessarily being the center of their own universe, right? Projecting some fantasy onto me because I have certain rare abilities. Well, guess what comes along with the rare abilities is stuff that's super easy and obvious and basic to a lot of folks is very fucking difficult, if not impossible for me, right? So what is this? But if I'm dumb enough to, and it really is a way that people, that was used against me to get me to hold myself back in a way as a young person. Well, once I figured it out, I'm certainly not foolish enough to continue down that path. I would just straight up, and because my personality is as a direct communicator, I just said, yes, exactly. My potential has got nothing to do with you. So how about you fuck off? I don't want to talk. When did I invite you into a conversation about my potential? I don't remember doing that. And see, these are the boundaries, by the way. Most folks just aren't comfortable just clearly stating and enforcing a boundary. Well, that's a you problem. And I don't mean you, the listener. That's a them problem. That I don't suffer because they can't set a boundary and enforce it. I'm not involved in that. But I got no problem putting a hand up and saying, yeah, you're right. My potential. What the fuck's it got to do with you? Nothing. Now, if we team up and work together, that's a different animal. But up until there's some sort of collaboration, how about you leave me alone? I mean, what even is this at a certain level? And so the fact is, I was born with certain rare talent, but it came with some struggles and strife that the vast majority of the population will never experience. So it's like in a video game, when the character has a rating, all their attributes every character's attributes can more or less total out the same, right? But it's like, I've got certain, like in a video game, maybe the character has like each ability is a meter that can be filled up. Well, you have certain meters that are maxed out, but I got certain other ones that are just damn near zero. But almost everybody's at least 50% in those. Well, I'm 0 and they're 50% in some of these things. But then I've got some specific traits that are just maxed the fuck out from day one. Well, I can't do anything about that. I didn't, what did I have to do with that? Now, maybe I chose this specific incarnation and circumstances and makeup, whatever, that's fine. But, not being able to prove that, what am I left with? What am I to do? Yeah, I can't help the fact that I can, in my entire way through school, I could read the chapter in the textbook in 2 minutes and memorize it. And now I can make hundreds on all the quizzes and tests. Meanwhile, I went to public school in Arkansas. It's not like it was hard anyway. So, but people fetishize those abilities. It's like, well, it's just something I can do. It doesn't seem very special to me. But yeah, it's a shortcut in a way. But then to have those characteristics necessarily comes along with some drawbacks, aka things other people can effortlessly do that I can't. So then, am I stubborn enough and willful enough to spend great, vast amounts of time working my ass off to become halfway competent in these areas I was naturally lacking? And this is autism, by the way. In my view, this is to diagnose a young person with autism is to say, there, it's okay that you haven't developed in these ways. And now we're going to put you into a system to where nobody's ever going to expect you to grow and develop these abilities. Or thank God nobody around me could even spell autism, even if they'd been aware of the concept. So I was left with no other choice but to figure it the fuck out. And meanwhile, that was the best thing for me because, yeah, it was difficult and arduous, and it still is. But I'm going to come here and not develop as a person? Well, that's autism. Most of those folks don't develop as humans because the system is catching them young and it's hobbling them, right? I was more or less forced to develop social skills that perhaps would not have developed otherwise, because I'm certainly, as much as I played outside with my friends, right? There's still, that's just a certain level of social skill, I'm talking about going into the workforce, learning how to interview for a job, all of these various skills. Well, I was viewed as more or less normal. So of course I went and did all those things. But if somebody had said, well, you have this thing and, we expect nothing from you, so feel free to go to your room and play with your computer and, read a bunch of books. Yeah, I still would have played outside with my friends, of course, but, my adult life, my early adult life probably would have been some version of that. Just give me a check and warehouse me somewhere, and I'll go for a walk and maybe have a couple of friends, right? But this is not good for the people, man. This is not good for the individuals. It's bad. It's unhealthy. Oh, but see, and that's love. See, what's not love is having pity and sympathy for these individuals, and then just telling them there, it's okay if we keep you inside all day and you never develop in certain areas. That can never be love, because we want to spare them the pain and humiliation of life. I don't know. Is that a thing that can even happen? Can we spare other people the pain and humiliation of life because we've characterized them? There's a collection of normal behaviors that have been grouped together and called autism, because everything they call autism is normal. I don't know if y'all know that. It's just when you put those characteristics together, they don't exist in much of the population, although that is changing, right? That's increasing, certainly. Oh, is somebody in the private chat? Oh, no sound. That's from earlier, huh? I'm assuming that was from much earlier. And by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, more often than not, I just don't read the private chat. I've gotten to where I'm doing it more than I used to, but even if I read it, I might go 2 hours and not even notice that there's comments in the back chat or the private chat. I don't know. Maybe I should just screen share the private chat and turn it into the public chat, because it is helpful, because it worked. The main function I think the private chat serves is, especially when the live chat's going so fast, the private chat is just right there on the screen, versus if something gets posted in the live chat, it can get lost in the other posts pretty easily. And I've adopted a mindset, just privacy is not really a thing anymore as far as I'm concerned, because I'm actually a pretty private person myself. And look, y'all will never truly know me. That's the thing. You just won't. Aspects of me, you'll never truly know me. Few people have, And I think a lot of us are that way, right? It's not just me, I talk about myself a lot out of necessity. Of course I do. How could I not? That's where, I'm going to speak to my experience. And almost everything I tell you folks is things I've experienced. It's not just theoretical, or it's not theoretical. It's from my experience, things I've put into my brain, and then I've also experienced. Experiential. And people want to just dismiss the experiential. It's like, I'm like, yeah, no, this experience, the experiential is direct evidence, but it's only direct evidence to me. I can't present to you my experience and say, here's some evidence. It doesn't work that way. But I can definitely speak to my experience, and then the person can either choose to believe me or not. Oh, what's that? There's a word for that. What's that called? Oh, that's called them having discernment. But when persons lack discernment, are they going to put their energy? Thank you, EBT. I like that. And I like what you had to say. I was critical of some of what you were saying over in Flow State, but I also appreciated much of your commentary as well. But yeah. But is the person going to put energy into developing discernment where none exists, or are they going to put their energy into trying to settle my hash? Well, surprise, surprise. They seem to find it more expedient to try to settle my hash. Meanwhile, I've realized, well, that's not going to translate to effectiveness in the real world. So I generally don't involve myself with that. And I'll be back shortly. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the hotspot and get on the computer, if y'all don't mind. What's happening? We're back, I think. I think we're back. Hello, hello. Yeah, I guess we are. I'm also in agreement, although there are elements of that, right? I think that is a thing on a certain level, but clearly not overall. Drop the link, but I will say this: if just one person comes up, it's not the right person, whatever that means. I'm not bringing them up. Pretty much any two people can come up.
Well, and folks may not be surprised to learn that I've had several of these watermelons. They're all the same, same batch. They're supposed to be seedless, but the people say, well, they might still have seeds. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the ones with the least amount of seeds have the least flavor, and the ones with the most seeds have the most flavor. Yeah, it's all right, Bobby. We'll get there. I'm still on break, but I'm almost back, sir. So please bear with me. Doing the best I'm able to. This is 100 out of 100 for effort. Oh fuck! I just eat them. Fuck it. They don't stay. They're coming out. They're coming out one way or another. Yeah, I just eat them. Fuck it. Spit them out if I can. So this is an interesting headline. It says Republican rebels block Pentagon funding bill in gut punch to Kevin McCarthy. And what's relevant there is, see, they can't have a headline where the Democrats block the Pentagon bill, right? It's going to be especially because they're in power. No, it's actually the Republicans seemingly going the other way to do something that would, because typically they would be seen as the party that is for the military, right, or for military spending. Meanwhile, if we can remember when Obama was elected, and I'm in a red state, all these bozos were beside themselves because they assumed that, with a Democrat president, military spending will be cut. I said, man, they are not going to cut military spending. And in fact, it's probably going to go up. And that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, let me ask you this. If I say welfare reform, what party is that associated with? Right. And I'll answer my own question. Well, that would be associated with Democrats. I'm sorry, Republicans. We just assume if a party is in favor of welfare reform, that has to be the Republicans. Meanwhile, which president enacted welfare reform at the federal level? Oh, that's right, Democrat Bill Clinton. So then we think of which party would be in favor of granting so-called illegal aliens amnesty, meaning just basically forgive them for entering the country illegally and give them a path to citizenship. Well, that sounds like something the Democrats would do. Oh no, George W. Bush as president attempted just that. See how the system, it uses these various aspects, so that such that if for whatever reason a Pentagon spending bill is going to be blocked with the Democrats in power, they're going to make sure to do that via the opposition party. Meanwhile, as we know, it's all a dog and pony show. And if Trump is your president, you can go ahead and see your way out, because if you don't understand that Trump is the swamp and Biden is the swamp, and Republicans and Democrats have never done anything to help the masses of people, and that all of the problems are created by Republicans and Democrats working together to screw the people, I got no time for you, and this ain't the place for you. I'll assume you're being, and I'm not trying to foist something upon you. I'm just saying I have no interest in spending my time with people dumb enough to believe in Trump. Because if you haven't figured out that Trump is the swamp, I ain't got there's nothing I can do to help you at this time. So I would say maybe pull your head out of your ass and realize that the political system is against the people, and that includes Trump. So we'll see you next time, sir. Maybe do better and then come back. Maybe get on our level and then return. But this ain't good enough. This ain't good enough. Oh, sorry for eating. I am an FJB guy. I don't know if you know this, but I'm also a fuck Trump guy. So yeah, by all means, let's go, Brandon, and by all means, fuck Trump in his fucking ear, and fuck him in his other ear. That piece of garbage. So if Trump's your president, I guess Operation Warp Speed is your kind of government program, right? Hey, if Trump's your president, then Operation Warp Speed, that's the type of government program you like to see, right? So just next time you say Trump, my president, go ahead and add, and I love Operation Warp Speed. Yeah, Trump shut the country down, lest we forget. So everybody whining and crying about all the small business that went out of business during the fake pandemic. Trump did that. Trump is anti mom and pop. Trump is anti small business. Trump is pro big business. Trash. Trash. I'm almost done. Be right back. Hey, if Trump's your president, there's your president. There's your president. If Trump's your president, Operation Warp Speed, right up the ass of the American people. Bill Gates love juice in people's arms. Fantastic. Trump, out of his own mouth, said, he said people who've gotten their injection are not getting sick and not going to the hospital. He said that out of his own mouth. And I'll say this, just like, excuse me, just like most of us don't want to be around people who are jabbed, I don't want to be around people who believe in Trump. I mean, I just don't. And they say, oh, you're for Biden. Are you not listening to me? I just said Republicans and Democrats work together to screw the people. What are you talking about? Of course I'm not for Biden. Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm not an idiot. I have never and will never vote for Republicans and Democrats. Those are the ones who made all the problems. Why would I vote for failure? Yeah, let me go vote for guaranteed failure. Okay, split the guaranteed failure into two factions, and then let me pick one half of the guaranteed failure to vote for. Are you out of your mind? I can think of few things more illogical than that. That makes no sense. So if Republicans and Democrats together represent guaranteed failure, so now you're telling me that I must vote because I point out this half of the guaranteed failure, that must mean that I support the other half of the guaranteed failure? How about I just don't support failure? Is that possible? It's not a horse race, man. If a person votes, it's not like a horse race where you vote and then it prints out a betting slip, and then if your horse wins, you get to go turn in your betting slip for a prize. That's not how voting works, morons. And I don't mean this audience. I mean anybody dumb enough to believe in that thing on the screen there. Are you kidding me? Sorry for eating. You know, Robert Escobar might annoy me at times, but at least he's not dumb enough to vote for Republicans and Democrats. He gets made fun of for supporting the Green Party. Meanwhile, we got closeted Trump fans. Really? Accomplice? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Complicit. Oh, yeah, they're complicit. Complicit. Yeah, they are complicit. Indeed. Operation Warp Speed. And man, at a certain point, see, I've just stopped caring about this stuff. At a certain point, I spent my time and I went and I gathered all these audio clips of Trump saying all sorts of disturbing things about the jab and all of these things, right? And he's made some very disturbing statements out of his own mouth. Remember what he said? He said, I like to take the guns first and then do the process later. Did we not remember that? I like to take the guns first and then do the process later. I'm done. Yeah, no, I'm done, but thank you. No, I'm here because I want to be Heidi, but thank you. I appreciate your thank you for your concern. Yeah, we're back. I'm back. Trump. Oh, you mean a professional actor who was on wrestling? Yeah, I do got to get out of the habit of apologizing. I am a people pleaser, believe it or not. I do have some people pleasing aspects of my personality, and I'm seeing that I've gone a little too far back into that. So thank you for the reminder to stop apologizing. Yeah, the politics of double speakers. That's right. Well, the Democrats are evil and running around proud of their, they're proud of their sexual deviance. Oh, would you prefer that they hid their sexual deviance like the Republicans do? Because to be woke or true knowledge is to understand that the Republican Party is the moral equivalent of the Democrats. Yes. And I'll tell you this, Tom Cotton is the most obviously gay man I've ever seen in my life. I can spot, if you can't spot him as a homo, I don't know what to tell you. That's an obviously gay man, Tom Cotton, senator from Arkansas. I mean, off the fucking charts, obvious. But these people, because he espouses traditional family values and he pretends to be married to a woman and have a family, I'm assuming. Meanwhile, did you know that to this day that the president still has to pretend to be a Christian? I mean, think about that. Think about that. Now maybe this we know this, whoever this Hindu guy is not going to get elected, but the point I'm making is these people still have to pretend to be church-going Christians. I mean, it's just insane. It's a secular society. It's just bizarre. That's right, the calm before the storm. Oh, and Rachel, I made a song about that, but at the risk of getting a copy, I'll just play it. I made this song, and I will deal with a copyright claim at various, but just check this out. And I was very intoxicated when I made this, so the edits are not that good. Like I could have done a lot better job, but yeah, I want y'all to check this out, please. I think this is important. All right. Subscriptions. And see, some folks would say if somebody comes in here and says that they love Trump or whatever, that I should be patient with them and sort of try to influence them. No, I got no time for that. If this is too late in the game for them to be believing in Trump. And I would like to think the fact that some folks will just tell them to their face, hey man, this is some fucking bullshit. We're not having it. And we also don't like Brandon either. Get the fuck out of here. Maybe that will help them come to a realization. Because we hate Republicans and Democrats equally, or at least I do. I'm not going to speak for the crowd here, because the crowd can very quickly become a mob, and I'm not interested in that. Anyway. Yeah, here you go. Here we go. Let's play this. And this is my video, but the music is copyrighted. So hang on, let me find this. Oh, it's a video. Never mind. I forget that I have actual videos on the channel. This is one of my first videos on the channel, but it's no longer public because I had to private all this stuff to get monetized or whatever. I don't even know how it works, but anyway, let's check this out. What do we got? 128 views on Benton's video here. And there's no video, it's just a song. So anyway, that's just a still image. All right, let's play it. A Benton original.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed, China virus vaccine will be approved very, very quickly.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony.
China virus vaccine.
In his cap and called in macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Grab them by the pussy. Because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in this city.
Father and I went down to camp along with
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
We saw the men and boys as they
China virus vaccine.
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Grab them by the pussy.
Go to vaccine-only admission. Vaccine only. A vaccine-only establishment.
There was Captain Washington upon a slapping stallion.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
I guess there were a million. Yankee
China
Doodle,
virus
keep it
vaccine.
up. Yankee Doodle dandy.
As a result of
Mind the
Operation
music
Warp
and
Speed.
the step, and with the girls be handy.
Grab them by the pussy. You gotta get vaccinated. It's time.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Yankee Doodle went went to town riding
China
on a
virus
pony,
vaccine.
stuck a feather in his cap and called it
As a result of Operation Warp Speed,
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
China
Yankee
virus
Doodle
vaccine.
dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
I'm going to play it one more time since I've hit the copyright, and I'm going to get a copyright claim or whatever it is on the video. So we're going to play it again.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed, China virus vaccine will be approved very, very quickly.
Yankee
we hope.
Doodle went to town riding on a pony.
China
Stuck a
virus
feather
vaccine.
in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep
As a
it
result of
up,
Operation
Yankee
Warp
Doodle
Speed.
dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
Well, and if I hadn't run that person off earlier, so you're saying this is your president. So who could hear this and say, this is my president? Well, anybody that can hear this and say, that's my president, I don't want to be anywhere near that person.
Because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in this city.
Father and I went down to camp along with Captain
As a result of
Cook,
Operation Warp
and there
Speed,
we saw the men and boys as they
China
kissed tasty
virus vaccine.
pudding. Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
As a result of
Yankee
Operation
Doodle
Warp
dandy.
Speed,
Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
Go to vaccine only admission. Vaccine only. A vaccine only establishment.
There was Captain Washington upon a slapping stallion.
As a result of
Giving
Operation
orders to
Warp
his
Speed,
men, I guess there were a million. Yankee
China
Doodle, keep
virus
it
vaccine.
up. Yankee Doodle dandy.
As a result of
Mind the
Operation
music
Warp
and the
Speed,
step, and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy. You gotta get vaccinated. It's time.
as a result of Operation Warp Speed,
Yankee Doodle went to town riding
China
on a
virus
pony,
vaccine.
stuck a feather in his cap and called it
as a result of
macaroni.
Operation Warp Speed,
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
China
Yankee
virus
Doodle
vaccine.
dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
Well, and since we've hit the copyright, we might as well do this one too. This is another Benton original, although I didn't make the music. I just put all this together. So there's our boy JL, and if you know, you know. But let's go. It's very true. Music holds a secret. You're absolutely right.
I think what happened was I wasn't breathing while I was talking. And then when I yelled, I almost had a heart attack. Hold on. Awkward. Elvis is the beast out of the sea. Do you understand?
Elvis is the goat. Elvis is going to shoot through the space needle,
Got
and you're going
the
to see
sun
him
in the
hover
name, man.
above the
Got
waters
the man
of
in the
Seattle.
name. Don't you understand?
Because you know the 33 is their number. To all the pigeon peckers, if you have an addiction to the butt or the wiener, call 1-800-NO-BUTTS. Okay? And like I said, if you're addicted to the wiener, then press 1. And if you're addicted to the butthole, then press 2. Okay? Because they want you to sip on the pee-pee, Mississippi. It's got the sip in it. His name is James Holzhauer, but I call him Jam His Hole every hour. Because that's how he got the gig. She's got the sun in her name, man. It's hard to tell, but the ball that he's dribbling is a Wilson. It's got the sun in the name, man. The name is
balls.
Amber Anderson. It's got the sun in the name, man. Look at this creature, will you? Some woman. And his initials, PP, is a wiener reference. You understand? And his last name is Feeling, because they want you to feel the PP. It's got the PP in the headline. Do you understand? Again with the PP, man. Do you understand what I'm trying to show you here? So for the people who know my videos, you know that they love the CC and the PP, right? Okay. But right now we're focusing on the PP. Pablo Picasso is the PP. You understand? It's Elvis, okay? And Trump and Obama, of course, play a part in this monstrous charade.
Oh, I'm 100%. There's no way I'm wrong. Absolutely not. About the scenario, I might be wrong, but there's no way in hell Trump is leaving. Whatever Trump has up his sleeve, they are going to go berserk.
End of video.
I think that was the first thing I ever did on YouTube, I believe. I'm exactly sure. On my own channel anyway. But yeah, that was Jurassic Liars 26, for those who may not be aware. But yeah, we are certainly risking the shutdown of the stream. And I want to point this out. You know, if all that, when all the pandemic nonsense comes back, you know, obviously this channel won't be here. So, you know, I would implore folks to figure out how to remain in touch, you know, just generally, because I'm not, you know, the way I talk is me trying to control myself. You know, and I have a high level of IDGAF. Like you know, I'm happy to have a channel. I enjoy what I'm doing. But if this thing disappears tomorrow, I'll figure out something else to do. Like, I don't have to be here doing this. And that's not a threat. It's, you know, I'm going to be clear about my, you know, my views. And one of the reasons I'm here in the Ready Player Benton metaverse is that I don't want to go work a job where I'm going to be around jabbed up people all day. I don't want to be around the general public all day. Now, truck driving was a little bit of a different animal because most of the time I was spending, you know, by myself in the big rig. However, I'm going to facilities to pick up and deliver loads where the folks are jabbed. When I go into the truck stop, most of those people are jabbed. When I go to, you know, whoever I worked for at the trucking company, most of those folks are jabbed. All right. So, of course, it's Ready Player Benton. Why wouldn't it be? You know, yeah, why not? Yeah, just shut the whole thing down. Well, it's like when my dad was, you know, my dad called me, and he brought up this October 4th, you know, the push notification to the phones. I said, yeah, and if you were going to write, you know, if you're going to write the date on a piece of paper, you know, in numbers, he said, how? I said, how would you write it? He said 10-4. And then he said, good. And then he figured it out. He said, good buddy. I said, exactly. 10-4, good buddy. You know, and I'm not one of these, they have to tell you guys, but it's right there. 10-4, 10-4, good buddy. That can never be a coincidence, right? So what else do I need to know about this thing? Okay, well, it's obviously fucked in some way. And when I read these articles, news articles, and there's CC and 33 codes all over everything, right? You know, what else do I need to know? I mean, it's laughable. It's laughable. Anyway, what do you folks want to get into? I'm open to whatever. I mean, I certainly didn't do all of my, you know, meal prep and eat a bunch of watermelon on stream just to shut down now. So, did Z I guess Z's got a live scheduled, I suppose. Let's see. Let's go check in on Mr. Z. Yep. All right. We got the notification is on. Well, man, see, that's, oh, fuck. See, this is where I may seem like I'm intelligent, but why didn't I just wait until he went live to take my break? That's the why. Why did I do that? It never even occurred. I even said something about it earlier. I think I even referenced that I could do that and then just failed to do it, bizarrely. Maybe we'll go to some, maybe I'll play some of the, well, now that we've violated the copyright, what else should we do? Is there something else we could watch? Which directions should the broadcast go? Maybe we could watch, let's see, what else do we have here? What else is privated? I don't see anything worth watching in my channel right now. Somebody gave me the link to this Matt Drudge interview recently that I've played on here before. And part of the way my computer's set up, I don't think I can actually just play a Brave browser won't play the audio if I try to play a video file. I think that's how it works anyway. Although maybe not. Let me see. Hang on. I've got all kind of stuff on my hard drive we can check out. So anyway, Z's live in about 10 minutes, and as y'all know, Z typically has a musical interlude. So let me go ahead and facilitate that process whereby folks might want to. This is the disaster, Bobby. And Bobby, I know you were programmed to view reality some type of way. No, this is mass disaster. Anybody who, and I'm not criticizing you, Bobby, but anybody who sees what's going on outside their window, this is mass disaster. Yeah. No, this is that. No, this is it. See, part of the propaganda, Bobby, is your mind has been programmed to, you've been predictively programmed to expect a breakdown of society. And your brain has been programmed to view that as the movie Mad Max, right? A Mad Max zombie apocalypse. That shit's not going to happen. This is the Mad Max zombie apocalypse. So 13 Baltimore area high schools not turning out a single student that can pass a standardized math test. That is a zombie apocalypse, Bobby. This is the collapse. The banks went out of business in 08, 09. That was 15 fucking years ago, sir. And I'm not mad at you, Bobby, but this is the collapse. It's just we've been predictively programmed to think it's going to be, it's already lawlessness. It's already martial law. The people already don't have rights. The people have already had their substance eaten out by the predatory system. No, this is it, man. But here's what humans do is we adapt to the current situation, and then we assume that to be normal. Meanwhile, situation normal all fucked up. Shout out to Snafu. I hope he's okay, although he's probably not. Right. But the reality, Bobby, here's how I figured out there's not going to be a Mad Max is because I'm looking forward to the Mad Max. And I bought an insane amount of guns and ammo during the, especially once the Floyd riots came online. And at a certain point, I had 20,000 rounds just of 9mm. Of course, that's all gone now. I sold that a while back. And I just bought 9mm figuring, okay, well, once the zombie apocalypse Mad Max scenario happens, I can just trade this for whatever I need. See, a barter system. But eventually I realized, I'm actually fantasizing about being able to strap up and be an actual war chief or some version of a warlord, although probably I'd be the warlord's right-hand man, realistically, and get to mob around and live LARP, get to mob around and just, LARP like a fucking warlord or whatever. See, part of me as a man, that appeals to me, but the shit's not going to happen, man. This is that. It just looks different, right? This is that. It just looks different. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for the update. Snafu doing well, apparently, or okay at least. Had another surgery. Wow. Bummer. And not mad at you, Bobby. Certainly not mad at you. And although I'm not trying to steal Z's audience, so I know I do have a particular whimsical charm at times, but my preference is the folks who normally watch Z to watch Z. But then again, I believe in freedom. So if a person freely chooses to be here, well, obviously that's their choice. But I would prefer whoever's filing over there to file over there. I'm not sure what Rob's laughing at, but maybe I'm funny. I don't know. Good to see you, Rob, by the way. And just in case people don't know, I'm up to like $211, I think, for the next YouTube payout. I got my first one, so thank you for everybody that donated super chats and super stickers. I do have a Venmo and a Cash App now, and that's in the description of this video. It's $ Benton303, or it's at Benton303, because the 303 is my grandfather's famous football record, sports ball record. And he was number 33 in college, and surprise, surprise, his famous record in the NFL was 303. And yeah, indeed, sir. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. My problem is I can never be a comedian, Rob, because I don't know. I have no way of predicting if what I'm about to do is going to be funny or not. I'm just me, and like sometimes people laugh hysterically. So I, don't know exactly what, what I have no way to know what that's going to be, because I'm just being serious. And a lot of times I'm like, no, I'm serious. I didn't know it was going to be a joke. Yes. Thank you, Bobby. But yes, Anyway, of course, I'm assuming whatever music Z played yesterday is copyrighted. So, although, wait a minute, we can still play it, because we've already run afoul of copyright today, right? Because I might end up having to private this thing just to play that one video. I'm still not sure how it works, but I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, well, thank you. What's up? Yeah, thank you. What's up? I might go over there and chop it up with Z, but he does his monologue usually when he starts, which that makes sense. That is the talk show format. You got the opening monologue. Oh, is one of my phones vibrating? 3 fucking phones over here. Hey, Rob Cleveland, thank you, sir, for your generous donation. And I see what you're doing there. Rob's hit me with the 11, the 22, and the 33 all together. Although, the numbers are in there. I'm not saying those are the amounts of the donations. I'm saying, because they're not, but those numbers are included in the donations. So I see you working, Rob, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, just real quick, because I mentioned my mom was apparently her budget is not because of course she budgeted based on having access to Medicaid based on a fake pandemic. So now the government has taken away what she's been granted. And this is what I was talking to my father about, which has fucked her budget up. So as a result, whatever my YouTube payment is next month I'm going to go to the post office and mail my mother a money order. But I'm keeping this month's, which I got yesterday. I got plans for that. Most likely going to get the hotspot data turned back on. Although that's going to be a whole thing, right? Anytime I have to call another person on the phone and try to get a thing done, that's already fraught with peril, right? Yeah, I haven't had much problem with that, because remember, they do have us in the, as much as they do push us out to some extent, like that random person who came in talking about Trump, that's probably just somebody who stumbled in. But, generally speaking, they know they've got us herded into this ghetto, right? So, we've been herded and segregated and shunted, which is a wonderful word. We've been shunted into this, this one area of the internet. But anyway, I think I am going to go ahead and eat my first meal. Although if I eat it too close to the watermelon, that can be a problem. Indeed, sir. Shunted. Maybe I can screen share and show folks how to go to Cafe Astrology and get their birth chart for free. Maybe we'll do that real quick. But off the screen. If the people that know, they know. So whoever wants to go over there will go over there. Whoever wants to stay here will stay here. Love that. So yeah, this is cafeastrology.com. I'm going to drop that link. All right. So what we do is we want to navigate to I have to remember where this is. Yes, free reports and calculations, hopefully. Yes, this is what you want here. Free natal chart report. This is what you want. Oh yeah, this is great. There's also other ones that are really good, but this is probably the first place to go for somebody who's never had, their own natal chart, right? Birth chart. So let's go to, where am I at? So what you'll do is this it? They've changed. Have they changed it? Yeah, they've changed it a little bit. It looks a little bit different, but I don't know. Am I willing to dox my information? That's the question. The problem is if I fill all this out, so I'm just going to have to make some shit up, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I can get close to my let's do my grandfather, actually. Although I don't know what time he was born. Let's see. Wikipedia. Change this picture. This didn't. Who changed this? That's from, I think, a football card back in the day. Interesting. It's funny how these things change over time. All right, September 25th, Carthage, Arkansas. That's what we're going to use. All right. Let's see if I can remember that. 9/25/16. 9. Wait a minute. 9/25/16. 1916. Let me zoom in a little bit here. And I don't know the exact birth. I don't know what time he was born, so we got to check the it's better if you can get your birth time. I know mine. I'm not going to say it, although it probably doesn't matter. And we're just going to do Pine Bluff. It can't be. Carthage doesn't exist anymore, or if it ever did at all. But yeah, we're going to do this. And the place of birth matters because where the person was apparently makes a difference. So you'll see we immediately get this the actual chart, right? And then if you scroll down, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I'm on the right deal here. And then if you scroll down, I think they're going to have a list somewhere. Or am I on the wrong thing already? See, there's like an actual, just it lists it in text form. Ah, see, this is what I wanted, the free report section. See, this is where it gets tricky. I'm actually not, I knew that I was in the wrong place too. I said, oh, I thought they'd changed this, but they haven't. This is what we want. See, and I actually mentioned this earlier. I said it's kind of tricky to get to. So I've sent you folks to the wrong place. So my apologies. This is where you want to go, is this link. That's where you want to go. View tab. Tricky, huh? Tricky. Tricky. Now I have to create a new chart because I went to the wrong place. So let's actually, okay. I think this is the final answer. So my apologies. So you see how it can be hard for folks to find these things. This is just go straight to this last link. I promise. I said final answer, but anyway. Aha, Benton 303, Benton 33, as it may be. Either way. What did I say? September 20 something. What was it? 25th. 1916. Unknown time, place of birth. There it is. Bam. Select it from the drop-down box. Oh, man, it's not going to do it, is it? Okay. Yeah, it did it. Okay. This is what we want. I finally, this is where I've spent all that time trying to get to this thing, right? So I'd say starting out, this is what you're going to want here, is this, where it says planets, positions, ascendants, and houses. This is what we want. Sun, moon. So it's got all of the placements here. This is where the person should start, although it doesn't have the ascendant. That's the thing. So if I go over here to this other one, see, we're still going to have to get that somewhere else. So where was I? That was over here, right? Yes. So back to the wheel. If I can remember which icon represents the ascendant. I'm sure the chat can help me out. Or is it not on here? Anybody? Also known as the rising sign. And then we have all our aspects. And then so underneath these placements, you also have all the aspects. So Sun, sextile, Saturn, all of these. So basically what could happen is somebody could just Google all of these various things and just read what it says. I'm still having a hard time believing it's not going to tell me what the ascendant was. Oh, probably birth time unknown. It doesn't know the ascendant. That's what it is. So if you don't know what time you were born, it's probably not going to tell you what your rising sign is, I'm assuming. And I'm not an expert. I'm just somebody who's checks this shit out. It's there. Where is it? Or is it? Is it just guessing? Which symbol is it? Or can you just tell me which one it is from this? What's my grandpappy's potential ascendant? Although without knowing his time of birth, it's hard to know. I've forgotten how to read this and determine that. If anybody wants to help me out. Or was it on the other page and I missed it? That's also possible. Oh, I don't know what I'm looking for is my problem. I think I can do this though. Let's see. Yeah, open image and new tab. Aha. Where there's a will, there's a way. Hypothetical time, noon. Oh, I got you. I don't know. Anyway, we'll move forward without that, I suppose. Yeah, tricking me out of position. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, now you folks know where to go. I think that's the upshot of all this. Oh, wait a minute. This says something about, the Roman numerals. Okay, yeah, I should know this. The Roman numerals refer to the houses where the ascendant is also the first house and the midheaven is the 10th house. So first house. So, for example, if the sign Taurus is next to Mars, your Mars is in Taurus. Okay, so we need to house 1. House 1 is interesting. I think they have a list of the houses, though, don't they? That's probably why somebody said it's there. Oh, yeah, because if I go down, it should say house 1 and whatever, right? I don't know. See, I think I know some shit. House 1. Oh, man. And apparently they've got it. You can print out a PDF, I guess. Let's see what that looks like. Download your PDF. Let's do that. And a lot of this is just, kind of figuring out like what's possible, right? All right, share this tab instead. So this is the PDF I downloaded. Second to last on the chart. Yeah, this is where I'm a little bit retarded. Yeah, I just go to the one that says ascendant or rising sign. I don't try to read the wheel. I've never really tried to interpret the wheel for myself. I just kind of get the analysis and read about it. You don't have a computer. It'll work on your phone, but email me what's up if you would, and I will email you back a PDF. How about that? Is that a deal? Or how about I do a screen share, but I might forget if you at least just email me and remember me. So I just took a screenshot of your comment. So it likes to know the minute too, if possible, unless you just happen to be born at the top of the hour. Right. Let's see. Yeah. Now, can I get rid of this sidebar? Oh, yes. Lovely. And then can we full screen? I guess not. And then you can add it. Look at this. You can see you can actually do compatibility for lovers, right? Which is pretty cool. Your stars today. Then you got the planet's influence on your natal chart for the next 14 days. I should probably go look at some of this. It's been a while since I checked it out. Oh, see, this is what I suspected. If the birth time is unknown, we cannot know the ascendant or house positions. That's why I couldn't find them. I'm like, where are the houses? So with an unknown birth time, it ignores the houses. So that's important to know, right? Well, I mean, you all have a computer, by the way. It's not possible to be on here without a computer. But remember, for some reason, if the phone is shrunk down and fits in your pocket, we decide you see what I did there? If the computer is shrunk down and fits in your pocket, now it's a phone. But yeah, you do have a computer, but I know what you mean when you said that. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. Well, it might be easier, in fact, Capricorn, that's possible. But I think for the beginner, this can be a good place to start. Or maybe it's just this is the first one I found, right? So we'll probably check. I know I've been to Astro Matrix also, so maybe we'll check that one out next. Yeah, Sun in Libra, Moon in Virgo. Interesting. Mercury in Libra. Venus in Leo. Mars in Scorpio. Jupiter in Taurus. Saturn in Cancer. I think I have Saturn in Cancer, but I can't remember. I think I do. Have to go look again. I think so. Pluto and Lilith in Cancer, North Node in Capricorn. Equally masculine 5, feminine 5. Huh. So we'll do Astro Matrix next because the chat's telling me that. And then you get an analysis too. It tells you what it all means. So it says the sun represents vitality, a sense of individuality, and outward shining creative energy. And I know I'm scrolling through pretty fast. And then it's got a analysis of the various aspects, sextile, sun sextile Neptune, right? And I do want to point out for folks, your local library will most likely let you use their computer and just print this out, right? But let's see. I knew my blood type at one point, but yeah, we figured out Capricorn. We don't know, since we don't know the time of birth, and I'm just not going to use mine as an example. I know my time of birth, but I don't know, for some reason I don't want to reveal my date of birth and what time I was born. Although ultimately it's not going to fucking matter, right? Yeah, Astro Matrix. We'll go there. All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, we're going there. Doing that now. Astro Matrix. Hey, I never checked to see if my it's org. I think it's org, I believe. Yeah, I typed in com, but yeah, you said org. I'm the one making a mistake. Yeah, astromatrix.org. I haven't been to this in a long time, actually. Now that I think about it, so I don't even know how to navigate this thing. But I guess you go to astrology reports, birth chart report. I'm guessing. So yeah, maybe start here. I don't know. What did we say? September 25th? Was it 25th? Yeah, 25th. 1916. All right. Let's just do noon, because then at least it'll fill in the boxes, right? So let's just do that. Oh, come on. Interesting. Yeah, actually, I know I've been here before, but I guess I just never used it, or they've changed the way it looks. It's been a while. Oh, it has ascendant Sag because I put in the time, right? Let's go back. See, how did I get to this? Well, I think part of the problem is I just don't know how to use this site. But anyway, that's there for whoever wants to check it out. Yeah. The Cafe Astrology hasn't changed much over time. That's probably how I ended up using it. Yeah, got it. Yeah, I mean, and I'm willing to help you out, what's up, but that'd probably be the best thing, actually. Not that I'm super busy, but I am a bit absent-minded. I'm willing, but we may not be able to pull that off necessarily. All right, hang on. Let me put the mic back down where I don't have to hold it. And then I'm going to go over to something else I'll show you interesting. Once you know all your placements and everything, once you go over to, I think it's Astro Theme. I'll show you guys this site. Yeah, bye, Val. That's great. Astro Theme. Is it .com or .org? I can't remember. Google it. Yeah, here we go. This is Astro Theme, which I like because they have a database of famous people. And for some reason, most folks aren't into famous people, but I mean, it is like a lot of personalities that I've observed, in certain ways over time. So anyway, I'll do the screen share here. Yeah, this is astrotheme.com. their database of famous folks, and then you can they also give you a birth chart, and you can actually like compare and contrast with certain famous folks. And I know I have an account on here, but fuck it, let's just do it. Hang on, give me a second. Password. What's my password? Okay, good. We're in. We're in. We're in. So I'm already in here. So I'm going to my birth profiles. There's my personal information, unfortunately, right? Oh, well, I guess I'm fucked now, right? Right. And then see examples of charts having the same aspects. So you can actually see like which famous people, you know, you actually search the celebrity database. I know most folks aren't into this, but, you know, like it or not, we're dealing with, you know, I've observed these people's, and I like this one the best probably overall, because I like this interact. You can hover over, see it says midheaven in Gemini, because I don't have all these, like I don't have all this memorized to remember what symbol it is, right? Mars and Taurus. See, I said that earlier. Yep. Jupiter and Aries. So I can click on this and it tells me all about it. Jupiter represents expansion and power, benevolence, large vision, and generosity. Its element is air. It is hot and moist. It rules Saturn and Pisces, along with Neptune, is in exaltation with Cancer, and is in analogy with the hips and endocrinal system. Interesting. So endocrine would also be like hormones, right? It represents governors, magistrates, professors. Okay. Religious men. The age of Jupiter goes from 50 to 55 or even 70 years old. Characterology, emotive, active, primary type. It is an extrovert, choleric. Actually, the humid version of Mars, inclined to action like him. And then there's a whole page on Jupiter, apparently. So here we go. You know, Benton loves talking about Benton, right? The planet Jupiter, we already covered all that. Jupiter is associated with the functions of synthesis, enthusiasm, and optimism. Interesting. In your natal chart, his house position is more important than his sign position. Okay. So they're saying probably go read about the house first. So with Jupiter in the 8th house, you are endowed with great faculties of abnegation, one of my favorite words, abnegation, adaptation, and insertion into social life. So this is mine, but you folks can do your own, right? It's always more interesting when it has to do with you, right? Or if it's not, I would say that might be a bad sign. Yeah, go for it. And you already know all this. Divine Spirit knows all this and more. So yeah, this is going to be redundant to many of you, especially the ladies. You know, the ladies, it's going to be redundant. Maybe ladies, we can get some of the men interested in this, but yeah. And I would prefer folks go check out Z. I don't really want to have 40 people over here and then, you know, because the reality is if I'm not live, most of the folks are going to be over there, you know. I mean, just call it what it is. Excuse me. Oh, man, sorry to hear that. What's Up said he had some good books on all this and his chart. He lost it all when his house burned down. Goodness gracious. In 2020, 4 days before his birthday. Huh. Yeah. And well, unfortunately, What's Up, a lot of this can be done online for almost free. Now, I did pay money when I was homeless. So, you know, it was a big deal. I paid something like $20 to have an analysis, you know, because you can only go so far with the free stuff, right? And eventually, if you want to take it deeper, you're looking at spending some money. That's interesting, Gary Baxter. Sun, Mercury, and Mars. And see, this is probably part of the reason we get along, Gary, is I've always gotten along with people that have a lot of Scorpio, especially males, although women too, but there can be more of a clash. But then you see that you and I clash at times, but it's not that bad overall, right? So Yeah, I've had some. Well, in fact, I had one really good friend that's Scorpio. I think he's double, Scorpio sun and rising, I think, but who knows? Who cares? Okay. Whenever the situation demands it. Oh, I never shared the screen. I've just been reading from something I thought y'all could see. My bad. Let's go back up. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Live streamer fail. So this is, again, the astro theme. And once you get to this wheel, you can actually hover. You can move your mouse over each one of the various deals here. And see how that changes up there. It says midheaven Gemini. So then I can click on that and it expands this drop down. And I can read all about. So I didn't know any of this stuff. So this is how I learned, what little bit I know, right? And I really like this also because it does this interpretation of the 24th degree, 24th Gemini symbolic degree. And then they have whatever this Yondu's version is. It says, surrounded by his favorite books, a middle-aged man reads and ponders at his desk. Well, I mean, if that doesn't sound like me, right? That's me to a T. Withdrawn, studious, and generous character endowed with exceptional, well, I'm all right, with fair to middling intellectual capacities and vivid imagination. I don't know about the vivid imagination. I guess in a way, I don't know. One is attracted to spirituality and research and pays little attention to worldly riches. Interesting. Sounds like me also. Success can be achieved in ancient and modern science. So if you like to hear things, about yourself based on astrology, I could not recommend it more. And some folks are just like, well, this is a bunch of nonsense. That's fine. I'm not here to change anybody's mind, right? Good question. Well, if you're talking about the Bible's coded with astrology. Like the Bible's literally encoded with astrology, among other things. Oh, well, I know you can, Gary. I know you can. The problem is if we're in the physical and we were the same age, you might just punch me in the face. So I'd probably have to watch my tone around Gary, because if one thing I know about a male, and actually when I talk about my friend Henry Hopper, who maybe passed away, he's also a male Scorpio. And what I know about him is he will punch a motherfucker in the face, but he doesn't seem like the type that's good at fighting, but he will whoop a person's ass if he needs to. That's for sure. Not that applies to you, Gary, but I suspect it probably does. It says here, and this is also me, by the way, you do only what you feel like doing, which is absolutely true. And what is fun, well, to some extent. And you will repeat this behavior throughout your life. Absolutely. You are brimming with ideas, projects, and contacts, and you often have several irons in the fire. Yeah, certainly. It says the following professions are most suitable: journalist, reporter, writer, poet, interpreter, lecturer, speaker, storyteller, marketing and sales clerk, travel agent, stockbroker, trader, solicitor, which is a lawyer, professor, flight attendant, humorist, aerialist, was that a pilot? Juggler, acrobat, photographer, computer expert, been that at one time, model, actor, dancer, or caricaturist. Caricaturist. It says the 10th house, still called the midheaven, is the highest point amidst the houses at the top of the chart in the south, relates to destiny in general and career and not daily work as meant by the 6th house. The midheaven represents our achievements and goals in the social sphere, our social position in society, and becomes more and more important as we get older. It is in analogy with Capricorn and Saturn. The 10th house is the most important angular house along with the ascendant. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Well, and by the way, Rachel, I can't ever tell what somebody's sun sign is, but if I'm around a male Leo, at some point they'll do something and I'll go, bam, that's a Leo, and I'm never wrong. In fact, I figured out that Stanley Kubrick, the filmmaker, was a Leo because I was listening to some of his actors talk about him, and they said that because he had, I don't know if y'all know anything about Kubrick, but he had this like larger than life personality in a way. He was so top of his field when he was alive that, it could be intimidating to work with him, and actors wanted to work with him. Right. So, and he was very like demanding and would just very direct communicator and expected a lot out of people, which is probably why he was such a great filmmaker, among other things. So they said, these actors said when they were making, I think it was Apocalypse Now, wait a minute, not Apocalypse Now. Full Metal Jacket, my bad. When they were making Full Metal Jacket, that they called all the actors together. Kubrick had a meeting with the actors, and they thought he was just going to tell them how to do it. And he said, hey, I want to get y'all's ideas. He said, I want to find out if y'all have any ideas for how to make this movie. And they were just all kind of confused, like, what the fuck? And I said, that's a Leo, because he wants their opinion because he's putting his name on the film and he wants to make the best film possible. And if somebody can give him an idea to make his film better, he's not concerned with looking like he's, consulting people lesser than him. So as soon as I heard them say that, I said, oh, he's a Leo. I went and looked it up. Of course, Sun in Leo. I said, yep, there it is. Makes total sense to me. So if I'm around a male Leo long enough, they'll do something. I'll be like, Leo, and I'm never wrong. Thanks, man. Yep, appreciate that. Well, he might have some of the same Virgo traits too, right? Although it's interesting, there's hardly any dominant Leo athletes, and I'm not a dominant athlete, obviously, but there's very few actually. And then the ones that are usually have some sort of issue, like Wilt Chamberlain or Alex Rodriguez. They're known for certain unbecoming behaviors in a way. Magic Johnson's probably the rare Leo that's actually not some version of a problem with respect to being a sports figure, right? Yep, the disciples are the 12 aspects of 12 house in Christ. Yeah, exactly. The entire Bible, the Bible's coded in astrology, among other things. So, what are we even talking about? But I'm going to eat real quick, if that's all right, folks. If the audience is open to more astrology talk, we can do it. But I think I've kind of already shown I'm certainly no expert. So some of the ladies in the audience would probably actually be better to maybe I can get one of them up here one of these days and let them take the lead on some sort of astrology conversation. And then even maybe somebody from the audience who has never had their chart read, maybe, I'm open to all that sort of stuff. In fact, I've been wanting to do things along that vein for quite some time and just never really done it fully. Because I know some portion of the audience is just most likely going to check out, which is fine. But, anyway. But yeah, I'll be back shortly. Yeah, I'm sure she is. Yeah. Good at taking the lead, too, certainly. Which is a trait I admire in people. I don't necessarily want to be the one setting the tone all the time, just because I can and will. It's like I'm not the type of fellow that needs to be in charge either, right? Well, that's and I wouldn't want to do anything to change that, right? That's as it should be, right? As it should be. I'm not competitive on that in that way, certainly. And I'm, I feel like I do okay getting my attention. I don't know that I need to steal anybody else's, right? But I'll be back shortly, guys. Let me eat something real quick, and feel free to go check out Z. In fact, let's do this. I think I had a banner about this. Yeah, there we go. I like that one. I'll be back. Well, pardon me. And for those who may be left, this is my famous grandfather. Of course, nobody would know who he is now, right? But, excuse me. So when I talked about his famous record had the 33 code, you know, the 10 catches for 303 yards, which was the record for like 40 years. But then 5 years later, some guy named Cloyce Box went for 302 and like almost broke the record, but fell 1 yard short. But it says here, in spite of, and this is in college, in spite of his sophomore year statistics not being included, he finished his career with 83 receptions. Well, there's an 11, right? Of course, with numerology, we just, you know, I guess I would further reduce to a 2, right? But we just, 11. So we just stop there. But so, I get it. And then for 1,303 yards, well, there's that 3 again. And if I just focus on the 303, I got a 33 and I can multiply by 1. Well, it's still a 33. So, I mean, there's a lot of leeway with the numerology. And 12 touchdowns, another 3. Meanwhile, his college number was 33. Like, what even is this, right? So what level of psyop are we even talking here? And, you know, I don't know. I've never figured this out. I didn't know to ask him when he was still alive. Like, what even is this, right? Just bizarre. Completely bizarre. And Arkansas is historically not known for being a passing team anyway. And just my grandfather shows up and they start throwing the ball all over the place. Like, it doesn't make sense, man. Psyops. Anyway, I'm going to get off of that. But it's kind of fascinating. Oh, don't have any brothers or sisters? Only kid, huh? I'm the firstborn, thank God. Because Lord knows if my sister was older than me, I'd have been in big trouble. I could barely deal with her psychological warfare as it was. I needed that 3-year head start. We get along fine now, but my cousin was like my brother, and we were the same age. We would butt heads every now and again, but sorted out. There you go. We can work it out. We can work it out. We can work it out. It's not screen sharing. Thank you, man. Sorry. He told me it's not screen sharing, and I just sat here like a bozo. Yeah. Just sat here like a bozo, not screen sharing. But yeah, if anybody wants to check out their astrology, I mean, the reality is I have almost an unlimited ability to just sit here and talk about myself. But like, I recognize that it's bizarre. So I'm trying to, well, not bizarre. It's just after a while, it's like, okay, Benton, we get it. You're talking about yourself again. Like, okay, we got it. We got it, man. Do you really need to keep doing that thing that you like to do? It's like, no, I don't have to. I could just go on my own time and fucking jack myself off with how great I think I am, right? I don't need you folks for that. Meanwhile, if you were the type of folks to, I mean, look, some genuine compliments are great. I am powered by compliments, but also not interested in sycophantry, if that's a word. And that's one of the things I admired about Drew when I first met him, is he will not tolerate sycophants. Not that I was trying to be that, but I was certainly a big fan of his content. He just more or less was like allergic to compliments, right? And I would say for people who haven't looked into their chart, here's what I would look at first. So let's go ahead and I'll do this thing where I'll steer folks in the right direction. So is this on the screen? Okay, it is. Good. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Okay, where are we at? And then like this pattern, and this is all the various aspects. See, to me, that just looks like an interesting pattern. I don't know what, right? But it just looks like, okay, that looks good, you know, in a way. Maybe it's not. I don't know how to, like, an actual astrologer could just look at this and probably just tell you off the top of his head, just from or her head rather, tell you all of these things. So this is what I would do, because since most of us know our sun sign, I would go straight for the ascendant, and then the moon too, potentially. But me personally, I think the ascendant is the place to start. So mine is ascendant in Virgo. So it says here, the first house or ascendant represents one's behavior in the eyes of others. So my interpretation is Leo would be more to do with my, you know, internal space. And then the ascendant is more of how my behavior is perceived and also one's health, interestingly. It corresponds to the way the individual acts in the world. So this is where we get my serious manner, right? Even though Leo might be more associated with playful and fun. It is the image of the personality seen by others and the person's visible behavior expressed outwardly. So for me, what detail-oriented and serious much of the time. The first house is an analogy with Aries and Mars, then the sun. It is an angular house, the most important one. We already heard that. So that's where I would start, folks. There you go. Well, Leos can give you a run for your money and stubbornness, obviously. Yeah. Yep. And the motto for Leo is I will, right? So these are people typically, if they set their mind to something, good luck stopping them. I will. You'll hear me say that sometimes. I will go live and be interesting on command. Yeah, that's, well, yeah, again, astrology, not the end all be all. What's up says I've read you can get some attributes from your parents. Yeah, and then the environment also, right? And then, so some of these things will seem negative, but if I've actually worked on myself and transcended those negatives, then I can just tell myself, rightly or wrongly, well, okay, that sounds negative, but I can choose to believe, rightly or wrongly, that I've overcome that, right? Like that is a thing. But let me see if you guys think this is, but see, this, to me, this is me, right? Because it says it gives you the positive as well as the negative. It says with this ascendant, you come across as cerebral, clear-sighted, focused on details and numbers, analytic, serious, competent, reasonable, modest, tidy, organized, which I am. I'm not a messy person, but I'm happy to let the environment get messy. But at a certain point, I'm cleaning it up and putting everything back where it goes. Organized, spruce, industrious, provident, honest. But then there's nobody here. If somebody's coming over, I'm cleaning the fucking place up first, right? I'm the only one here, although not really because I'm on a live stream. So maybe I could remind myself of that. Industrious, provident, honest, loyal, reserved, shy. Believe it or not, yeah, I mean, may not seem that way. Remember, occult, this is where environment comes in and upbringing. I was brainwashed to go out and be very extroverted. So left to my own devices, this might have been more in the fore. Honest, loyal. And then remember, this is in a vacuum. We're only talking about one aspect of the chart. So then obviously other aspects and other, and I don't mean literal aspects, but other, functions of the chart will also color a lot of this, if that makes sense. Again, remember, I'm very much not an expert in this. This is just stuff I've pieced together over time. And part of me going live and just as a reminder to Bex, I think she went to sleep, but part of this live streaming is just a willingness to potentially appear foolish. Because sometimes I start talking about astrology and we see, oh, well, wait a minute, maybe he doesn't know as much as he thinks he does. Like he's presented himself as if he knows something. Well, yeah, I know something. I don't know all of it. I come across as a know-it-all, right? That's how I come across. That doesn't mean I'm in fact a know-it-all. It just means that I'm perceived that way much of the time, which is annoying. I mean, I understand. Helpful, yes. Willing to progress, yes. Talkative, yes. Logical, yes. Hardworking, yes. Tactful, well. Now we get into maybe check out the rest of the chart. Patient, well, situationally, I've certainly developed patience. Precise, yeah, I would say so. Concrete, yes. Spiritual, sure. Now here's where we get into the things we might not want to see about ourselves. So this is like when I'm under pressure. When I'm under pressure or stress, that's going to express as narrow-minded, calculating, irritating, petty, hung up, anxious, cold, repressed, and sarcastic. And I would encourage anybody to check this out. And remember, this is, let's see, this is astrotheme.com. I love these interpretations of the symbolic degree. I love this one, man. See, this gets, just reading this about myself. Like if I was ever down in the dumps, I could probably read this and be like, yeah, man, what are you doing feeling sorry for yourself? So it says 2 crossed swords surmounted by a crown are laying on the ground before a crossbow man who throws a stone with a sling. The Yondu's version, I guess is how you say that. Authoritarian, which is, I don't like authoritarian, but Okay. Authoritarian, clever, and aggressive character. Although maybe this is, I do tend to speak with authority, right? Conquests are achieved through forceful means and also thanks to one's intellectual qualities. So probably when I become very forceful on a panel, maybe this has something to do with it. One has numerous and mighty enemies. Oops. The more victorious one is, and I've known this has definitely been true in my life, maybe not so much metaversally, but in real life, absolutely. The more victorious one is, the more hatred one arouses. It's like, well, that doesn't sound good. Well, if I'm a war chief, I'm not worried about the enemy hating me, right? The rise to power and fame goes hand in hand with loss of happiness. Interesting. Not sure I like that. The rise to this degree is influenced by two fixed stars. The former portends fights, oppression, and violent death, while the latter endows with mental strength and physical strength, noble ideas and benevolence, and promises wealth and honors. Well, where are my wealth and honors, by the way? The delineation of the natal chart tells which fixed star prevails. And I knew that at one time. I looked this up and I don't even remember at this point. It seemed very important when I was researching it. Now I've just completely forgotten. Yeah, man, check it out. Yep. So that'd be a good place to start. And I've probably that's probably plenty of information for folks to start with. And definitely check out your moon, especially for the fellas. The moon's going to be important. I mean, it's important for everybody, but I'd want to go to the moon next. You think I know these symbols? I'm like, what? Which one looks like a moon, bozo? Oh, it's that one. Yeah, you went to it to start with. Silly rabbit. Hang on, let's get this off of the screen. Silly rabbit. The moon represents instinctive reaction, unconscious predestination, everyday mood, sensitivity, emotions, the feminine side of the personality, fellas. The feminine side of the personality. Oh, yeah, you have a feminine side, whether you want to have one or not. It ain't up to you. Intuition, imagination. For a man, she represents his mother and later his wife and his relationship with women in general. And by the way, for a man, with respect to women, moon in Libra can work out quite well, but there's other signs also, right? For a woman, the moon is almost as important as the sun and the ascendant. Right. Interesting. Her element is water. She is cold and moist. She rules Cancer, is in exaltation in Taurus, an analogy with the stomach, which, the pancreas may as well be the stomach in a way. She symbolizes the mother, wife, the crowd. The moon is associated with birth and childhood. Tradition also matches her with the end of life and Saturn. After Saturn, the old age, it is thus customary to go back to one's place of birth to die. That's interesting. And as I think more and more about my hometown, isn't that interesting? The end of life meets the very beginning. Now, I'm sure some of this it's not to be interpreted literally, but it certainly would have a literal thing. In temperament, lymphatic, like the lymph system, your spleen, and then your lymph nodes, right? The lymph. Characterology, emotive, non-active, and primary type, or non-emotive, non-active, and primary. Either or, huh? Oh, this is interesting. The first thing it says is that I loathe violence. Meanwhile, I've described myself as a pacifist, and I will defend myself, but if that's the first thing it says, I loathe violence. Well, okay, yeah, I think I do. Seems like I do, right? But Gary with the Pisces moon. Interesting. We might go read about that. Yeah, if people know their placements, we don't have to just read about me. We can certainly go check out somebody else. Your nature is sociable and you are keen to maintain harmony in your environment. You are sensitive to the spirit of the times. And how many times have I said that it seems like I'm like 6 months ahead of things in a way to prevailing trends and currents. 100%, because you pick up on the moods. To pick up the moods of the people who surround you, you can be diplomatic, as you can be, yeah, As you adopt the characteristics of your environment, you may become vulnerable. Your surrounding models may influence your tastes and your habits. You readily espouse your entourage's standards and aesthetic concepts. Well, see, that's going to be but that's going to be situational. That's not going to be across the board. You can take advantage of your strong sensitivity in order to express yourself through a beyond the home activity that requires fineness. See, I don't even know what they mean by that. Aesthetical sense and good taste. Interesting. I'm not moon dominant, so we'll skip that. Well, let's skip something that I am dominant in, actually. Well, wait a minute. We'll finish up on the moon here. Oh, here. Yeah. Well, see, this. How many times have I called myself Mr. Magoo on here? Listen to this. See this. Sometimes it's telling me things about myself that are true that I'd really rather not know. I love this, dude. This shit is hilarious. Interpretation of the 29th degree, 29 Libra symbolic degree. In a clearing, a man lying on a heap of clothes. Well, this already sounds like homelessness. Notices neither the sparrow hawk gliding above him, again, Mr. Magoo, nor the wolf and the snake ready to attack. Reckless, lazy, and carefree character. Sounds like a young Benton in some ways. Devoid of discernment, absolutely a young Benton. But I still have the capacity, or I've developed it, right? One is unable to properly analyze a situation. Absolutely the unevolved version of me. That was me to a T. And one feels insecurity even though danger is lurking. Oh, this still happens to this day. Yeah, and see, this can actually get interpreted as fearlessness when in fact I'm just Mr. Magooing my way through the situation, right? This is hilarious, man. So yeah, I encourage anybody to go check theirs out because it's, again, there's a limit to how interesting I can be talking about myself, you know, when realistically you folks, I would implore you folks, if you're interested, to go check out your own chart, right? And if somebody wants to, you know, we can read somebody else's, right? But I need to have them up here so they can say, yeah, that sounds right, or no, I'm not sure about that, or whatever. Friends are driven by their self-interest and give bad advices. Now, who says don't give me advice, right? Ha ha! Which bring about misfortunes of all kinds, physical, financial, or affective. It's interesting. Love that. See, it's not only the good shit, right, that's interesting. Sometimes it's the bad shit. All right, where's my Mercury? There, or my, yeah, there we go. We'll do this one because it's a Mercury dominant. So this might be, we'll do one of with the dominant planet, and then we'll get out of here. And I skipped it. I forgot this. I skipped it on the ascendant. But, oh, no, they don't have it on the houses. Never mind. Okay, Mercury represents communication. Interesting. I'm here on a live stream, right? Logical and rational mind, intellectual skills. Earth is its element. It is cold and dry. And it rules Virgo and Gemini. And I do have the Gemini midheaven, lest we forget. And by the way, this is Mercury in Virgo in house 12. Which I believe house 12 would be considered like the completion, right? But I think so. It's just the last one, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm not an expert. Is in exaltation in Virgo and is in analogy with the arms, hands, nervous system. It represents tradesmen, lawyers, and messengers. The age of Mercury is from 8 to 10 years old, or to about 15. Blah, blah, blah. So it says right here, it describes your relations, your communication skills, and the way you relate to the external world. However, other astrological elements also influence these areas. So it's not the end all be all. So even as astrology is not the end all be all, none of these various aspects are either. The sign Mercury occupies is significant only if Mercury is part of your planetary dominance, which it is in my case. In your chart, Mercury is in Virgo. Communication is discreet and balanced. Well, I don't know about that. That's all. See, it's already not sounding right. It is important that you properly understand the limits of your knowledge and your contacts. I would agree with that. Assimilating information is fine, but for you, organizing them is better. Exactly. You're a perfectionist regarding the choice and quality of your relationships. Perhaps. I don't know. See, some of this I'm like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. And I'm looking to affirm rather than negate. So I'm always going to err on the side of, well, maybe. You're credited with an analytical and often critical mind. Well, 100%. Because every small detail may be meaningful as you face new situations. You're anxious to keep them under control, and you analyze persons and events with a magnifying glass. Bingo! Your observation abilities allow you to understand the ins and outs of any given problem. I would say so, which is back to when Bex and Mitchell were up here. And I'm like, look, we can continue this conversation, but it's apparent to me that we're not going to get anywhere without watching this video. So yeah, I'm happy to listen to this continue, but it's not going to amount to a hill of beans. But then again, that's probably true generally. Your observation abilities, which by the way, I developed them. They did not come naturally. Allow you to understand the ins and outs of any given problem. The only danger is that you may clutter your life with meaningless, trivial details. Now, this one is awesome, too. So, again, folks, this is me. So it'd be more interesting if we're reading about you, clearly. With Mercury in the 12th house, you're in search of the unknown. You display keen curiosity about strange topics. Absolutely, my whole life. The paranormal, as well as unusual people and worlds. Again, I've described myself as an anthropologist, right? Absolutely. Your intuition and your analytical mind form one whole piece. Yep. Now that I've developed an ability to use my analytical mind, and they perfectly blend into each other. You try to understand what is unexplainable and to feel what is impalpable, which boils down to squaring the circle. In such conditions, it is most likely that your mode of communication has its own specific rules. Your comportment, meaning my behavior, is pretty bizarre. I mean, it's right on the fucking money here. Yeah, it's right on the fucking money. Yeah, what do I talk about? My bizarre presentment. Yeah. And I have studied all this, but it's been years ago. It's not like I just had all this memorized necessarily. So this is, Mercury dominant. If Mercury is part of which it is, I'm a Mercurian, it would be known. In astrology, you're said to be a Mercurian. The tradition points out the importance of communication. From idle but enriching chatters to observation gift, such a dominant endows you with a wide range of expression. Human beings have 1,000 facets and 1,000 masks they wear according to circumstances and the fortunes of the game of life. You take the role of an observer who is avid for novelties, discoveries, and surprises. Everything catches your attention and becomes an opportunity for new encounters, relationships, and learning. The world amazes you, amuses you sometimes, and stimulates your curiosity, but then I'm also full doomer nowadays, but okay. Because the most important thing is to discover, and because you consider that each new situation is packed with potentialities, you try to fill the gaps in your knowledge. Absolutely. Although your open-mindedness may scatter your centers of interest, it also enables you to carefully avoid sticking to only one immutable and rigid view. I would say that's true. The slightest sign enables you to perceive the other side of the coin. Yeah, absolutely. Once I see that one thing and zero in on it, I'm like, yep, that's all I need to know, as well as the infinite complexity of people and of situations. On the human plane, you seek the dialogue and the information without which you know that you are not able to fully grasp the nature of the interlocutor, if I'm saying that right, of your interlocutor. I think I know what that means, but I think we have to look that up now. A person who takes part in a dialogue or conversation. Okay. This keen interest in the unknown sharpens your interrelational skills. All these qualities are traditionally associated with Mercury. This will be the last one, I promise. I think I've said that every time, but anyway, don't hold me to it, right? I'll finish up on this, and people are losing interest, which I already know when I talk about my birth chart, if people are going to lose interest. But the owners of the manor have put on their most beautiful attire to attend a party they offer to all the villagers. Sounds like almost like a panel, right? Or a live stream with a panel and a live chat. Sociable. So, if people make fun of me for greeting and interacting with the chat, and almost like a roll call was my nature. Sociable, pleasant, and orderly character. One is willing to adjust to all situations and always respects friends and visitors, regardless of their social origins. Absolutely. Absolutely. Somebody's background or what type of person they are, it's almost meaningless to me with respect to how I'm going to accept them or not accept them. One is fond of all sorts of entertainments and parties. One has numerous friends, and this was me in college, because one's warm and helpful nature is highly appreciated. Life unfolds in happiness with simplicity. If in the natal chart this degree is in conjunction with the ascendant and the sun, and if it, well, I don't know. It's see, I don't have an overwhelming desire for luxury. No, see, this isn't me. Overeating and over drinking bring about ill health. I've done both, and my health's ruined. Shocking. Anyway, we're off of that. I'm closing it all down. I'm shutting it down. Shut it down. But yeah, Rachel. And thanks for the 25 who stuck it out. Although think of like 11 is bots, though. So it's like 14 people I'm talking with. But yeah, and again, if we can get maybe Heidi, or I don't think she'll come up on panel, but maybe Jackie, somebody, get somebody up here that knows about astrology, or maybe whatever, man. I'm open to it. We can figure it out. But let's go to my YouTube now and see my feed. Maybe we can, since I'm probably not going to leave this one up, although I don't know, I prefer to leave them up rather than take them down. But I do have, there's Z. We'll see what Z's.
I like that it's called a stream, because you never know where it's going to go. You never know where it's going to take you. All right, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Break time.
We'll be back soon with more Z Show. Yeah.
All right. Z on break. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Fantastic
For a lot
farm
of
bill.
people.
And this, I like this channel. This guy's kind of a bozo, but whatever. It's probably a me problem. I'm old now, but Strange Show. Am I on the screen here? Yeah, let's zoom in. Let's promote this guy's channel. Since folks may remember that I was on the THCO for about a straight month. Is this the end of Delta 8 and THCA? Which that's the, if you're not in a legal weed state, but if you found that you can just go to the fucking tobacco store and buy weed, that's what that is. It's THCA. It's legal under. It's basically they left a loophole. Oh, I forgot to eat my kimchi with my meal. How silly of me. Hang on, let me put the kimchi in the fridge. How silly. Say whoops. Thanks, man. Yeah, and there's a limit to even how much I can talk about me, right? It's like even I'm like, really, you're still sitting here talking about yourself? Knock off, bozo. Yeah, I mean, that's where I would start if I was you folks. Strange Show channel. There we go. Let's see. Crank him up.
In a lot of places, this is going to change a lot of things. But first, a quick note for the YouTube police, because they hate my content. This video is for educational and informative purposes of community guidelines, so leave me alone, please. So state cannabis regulators urge Congress to change hemp and cannabinoid rules through the 2023 Farm Bill. And this is the one that's going to change everything having to do with Delta 8, THCA, THCO, THCA.
Not my THCO.
Cannabinoids that we've been used to getting. This is what's going to change all of that. This is the 2023 Farm Bill. We've been working off the 2018 Farm Bill, and now we're about to go to the 2023 Farm Bill, which is going to be very different. These state cannabis regulators are urging Congress to change the hemp and the cannabinoid rules. And if you're thinking, hold up, I thought this would be Congress or the government or the feds who are trying to change these rules because they realized maybe we made a mistake.
Well, by the way, could somebody pretty please with sugar on top stock up on some THCO for me? I mean, because I can't get it shipped to Arkansas legally at this point. And, I could have pulled my head out of my ass and stocked up, but I didn't. So anyway.
Can we legalize cannabis too broadly? And you're thinking, why would the specific states care? Well, think about if a state just opened a legal cannabis program and they're being real selective with the licenses. So maybe they got 2 dispensaries, quality of those dispensaries sort of sucks, and maybe it takes like a really long time to, wait in line and get your stuff. And then you've paid all this money for this weed that just sort of sucks. When you could have just bought some online, it would have been fire, and they would have just sent it to your door. So these lawmakers in specific states are also like, we don't like any of this. We don't like any of these things that are coming from CBD that we legalized in the 2018 Farm Bill, because now they're such popular products that they have the chance to interfere with our state markets. It says a group of state regulators is asking Congress to change the laws around hemp and cannabinoids through the forthcoming 2023 Farm Bill, seeking to adjust the federal definition of the crop and modify rules around hemp-derived cannabinoids. The changes are needed, says the Cannabis Regulators Association, or CANRA, who we spoke about on this stream a few times in the recent weeks, because the 2018 Farm Bill, which legalized hemp nationwide, quote, inadvertently resulted in a thriving market for intoxicating cannabinoid products that are included or claimed to be included within the definition of hemp. Ooh, throwing shade when they say are claimed to be included. They're insinuating you guys are breaking the law right now. The 2018 Farm Bill defined hemp as cannabis containing less than 0.3% THC, but so far, federal agencies have failed to establish a robust framework for how to regulate hemp-derived cannabinoids. So they're basically saying, look, 2018 Farm Bill f***ed up in some big ways. We need to change it. There's
Well, it
5
did.
main
I
things we
agree.
need
It
to change
did.
about this. Here's what they are. And they're pretty big changes. Number 1, add a definition for, quote, hemp-derived cannabinoid products. Number 2, define THC in terms of both THCA and delta-9 THC. So this right here is just clearly saying we have to call THC out by name in this.
Well, and for those who may not know, THCA is the precursor to THC in the body. So if a person ingests THCA, the body just turns it into delta-9 THC, as far as I can tell. And that's my understanding. Again, do your own research.
So we can write laws around it. Number 3 is clarify that 0.3% THC threshold applies only to the plant, and a federal regulator to set appropriate thresholds for intermediate or final hemp-derived cannabinoid products. So that means somebody from the government is going to say appropriate thresholds, meaning this is how much of weed you can have in these products for intermediate or final hemp-derived cannabinoid products. So they're going to say your cart can't have that much, basically. Number 4 is name a federal regulatory agency with a timeline for implementing regulations to protect consumer safety. This is a good one. We need consumer safety. If there's anything on this list I've seen so far that's good, it's number 4.
Well, and I think what's going to end up happening in the U.S. is that we, meaning the people, would have been better off if none of this had ever been legalized. That's just my opinion. Now, that is debatable because of, you know, how many people have been incarcerated. So I would say if somehow it was if we were able to have just decriminalization and discontinue locking people in prison for cannabis, then I think no regulation would probably have been the way to go, because the government is just going to make it, in the end of the day, once they're done with all this regulation, it's going to be far, far, far worse for the people, except maybe, you know, just now we're not putting people in prison for it as much.
Number 5 is ensure that states are not preempted from going beyond federal policies, which should set minimum standards to protect consumer safety and public health. Again,
well, Delta 8 sucks, by the way. What's up? If it's just straight D8, it's trash. Now, some of these are blends, right? So that's why I like the THCO, man. That shit goes hard. But the THCO I was vaping also had Delta 8. But then it's Delta 8 THCO. There's also Delta 9 THCO, right? But the Delta 9 THCO is very strong. So I'm pretty sure these vapes I was vaping had like 1% Delta 9 THCO, and then probably, I don't know, 20-something% Delta 8 THCO, and then, you know, probably 30-something% just straight Delta 8 THC, which is bullshit, because it has a lot of euphoria, but it doesn't last long, and it's not nearly as euphoric as Delta 9. Oh, I know, man. Yeah, you just got to do what you got to do sometimes. Yeah, I get it. I'm just for clarification, right?
And number 5 is a win. And I'm not saying that all of these are bad.
Fuck.
I'm just saying, like, for a lot of people in a lot of places, this is going to change a lot of things.
Yeah, I had a vape. The first time I vaped it, I vaped just straight D8, and it was okay, but I was like, man, I'm never going to do this again as far as straight D8. But for a person that doesn't know all these distinctions, and I don't mean you, I just mean a person. If the first thing they tried was straight D8, they're just going to be like, this is trash. I don't want nothing to do with this. But then, you know, there might be a blend of like HHC, fucking THCO, THCP, fucking all of these things, and it's fire, right?
If you've been relying on these products for like years, because they've been legal for years. But this Farm Bill, the 2023 Farm Bill, is going to have big changes. Everything that has been legal,
and I'm glad he's covering
this. Legal anymore? Probably. It says CANRA is.
I have no desire to go to all these sites and read all these articles. I'd rather just have somebody I know knows what they're talking about just tell me. And this dude's channel, he's very accurate, and he's the type, if he gives his opinion and then later on it looks like he's wrong, he'll come back and say, hey, yeah, you know I said this a month ago, but now I see it differently. And you know, it's not for me to go out here and research everything. Sometimes I just want somebody who I know knows just tell me the thing, right?
Also urging lawmakers to identify, authorize, and fund a federal regulator with a public background and help in consumer protection that would regulate cannabinoid products. And when we're getting federal regulators in on this to regulate cannabinoid products, I just don't feel like this is going to go in a good way. I don't know about you. I just feel like this isn't going to be great. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but with the new descheduling of cannabis, that might change everything anyway. So this might not even be that big of a deal. Who knows? This is a weird time. There's a lot going on with weed right now.
Yeah, I agree, because we don't even know what's going to happen. Are they going to leave it Schedule 1? It looks like the feds are announcing more or less that they're going to reschedule it, but they might deschedule it. Or though, is that what he means when he says deschedule? See, I'm not even sure what he means there. I probably need to read the comments. It's just we just can't expect the average person to be able to track all. It's just too many details and variables. And we just, on the heels of reading about my birth chart, I am a person who can keep up with all these details, and I'm even annoyed, right? Well, and then here's the thing is, yeah, all Illinois dispensaries sell is THCA. And before I knew, I'm looking at this comment. So before I knew anything about any of this stuff, the first time I went to Washington State, whatever they were selling, when I looked at the analysis of what I was buying, it said THCA. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm worried. Now I'm worried. I'm like, is this going to get me high? But then I'm thinking like, well, clearly, like, it is Washington State and they're not, Seattle, and they're not going to sell me some bullshit that doesn't get me high, right? But I remember just thinking, like, what the fuck is this? Because I had been to other legal states where it listed it as THC. I'm like, well, why does it say THCA? And now I understand the difference, right? Well, exactly. And that's where the prohibition comes in, because I have all these people telling me, oh, well, just the black market stuff's better. Yeah, if you have a connection. Meanwhile, I like being able to go into a dispensary because I can select specifically what I want. But yeah, back in the day, when we were smoking in Arkansas, smoking Mexican brickweed, well, yeah, I had connections. I knew all kind of people, so I could get good deals and everything. But when I worked at a convenience store, every once in a while, somebody would be new to the area, and just now they're trying to ask me where to get some, but it's so illegal, probably I'm just going to be like, I don't know, man. But I can tell you right now, if there's a guy working at a convenience store in your area, although not the chains, but just like a local one where all the locals go, probably that dude knows where to get weed, like probably. And I certainly did at the time. So some people know that. So every once in a while they're asking me, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, what do I get out of hooking this dude up and maybe getting in trouble, right? But it's an interesting dynamic, certainly. Certainly an interesting dynamic.
I don't know. Like, I'm asking. Like,
oh, is he back? Okay. Thought he went on break. A homeless man gets questioned by Razvan and issued no tickets. This is funny.
What are you talking about? I mean, this is essentially what the entire, all these fucking cucks that follow this motherfucker, this is literally what they say. This was literally what happened with fucking O'Shea, right? Fucking Savior fucking Paul stepped in. He fucking ran his spiel on the police, and this saved fucking O'Shea from getting arrested for this shit.
It was a miracle. If you can't see the hand of God in this, it's nuts.
Yeah. Well, and just imagine being cynical about this. I can't relate to this. And I'm doing my best not to go in on flow state or make it personal, because I will say this, whatever has existed in the past, which, of us, whatever that is I've personally disliked him for various reasons. Well, basically what I know of him metaversally, and then him going on Anton was a bad look in my view, but I've done plenty of things that I'm sure are a bad look. So the fact that something may or may not be a bad look is so what? But it's like, imagine being cynical about the Brian O'Shea fucking traffic stop here.
Yeah, it's literally fucking insane. The delusion is fucking unreal with you fucking people. I mean, it really blows. It was not great. It was great content. It was fucking talk shit on because it was fucking hilariously stupid.
It was great.
What was stupid about it?
Some fucking loser, some creeper in a fucking playground, parked outside in a fucking 1996 Ford Taurus owned by his mother with expired.
Well, by the way, this is what I was talking about on my live stream. And again, me and EBT are cool. I'm not against EBT, and I see where he's coming from here. And then I gave my counterpoint at the start of this broadcast, right? So, the fact that EBT is very strongly opinionated and I'm very strongly opinionated, well, I guess it's up to the person viewing it to decide, right? That's where the discernment comes in.
Especially stupid.
It was great content.
Some fucking loser, some creeper in a fucking playground, parked outside in a fucking 1996 Ford Taurus owned by his mother.
But I debunked the concept of the playground, right? And to me, that's just fear mongering, because increasingly kids aren't playing on playgrounds. And if they are, their mama's probably right there. And again, the dad's off serving the corporate system, right? The dad's a corporate slave, most likely.
Mother with expired plates Yeah.
You ever heard this before? This sounds like RT. Is
Well,
RT?
but it sounds good. I mean, this sounds good, but that doesn't make it right because it sounds good. I more or less destroyed all of his logic, but that doesn't make me right because I'm sure he could go in on my logic, right? It's just now we're never going to get anywhere. And EBT's got the big brain, so thank God he's guzzling alcohol potentially. Although I don't know, I can't speak to his state of mind. He might not be under the influence of anything here. I know it's a weeknight, so probably he's going to work tomorrow, so probably he's not drunk.
Oh, well, unfortunately, we talked about it the night before RT said that. He stole that shit from me. Unfortunately, nobody knew this one. You guys didn't even know that fucking Razvan was the cop. This is Holly weirdo actors out here. Razvan was the cop that came up to fucking O'Shea's window. Y'all don't even know this. You ain't even seen this.
I have not seen that.
Well, and then, yeah, it looks like Razvan, but EBT doesn't mean it's literally Razvan, right? He just means like, it's like that. There was that one video of the over in Ukraine and it looked just like Alex Jones. Yeah. Well, but that's it again, under freedom. See, here's the thing is, can we just face the reality that Americans no longer believe in freedom? Is that okay? Can we just, because I don't necessarily have a problem with EBT's viewpoint in this specific instance. I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily. Remember that word necessarily is there. So what happens when people play the telephone game and they repeat my statement, they omit the term necessarily. Well, necessarily is there for a reason. It means something. So I don't necessarily disagree with what EBT is saying. I disagree under a concept of freedom. But then I also extrapolated out and said, well, if y'all weren't living in some bitch ass, weak ass suburbs, because you bring that shit to if you would have brought that shit to my neighborhood growing up, a 15-year-old on a bicycle would probably roll up and be like, hey man, what is this? Like, what's going on here? Right. Like for real. And the 15-year-old might whoop Brian O'Shea's ass. Not that O'Shea was doing anything wrong, but you see what I'm saying? Like part of this is that y'all are from some weak ass neighborhoods. Okay. That's part of the problem. But so if I frame this in the, as under the auspices of freedom, right, then of course, if EBT, and I'm not saying EBT doesn't believe in freedom. I know he believes in freedom, but see how what's going on here. So I'm saying collectively, or can't, as a people or as a nation, can Americans please just face the reality that Americans do not want or desire freedom? Meanwhile, it's called freedom. Could we just stop calling it freedom? Could we stop assuming that we live in the freest nation on earth? No, it's less in your face, tyrannical at times in some ways. How could this possibly be the freest nation on earth? Meanwhile, I would assert that based on what I'm observing, the people no longer want freedom. They don't want O'Shea to be allowed to post up on a public street across the street from a playground. Meanwhile, if he rolls up to the playground, do you think he's sitting there waiting for kids to come along? Because the kids ain't coming along. The kids are either at school or they're at home on a screen somewhere, right? Now, if they go to, and Lord knows the young kids, the mama's damn sure not letting them go down there by themselves. Meanwhile, when I was 10 years old, I had a bicycle and I could go pretty much, the limit of how far I could go was how far could I physically ride my bicycle. And that's not an exaggeration, okay? Although certainly wasn't, keen to just pedal all the way into the fucking ghetto from my house, right? But surprise, surprise, that happened to be pretty close to the range of the bicycle. It's funny how these things work themselves out. I pretty much had a range on a bicycle of, all over the local environs. Okay. So in order to properly analyze the situation, we must necessarily take all of the factors into account, right? So to me, it's a nothing burger. But meanwhile, if you want, a cop is free to roll up on O'Shea and just start a conversation, right? Meanwhile, we've forgotten the layer where there's so much surveillance. O'Shea's got a phone. Therefore, the system is spying on him. So I would say the fear is, and I don't mean O'Shea specifically, but here's where the fear comes in, is that the system the system certainly knows who the predators are. How could it not? How could the system not know who the predators are? Because remember, when O'Shea rolls up to the local neighborhood across the street from the playground, the fucking surveillance state knows what he's been looking at on his phone. And we know that most of these urban areas and suburban have these stingray boxes that do they mimic a cell phone tower and hack the phone, right? So the reality is the powers that be know exactly who's in that neighborhood. They know exactly what they've been up to based on their computer and their phone history, right? And their criminal record and their past activities. So then how much of this, and I don't mean O'Shea specifically, I mean generally, how much of these, what he called a creeper in a 1996 Taurus, and by the way, I'm inclined to, I agree more with O'Shea, with EBT's view of this than I don't, because if it was my neighborhood and this situation presented itself, I would absolutely go and talk to the person. However, I would like to think I can tell the difference between some weirdo, creepy predator, right? If I'm in righteousness, if I'm standing in righteousness and it's a creeper, well, he's probably going to be nervous. He's going to be looking around. He's going to be wanting to leave. All of a sudden now he's like wanting to leave or whatever. But if he's just a bizarre person like O'Shea, again, remember under actual freedom, O'Shea's free to be as bizarre as he wants as long as he's not causing loss, injury, or harm. Okay. So if Brian is in righteousness, but he's also bizarre, I'll be able to tell. Again, we're back to discernment. And I'm strong enough, in spite of how I look now at 120 pounds, I actually absolutely have the force of character to just confront the situation, right? My wife doesn't necessarily have that. See, now we're back to the system being designed intentionally so that at least one of us, if not both of us, has to go off and serve corporations. Oh, but how many of these people who think like EBT, now here's where the hypocrisy comes in. And this, I don't mean EBT specifically, because I'm pretty sure that he, I don't know, I don't want to speak to his situation, but let's leave EBT out of it. So somebody who might think like EBT, but isn't as skilled or as talented, or maybe doesn't have as good a paying a job, right? Or maybe has recently lost his good paying job, or maybe AI replaced his good paying job, who the fuck knows, or automation. So now the wife is working, the father's working, if the people are even together. I mean, I'm just completely forgetting the possibility of a single mom situation, right? But so now the kid's going into daycare, which I'm pretty sure if anything ever happened to me, I'm pretty sure that's where it happened in my case, right? I don't know for a fact. But the point I'm making is, okay, we'll turn the kid over to complete fucking strangers, AKA daycare. But Brian O'Shea, with his bizarre presentment, who very well may be in righteousness, all it takes is somebody like me who's in touch with righteousness to just go talk to him. And what do they say? The wicked flee when none pursueth. If he's a predator, he's not going to be able to stand against my righteousness, and he's going to leave. And I'm not going to pursue, because now I've done my job. Meanwhile, if he's what he says he is, I'll just be like, all right, man. But now he knows. Now, if O'Shea's a potential criminal or predator, now he knows, wow, there's strong men here who ain't having it if I get froggy. And he'll further know, and they didn't call the cops on me. They're happy to have me here parked on the street. But if I start doing things like, oh, well, now O'Shea is going to change clothes in the car or something and expose himself, right? Now maybe he would risk changing clothes real quick without covering his windows. Well, now he's going to be thinking, well, okay, that is a playground. Because if Brian's 50 years old and he's never had kids, and on some level he's a grown adult baby, no offense, O'Shea, but you are that on some level. You're coming up out of it, but there's an element of that. It might not even occur to him that there's a fucking playground across the street. Right. But see, who is willing to engage and interface with all these concepts well enough to come to a complete whole picture? I would say almost nobody. Right. But I guarantee you, if O'Shea rolled up into my neighborhood and I had kids, if I'm knowing about it, I'm going to at least go have a conversation with him, but I'm not going to be a rude asshole and be like, well, man, because he's just going to say, well, I have a right to be here. Well, if I believe in freedom and I believe in our society, I'm going to say, yeah, man, of course you do. Of course you do. I'm just, I live here and I'm just wanted to, I won't even say that. I'll just start a conversation. And then as we lose these social skills, as people become more and more isolated, as people have more and more, mental issues, as people are medicated. And I'm not talking about O'Shea. I'm talking about the homeowners. I mean, just think of the mentality and the state of mind of the people who live in these houses, wherever this neighborhood may be. Like, what's their list of psych meds? What's their mental health diagnoses? See, we're actually projecting, just because it's a neighborhood and nice houses, bric-a-brac and a fucking playground with no kids on it. Now we're projecting onto the people who live there as if they've somehow, they've achieved this through their own merits and not by just serving corporations. And in order to serve the corporate slavery, they found it necessary to go to the fucking mental health system and get pretty much everybody. If a person's on antidepressants or they're on fucking psych meds, that's a diagnosis. So what percentage of the population is literally mentally ill, which leads me to believe, why wouldn't I expect people to behave this way? Why? But then is the behavior and attitudes of the mentally ill people who live in the neighborhood, that's somehow seen as just, this is the way it is, this is expected and normal. But because Brian O'Shea's presentment and his the way he chooses to live his life is somewhat outside the norm, so let's focus on that. Meanwhile, we're back to the crabs in a bucket. See, I mean, what even is this? But thank you. What's up? Much appreciated.
You guys don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, we're light years ahead of y'all, motherfuckers. All right, this is what you guys don't.
Well, and that's true. The CBO crew is light years ahead of various other factions, and I was, while maybe not a full-fledged member, I certainly moved in those circles, and I still do at a time. Drew, EBT comes over here. Drew was here. TBE's in and out. Kim is here. So RT's here. In a way, I'm still a member of that. I'm just not there in the Discord physically anymore, because Discord's bad for my mental health, by the way, because in order to avoid taking myself to the mental health system, I've taken charge of my own mental health. Right. So I'm not on the Discord because it's right there in the name, Discord. Just Google Discord definition. That's all you need to know. Well, why would I subject myself to that? Well, I have, and it weren't too good for my mental health. See. So what are we even talking about at the end of the day? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why I highlighted all those comments. But yeah, the fact is CBO crew is way, way ahead of the rest of the so-called truth community in some ways. They're behind in other ways, certainly, as we see. There is an arrested development in some aspects, but they are way up. They're way ahead at being able to analyze a video. See, a video, because I'm speaking about an event. And I'm extrapolating off of that event, and I'm actually generalizing off of it. I'm speaking to the specific event, but I'm also abstracting and generalizing and extrapolating off of that to make a larger point. So I think where EBT comes in is that just the fact that this is a somewhat popular video on the internet and that it was live streamed, that's sus. And that's never not going to be sus to certain people. Now, because I'm a fan of Paul Enslave's channel doesn't mean that the optics aren't suspicious. And I mean metaversally. But it's like, what are you saying, Benton? I'm not saying anything other than some people, myself included, will view that suspiciously in a way. I have a layer of my brain that I probably learned from CBO crew where, and especially once he's like, hey, that looks like Razvan. And that reminds me, oh, that's right. Just because this was live streamed to Paul's channel doesn't mean that this is legitimate and non-manufactured. I have to, at least, if I'm going to be intellectually honest, I must account for the possibility that this thing could have been staged and managed to some extent. But then again, with all the surveillance and all of the screens and all the algorithms, I mean, what isn't staged and managed to some extent? So now we get into, the real versus the fake. And I'm not speaking to Paul Enslaved specifically. I'm speaking to, again, now we're back to the Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message, the medium is the mass age, the medium is the massage, that these dynamics are built into the platforms themselves and the very internet, which is why I always bring it back to the basic fundamental level vis-a-vis, you can't ever call me a secretary in the chat, or you can, but hey, I was here when you couldn't do nothing but be a secretary in the chat to some extent. All there was typing at people and reading what other people had typed. That's literally all the internet was at a certain point. And I was on there then. And yeah, you could type in a command. You certainly couldn't click a mouse and download a JPEG when I first got on the internet, unless you were running Linux potentially. But certainly on Windows, when I connected to my college, it was through a telnet window, a shell account on a Unix system, and it was all text commands. So if I wanted to download a JPEG to the local computer, I had to type in a command and then wait a long fucking time. And many of you have no concept of that. See, well, now look at what the internet has turned into. See, it's turned into something completely different. So EBT is accounting for this by recognizing these various dynamics that most folks are just not aware of, right? Well, of course. Yeah, of course. Of course. But meanwhile, you know, forget about O'Shea. Let's just say that this is somebody who might victimize a person. Well, then the system knows a potential victimizer is there because it's a surveillance state. It's a police state. So at that point, you know, if the system wants the creeper in the neighborhood, policy enforcement may not intervene. Well, and now I'm actually giving evidence that O'Shea may be that thing, right? Because it's like, well, why didn't they move him on? Because if they moved him on, if the system in some way wants to see these children preyed upon, and I believe that it does, well, then there you go. There's your answer. But I don't believe O'Shea's victimizing anybody. But to see these various dynamics, just what I'm talking about, look how quickly what I'm discussing becomes schizophrenic thinking. It turns into schizophrenic thinking very quickly, right? In this video, let's drop the link to this. This is Cult Member 11's channel. Let's go ahead and drop Cult Member 11's. Excuse me. And I'm going to do subscribe, by the way, if you're so inclined. I'm a subscriber. First thumbs up here, 5 views in 5 hours. And yeah, I do all caps a lot. I like all caps. I mean, just deal with it, I guess, or don't. As you will, right?
You're fucking disgusting, bro. How dare you? You're fucking disgusting, bro.
Yeah, I don't even want to mess with that. Ian, where the hell happened to Ian? Did he is he out living his life? What crazy looks like if Talcott was physically a female? Yeah, I can't watch this broad, but we'll watch it since it's only a minute long. Gee, I can't deal with it.
I will say.
Oh my God. See, it's that tone of voice. That's what G got triggered by. He said, why is Beck so much louder than everybody? Said, no, she's not. It's her tone of voice. There's something about that tone of voice that just cuts through everything, right?
When I went to his video yesterday, I'd never seen an episode of his, so I didn't know what to expect, and I was wide open. And his initial intro video is so toxic that's where he hit me with the energy. It was his energy that hit me, not my own toxicity. So that beginning part, I was like him. I was triggered. I was angered. I was mirroring his toxicity. So I
but how is he energy vamping if you're getting hit with his energy?
Let me finish. I cleared his entire energy from me, put up a spiritual boundary so he could not penetrate me. And I went in there as that triggering is his shit. That's not me.
You said he was siphoning and sucking off energy. And
this chick's insane.
You're saying he was projecting energy, and the energy he was projecting was what you had to block out.
As simple as souring milk.
Horrible energy.
Sour the milk, get him off the teats.
That's how he latches a cord.
Well, and see, that's what all I see there is, and that was sped up, obviously, is 1.75, but that's way unbalanced masculine energy, in my view. That's what that is. But I don't know that chick. I saw her for the first time earlier. I guess she was on Flow States. And I thumbs up pretty much everything, just so y'all know. Just about everything. Which is kind of like thumbsing up nothing, right? As far as the algorithm's concerned, probably. Pretty cool, though. I like this channel, so check it out if you would. At Higher Self 33. No kidding. Yeah, this female creature makes my head hurt. Yeah, that's right. Shout out to 33 in the house, right? Probably 22 and 11 bots, though, lest we forget. Appreciate everybody being here. All right. What else we got? What else we got in the old... Let's go to my watch list, because I'm sure there's... I watch list all kind of stuff, watch later, and then I never get around to it. Why therapy sucks for men? All right, let's do that.
Hey, y'all. Today we're going to talk about why therapy sucks for men. And that may sound
See, it's again, YouTube is the clickbait platform. So I haven't quite adjusted to, yeah, I'm interested in this thumbnail and this title, but I'm not interested in hearing from that bozo. Oh, I did want to watch this though. This is that snake diet. One of the fatzos he's trying to counsel, apparently. And again, I have nothing against fat people. In fact, I was a great big fat person, and at one point, believe. Oh, he ate the dream. I mean, clearly he's eating the dream. Hang on, sorry, I'm not sharing the tab. My bad. Yeah, he's clearly eating the dream. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Let me promote the channel so I don't get in trouble.
You have to eat the dream. You have to sleep the dream. You have to dream the dream. You got
Oh, right on. Yeah, that dude's awesome. I just found him recently. So I'm Johnny come lately. Can you get to it, sir?
So look, I'm going to be brief, okay? This is in direct response to Cole Robinson's live that I didn't get a chance to see, of course, I'm working, and I'm on a break. And so I will respond. But it's going to be brief because there's just way too much research, way too many studies out there that support that food addiction.
Oh, what's happened is Cole said there's no such thing as food addiction. And then all these fatties are in their feelers about it. That's what this is, yeah.
And when I talk about food addiction, I'm talking about behaviors. I'm talking about disorders. I'm talking about people who.
Yeah, but it's not food addiction. It's your emotional problems. Yeah, everybody eats emotionally some of the time or has in the past. It's not a food addiction. It's you having emotional problems. Oh, Mad Manny. It's not a food addiction.
People who aren't eating my side. Look, food addiction is just not about obesity. Food addiction is real even for people who are smaller.
Yes, it's emotional problems.
I read too much stuff on this. This isn't like something just as a figment of my imagination. Food addiction is real.
Okay, so who understands it more, Manny? You at fucking damn near 700 pounds or Cole, who's demonstrated that he can pretty much make himself into whatever size he wants. See, until you demonstrate that you can do the thing, it doesn't really matter what's in your brain, sir. Now we get into discipline. So now you're focused on food addiction. How about you focus on Cole's main message of disciplining yourself? Oh, but that now you're talking about pain and struggle and strife. If you're going to actually discipline the mind, see this body, this is an outward representation of the failure to discipline the mind, sir. And yeah, I have my own versions of this. So believe me, I'm not saying this is somebody who's above reproach because I got my own things to deal with. But this is proof. What you look like is proof of your lack of mental discipline. Who cares about the food addiction? He's just saying, what Cole's saying is that's your excuse. That's your crutch. That's how you make yourself feel that it's okay to lack mental discipline. Oh, well, it's not my fault because I'm addicted to food. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's an emotional thing you're not dealing with, clearly. Well, I've had my own emotional things I haven't dealt with. Yeah, it's all undealt with until it's dealt with. I mean, obviously. So we can look at you until you haven't dealt with it.
To suggest.
And why do you think fucking snake diet fat man can't make progress? Because as soon as he makes progress, here comes the emotions that he's not dealing with. So how does he deal with the emotions? He goes right back to the fucking binge eating. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out, sir. I mean, good God.
You can yell and you can scream and you can shout at the camera.
Okay, well, see, now we're talking about his manner. See, this is how you know that this is how I know, Manny, that you can't refute his points, because now you're talking about how he expresses himself. Meanwhile, you can sit there 650 pounds and talk as nice as can be. It ain't going to make you right, and it's not going to make you lose 1 single pound, sir. Bye. Have a nice day. What the fuck? Losers, man. That's a loser failure right there. That's a loser failure. Going online, going in on a successful person with a gigantic channel who earns his living, talking about Snake Diet, at Snake Diet, who earns his living counseling people on how and weight loss, fitness, and all of these things. I mean, But then I've got a person who's exhibited no ability to do those things is gonna talk. Why? How about lose the weight and then we'll listen to you? Now, certain people will get into a codependent situation and, you know, say, oh yeah, that Cole, he's just mean and he talks loud and he's rude, and we love you, Manny. Yeah, they're probably also loser failures, because again, love. Well, yeah, tough love. Exactly, love. Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Facebook is worse than you think. I don't think I can even watch that because I'm sure it is terrible. So let's just go ahead and remove that. Oh, we got a Stuttering John. I know nobody around here is interested in Stuttering John, the lolcow, right? And we got Jungle Man, the world's greatest poker player, as far as I'm concerned, right? Then here's why I'm not interested in van life, by the way, because this dude's broke down on the side of the road. Yeah, that sounds like a fun time. Let's go get involved in breaking down on the side of the road and not having the money for the repairs and spending by the way, I like this guy's channel. He seems like a good dude. I'm just saying, this is why I think van life is a bunch of bullshit, personally. Copy link address. No Zig channel. It's a good channel. I enjoy his channel, but I mean, I just at some point, this is van life. At some point, is you know, broke down on the side of the road here without the money to make the repairs.
Road, and I don't know what to do right now. This sucks.
Well, I think I have an oil leak.
So when Beck starts talking about having an RV and wanting to take a road trip, this is all I think about is the fucking side of the road with the hood popped, or just how much fuel costs to drive that thing. Because if you actually put a pen and paper to, okay, the whole road trip's going to be 12,000 or 2,000 miles, and then okay, what's that thing get per gallon, fully loaded? You know, then multiply that by the average fucking cost of fuel. No thanks, right? Not interested. Not interested.
Because I don't have any oil in it, and I put a bunch of oil in it before I left California. So either it burned up or it leaked out. But I'm on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. Not really sure.
What's up, Sunshine Time?
Hopefully someone drives by with
good to see you.
Oil.
I guess I could limp it back into town. It's probably about 10 miles back to the pilot back there. Maybe farther. This fucking blows. And it's 22 miles to the last gas station I was just at. All right.
Because after me and number two started living separately, at a certain point she bought a van, or somebody gave her a van. And this is, as soon as she told me that, this is exactly what I thought of. Her on the fucking side of the road, broke down. Right.
Situation.
Just immediately, my brain just jumped to this. And of course, like a month later, the fucking thing broke down, right? With no money to fix it. Of course it did.
Never thought I'd see my van drive off into the sunset without me.
Why?
I'm sure you're wondering how I got into this situation. Well, you guys, I just broke down on the side of the fucking road. And
Exactly.
I don't know what to do right
This
now.
is van life.
This sucks. Well, I think I have an oil leak.
But all these channels with these attractive trust fund kids from Southern California, you know, who can spend $150,000 on a brand new fucking Mercedes Sprinter, fully outfitted. See, that's not van life. Van life is you buy whatever you can actually afford, which may end up looking like this. And even if this thing works in tip-top condition, what do you think? This is fucking 8 miles a gallon here. At $4, well, he's on the West Coast at $6 a gallon on it. He's probably averaging over $5 a gallon, most likely. 8 miles a gallon. So you want to drive 8 miles, it's $5. So we're going 100 miles, right? Let's put, what's the math on this? To drive, how much does it cost to drive 100 miles at $5 a gallon? 100 divided by 8. Hang on. My calculator's not working. 100 divided by 8 equals, that's 12.5 gallons to go 100 miles. $62.50 to go 100 miles. See, this is not affordable. This is not affordable to actually drive that thing. It's not affordable. So I know this. And so I've, surprise, never had a van, even though I used to live some type of way and I used to travel around some type of way where, yeah, it would have certain benefits. Guess what? It's fucking $63 to drive that thing from here to, where can I get to in 100 miles? If I drove from here to fucking Bentonville, it's $63. Are you kidding me? Well, but that's not everywhere in California, Sunshine Time. That's the worst, right? That's like, that's the highest. But yeah, I hear you. I went $5 because that's probably pretty close to what he's averaging out there. Maybe 5.5. But yeah, thank you. You're right. I was actually, that's the $63 is the low end. Although if he knows how to drive and if everything's in mechanical order, he might get 12 miles a gallon on the highway, maybe. Although probably not with whatever that is on top. See, this is anything but aerodynamic. And I'm not picking on you, Sunshine Time. I'm locked in, right? But yeah, people don't even think about it. Hey, what's up? They don't even think about it. They just think, hey, this is awesome. We want to go travel in van life. And they see all these channels. Yeah, those are trust fund kids. And if their $150,000 Mercedes breaks down, fucking road service is coming for it, or they're just gonna have it towed somewhere and they're just gonna fly back home, lest we forget. Yeah, I'm not even talking about the gasoline, the tires, the maintenance, the oil, the repairs. And by the way, if this thing needs a serious repair, the cost of the repair, yeah, thank you, Sunshine Time. The cost of the repair is going to exceed the cost of the vehicle. So when I'm looking at a set of tires and potentially a clutch for this Versa, and I know somebody will give me $1,000 for it, right? I don't believe in the sunk cost fallacy, meaning I don't look at it as I spent $4,500 in this car, so of course I have to fix it. I look at it as I've probably already got my money out of it to some extent. I can get $1,000 for it, and I can probably find in fact, I've seen like one of those Lexus, an old Lexus based on a Camry. I can get one of those for $1,500 probably. Right now, it might break down, it might not. Okay. Now, would I prefer to have my 6-speed manual Versa in good working order to a 99 fucking Camry V6 that also doesn't get good mileage, and my car does get decent mileage? Yeah, of course I would prefer to have my car fixed. But am I really going to put $1,500 into this thing, on the low end, right? When I could get $1,000 for it and just buy something else and YOLO and just hope it doesn't fucking break down. See, people don't think this way. They just think, oh, well, I like the car. I paid $4,500 for it. Yeah, you paid $4,500. I paid $4,500 and I can't get it back. It's nobody will give me $4,500 for this thing. In a way, when I bought it, I knew I was a bit of a sucker because I know it's hard to sell manual cars. I know it's not a desirable car. I like the car. That's why I bought the car. I didn't buy it thinking, okay, now I'm married to this thing and I'm going to repair it and keep it running. It's like, no, it might be time to cut and run. And somebody will give me, still looks good. I haven't even washed it, wash it, fucking, detail it and put a clutch in it and throw some cheap tires on it. And it's, eventually somebody will want a manual car. That's the only problem with it, is selling a manual. And I'm not buying another manual. I prefer manuals. They're fun to drive. This is my last manual car, no matter what. People don't know how to work on them. They're great when everything works. In the olden days, I could just buy the clutch. I could buy the parts and, find some shade tree mechanic and pay him a few $100 and just have him replace the clutch. Them days are over, right? People are not able to reason through a problem. Now, this guy has a channel where he's going to get donos. So he's going to be okay, right? It's a little bit different of a situation. See what I mean? But just a random person going, what year is this thing? This is a 1987 Dodge. I mean, come on. It's great in a way, but look at the fuel economy, just the fuel economy. This is insane. Well, this guy, I will say this, Rachel, this guy goes to Slab City. So he knows, this guy is an expert at finding free campsites. I can tell you that. And in fact, there's a website, freecampsites.net. But yeah, for him, it's not going to be hard to figure out. And he knows people because of his channel. But yeah, for the average person, Rachel, yes, you're right. For the average person who wants to be dead ass asleep at 2 a.m. and here comes the cop knocking on the window, or here comes, even worse, just some random person knocks on the window, right? I agree. It's not, and I hate sleeping in cars. You're sitting duck. It's not comfortable. Yeah, fuck all this, man. They do. Yeah, exactly. Well, by the way, who's going through this right now? Aphrodite. Aphrodite's going through this right as we speak, and she said she just spent like $2,500 on a transmission. Then again, to pay somebody competent to install a transmission is expensive. So she went to somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, right? It's prohibitively expensive to own and operate one of these vehicles. It just is. Yeah, is it romantic in a way? And it has, has Aphrodite probably had a really good time? Yeah, of course. Like there's a lot of upside, but in order to get the in order to get to the upside comes a whole lot of downside. And at some point, the person, even if they're never on the side of the road, just putting fuel in the thing. I mean, good God. I mean, just forget about tires and maintenance, just the fuel costs alone. Just completely insane. Yeah. Anyway. And he seems like a good dude, so I feel bad for him, but he made his bed, now he's got to lie in it, right? There is an element of that. I'm just looking through my watch laters.
Then what's the point? Because it's, you know what I'm saying? If saying certain things is going to get all the voices shut down, it's only natural to then censor yourself. Now you can make an argument that we shouldn't be on this platform, we should go elsewhere, which is a different argument. But I get what you're saying about being more conscious about who comes up, what they say, what we allow them to say. And it's one of the reasons, London, man, that I've built my stream around me. That's why I'll come on. I'll sometimes talk for an hour and a half, 2 hours before they open up the panel, because I'm training myself to be able to perform my broadcast without the open panel portion. See what I mean? I purposely did this, which is a shame though, because it's silencing voices more and more.
Yeah, it's a shame. It is a shame. That's crazy.
Let's bring up. I got Bobby in the back. I know you're kind of on to our boy Bobby. What is it about Bobby that intrigues you so much? Is it that he's like 75 years old and he's a part of these communities, and he kind of gets it? Because to me, London, man, you don't see many 75-year-old people who are able to grasp some of these understandings for whatever reason. What are your thoughts?
You said it. First of all, it's the age, right? It's the age of this fella and the way how his mind is still intact. I especially like the way how right out the gate he just came and told everybody how it is and what it is. No beating around the bush. I like the way how he interacts with you especially. And now he's taken a liking to myself. And I'm kind of digging that because he's a cool guy. I like Bobby. He's a cool guy. And all around, I think he's definitely for us. He's for the people, you know. I've come across a lot of guys who's his age and women as well.
All right, this is for DeFreak. We actually played this earlier on the stream, but this is for you, sir. You need to hear this, in my view. This is just my opinion. But give me a moment. I got to go over to my YouTube studio. Am I doxing myself? I don't know. I never really know if I'm doxing myself. I'm not sure I care at this point. Although I did. Anyway, it doesn't even matter what I did. But yeah. This is for you, sir. And this is this is the second video I ever uploaded to this channel. It's now privated, right? But oops, hang on. Let me click the right button, sir. And hold on. Hang on. This is for you, Bubba. You need to hear this, man, in my view. It's just my opinion only. Yeah, share this tab instead. Click the button, sir. Yeah.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed, China virus vaccine will be approved very, very quickly.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony.
China virus vaccine.
In his cap and called in macaroni. Yankee Doodle,
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Mind the music and the step and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
Because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in this city.
Father and I went down to camp along with
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
We saw the men and boys as they
China virus vaccine.
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Mind the music and the step and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
Go to vaccine-only admission. Vaccine only. A vaccine-only establishment.
There was Captain Washington upon a slapping stallion.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
I guess there were a million.
China virus vaccine.
Yankee Doodle dandy.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Step and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
You gotta get vaccinated. It's time.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding
China
on a pony.
virus vaccine.
Stuck a feather in his cap and called him
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
DeFreak, none of this is up for debate, sir. If you feel the need to defend Donald here, I don't want to be rude because I like having you around, but this is not the place for you, sir. Because most of the people here consider this indefensible. So the fact that you're trying to debate it, it's not open for debate here. It's just not. But I want you to realize that you can't separate the bad from the good. There's no way to accept whatever you perceive as Donald Trump's positive characteristics without also accepting that this is what he is.
China virus vaccine
Mind the music and the step and
is what he is.
Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed, China virus vaccine will be approved very, very.
Don't know, don't care, DeFreak. Don't know, don't care. Again, this is a you problem. I don't want to be, I mean, I'm just assuming you're jabbed at this point. Like, you know, when you talk this way, I'm assuming you've taken the jab, right? I just assume it.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony.
China virus vaccine.
In his cap and called in macaroni. Yankee Doodle,
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
Mind the music and the step and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
Because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in this city.
Father and I went down to camp along with
as a result of Operation Warp Speed.
We saw the men and boys as they
China virus.
Bro, I did 56. Okay. if you think if you were president, no, I don't think about president. I would never be president. But I did 56 episodes of a podcast, and this is a lot of what we talked about, sir. There's really nothing you can say that I haven't considered. So just go ahead and realize Benton has taken in the entirety of the information, and he's come to very different conclusions than you, and his mind is made up, and he's not going to change it. So I do get confused. Why are you becoming defensive, sir? Are you suggesting that I can't possibly have a point here? Is that your contention, is that it's impossible that I have a point? Because it seems to me like you're contending that I can't possibly have a point with this. So instead of you bringing up things and asking me questions, can you at least admit that this video makes many different points that are valid? If you can't admit that I have that this has validity to it, there's nothing to talk. There's literally nothing to talk about.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed, China virus vaccine will be approved very, very quickly.
Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony.
China virus vaccine.
In his cap and called him macaroni. Yankee Doodle,
As a result of Operation Warp Speed,
mind the music and the step and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
I have a trouble with anybody who says anything in support of Donald Trump, Joe Biden, anybody that's ever been elected to political office. I have a problem with all of that. Yeah, I have a problem that it's this late in the game and that some people still believe that politics is real. That's what I have a problem with, because it's too late in the game, man. Can we pull our heads out of our asses, please, and step into reality, or dare I say truth?
Because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in the city.
Father and I went down to camp along with
as a result of Operation Warp Speed,
we saw the men and boys as they
China virus vaccine.
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed,
mind the music and the step and with the girls be handy.
Grab him by the pussy.
Go to vaccine-only admission.
No, it's not about. No, that's not true. See, why are you telling me what to do? See, why are you imposing onto me? See, you're actually prescribing my behavior. You're saying, well, that's okay, Benton. Just behave in this specific way and everything will be fine. You're telling me, just say that I don't talk politics. I do talk politics here. So that would be a lie, sir. When I want to, I talk politics. So I know a lot about politics compared to the average person. So that's a lie. So you're asking me to say something that's a lie here. And whether or not you're good with it, that's not the issue. The issue is I got no time for people who believe that Trump could possibly help the people or be his own man. Because not one time have we seen anything that the Republicans or the Democrats have done has ever helped the masses of people in this country. The situation only ever deteriorates over time. It never improves, ever. So you're trying to put me into a system under a false premise. I'm telling you that based on the track record, nothing in the entire history of this country has been put forward by Republicans and Democrats or Democrats that's ever helped the masses of people in this country. There's not one single thing you can point to, right? So that's what I'm talking about. I don't want to be around people who would say that they have some measure of regard or belief in Trump. I don't want to interact with those people, just like I don't want to interact with people who are jabbed, see? Do you see what I'm saying? It's not a behavior. It's me choosing who to interact with, as is my right. I have an absolute right to say, well, I don't want to be around people like this. I don't want to interact with people like this, especially somebody who could hear this and defend it. This is just it's a sickness.
Vaccine only. A vaccine.
This is your last warning. I'm not open to any further rebuttal, sir. So the next comment along this vein, you're out of here forever. I said I don't want to be around the type of people who would defend Trump or Biden. Could I speak more clearly? the fact that you have these questions, the fact that I express my views and you want to ask me questions, that's a problem. Because most of the audience here understands that this is all a bunch of nonsense. You seem to believe that it somehow has legitimacy. That's a you problem. I don't spend my time with those type of people. Just like if it's up to me, I don't spend my time with people who are jabbed. I got a sister who took the first two, but that's my sister, so I've chosen to forgive her. Now, if I was a better man, I guess I could choose to forgive you for your asinine viewpoint here. That is absolutely incorrect, especially in a so-called truth community. Imagine being in the so-called truth community and having some sort of belief that one faction of the loser failure political system is somehow superior or less bad than the other. So let's just talk politics. The entire political system can be boiled down to a gigantic steaming pile of loser failure. So what you seem to be suggesting is that that pile can be cut in half, and that we can separate one pile from the other pile, and that one pile is somehow preferable to the other pile. What I'm saying is it's still a pile of loser failure garbage. Once I identify a pile of loser failure garbage, I'm not willing to go any further than that. See? So until the day comes that you can truly understand that Trump is a part of the loser failure pile of garbage, there's just nothing to talk about, right? I'm not open to discussion. I have grown and evolved and changed beyond these concepts. I've transcended these concepts. For me to engage with you on these levels would be for me to become lesser than what I already am. See? I will not degenerate my humanity and my consciousness so that I may address you at your level. It's for you to bring yourself up to my level if you see any value in that. Again, today's theme is love, and more specifically, tough love. And you need this, Bubba, because you're around a bunch of pussies who won't just call it like it is, who won't just say, yeah, this is some bullshit, because you're in a red state. Guess what? So am I. And when I leave this, when I go out into the public, almost every one of these bozos believes in separating a gigantic pile of loser failure garbage into two piles of loser failure garbage, and then identifying with one of the two piles. That is asinine, ass 10, ass 11. Shout out to Sean Price. May peace be upon him. Because that was his quote. As far as the asinine, ass 10, ass 11.
Only establishment.
There was Captain Washington upon a slapping stallion.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed,
I guess there were a million.
China virus vaccine.
Yankee Doodle dandy.
As a result of Operation Warp Speed,
You have another pussy?
You gotta get vaccinated. It's time.
as a result of Operation Warp Speed,
Yankee Doodle went to town riding
China
on a
virus
pony,
vaccine.
stuck a feather in his cap and called him
As a result of Operation Warp Speed,
Yankee Doodle, keep it up.
China
Yankee
virus
Doodle
vaccine.
dandy. Mind the music and the step.
Do you know what you're doing in the chat, DeFreak? You can't just say, you know what, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. Maybe you have a point. See, this is how I know you're being intellectually dishonest, because you raise all bets, sir. Every time I say something, you raise my bet. You come back over the top with something else. I'm not even going to read that, see, because I play poker, sir. And in poker, this is called a maniac. When it's the maniac's turn to bet, they either bet or raise. They never fold or call, see. But then what happens is at the end of the day, if they have to show their cards, they just say, well, I'm just playing around. It's not that serious. It's not that big a deal. It's not that important to me. But you're acting like it's serious. So if it's not that serious and it's not that big of a deal and you're just messing around, why not just leave it alone? See, what is it within you that has to come back at me every time I say something? I bet you raise. I bet you raise. I bet you raise. That's literal mania. That's what a maniac does. And it's a pattern of behavior that I've observed over and over and over in these streets. There's so many people that no matter what I say, they raise the bet, which means they are treating me as if I cannot possibly have a point. I will not engage with people or have people around me who behave as if I can't possibly have a point if we're engaged in a particular discussion. Because the fact is, part of the reason people come here and listen to me is that very often I do have a point. Very often I do know what the fuck I'm talking about. So the fact that you are so dug in and you can't just say, that's interesting, I never thought about it that way. Now, the fact is, I did 56 episodes of a podcast. I read 50 news articles a day for the entirety of the fake pandemic. So there's nothing you can tell me that I haven't already considered. You cannot provide me with a novel point of view. I am providing you with a novel point of view. You've never looked at it the way I'm presenting it. But instead of saying, instead of humbling yourself and being open to being wrong, instead of saying, wow, that's interesting, I never thought about it that way, you're digging in your heels. And every time I bet, you raise the bet. I bet you raise the bet. I bet you raise the bet. That's a maniac. Sometimes you have to fold your hand, sir. You cannot win a poker game without throwing your cards in the muck at times. See, but you want, no matter what cards we've dealt you, you're going to raise every bet. Again, a maniac. See, this cannot be defended. This is all settled. Trump is garbage. Trump is the swamp. All politicians, including Donald Trump at every level, are garbage. And if you're insane enough to suggest that he's not a politician, you damn sure don't belong here, because he is by definition a politician, among other things, sir. Now, if you can listen to what I've just said and you still can find a way to raise the bet, I have no desire to have you here, and I mean none. Okay, so if you somehow value being able to participate here, I would suggest you're on very, very, very thin ice, because we're not having it here. Go off and engage with the type of bozos who are willing to pretend like somehow politics in America may have some level of validity, when I'm here to tell you that it has no validity. It's completely invalid. It negates itself. It's apropos of nothing, sir. Trump is not ever going to help people. Trump has never helped the common man. You can't point me to one thing Donald Trump did that helped the common man. It does not exist. It will never exist. Why? Because he must serve his master Satan, whether he wants to or not, because that's how he gets his reward. See, he doesn't have the freedom to be his own man. He doesn't have the freedom to determine his path in life. He has no choice but to play ball with the corporate fucking nightmare dystopian beast system that he's risen to the top of in various ways. Do you really think it's possible for a human being to rise to the top of the nightmare dystopian beast system that, as far as I can tell, is owned and operated by pure fucking evil? Oh, but somehow Donald Trump can be pure of heart and actually care about you individually somehow, which I don't even believe in that. How is that even a thing? And he's such a great American that just in spite of the enemies that have formed against him, he's managed to rise to such a level. Bullshit. It ain't possible. It cannot happen. Donald Trump can only serve the system. He has no choice. And again, if you haven't read Kaczynski, you really have no standing here. Until you fuck off and read the Unabomber Manifesto, aka Industrial Society and its Future, you're not educated enough to have this conversation with me, which is probably why, instead of formulating an argument of your own, you lack the ability to do so. So you're just going to ask me questions as if I'm dumb enough to be painted into a corner by mere questions. Are you out of your fucking mind? Thank you, sir. He is the evil. Thank you. Thank you. Someone who frequently disagrees with me is the voice of reason, and I love it. Thank you. I love that. And by the way, almost everybody here sees it that way. You're the odd man out, DeFreak. But what's interesting is, DeFreak, you're interacting with me as if you have the consensus on your side, because that's who you live with in Arizona. This ain't Arizona, sir. This is the metaverse. And you've wandered into a particular portion of the metaverse in which almost everybody agrees with me, and you're the odd man out. Okay? So you're the one who looks ridiculous, not me. You look like a bozo defending Trump, sir. A complete bozo, right? So honk, motherfucking honk. How about on your bike, sir? On your unicycle and off with you. Now, if you can juggle some balls and spray TBE with some seltzer on your way out, all the better.
I think what happened was I wasn't breathing while I was talking. And then when I yelled, I almost had a heart attack. Hold on.
Awkward. Elvis is the beast out of the sea. Do you understand?
Elvis is the goat.
Elvis is going to shoot through the Space Needle, and you're going to see him hover above the waters of Seattle.
Don't you understand?
Because you know the 33 is their number. To all the pigeon peckers, if you have an addiction to the butt or the wiener, call 1-800-NO-BUTTS. Okay? And like I said, if you're addicted to the wiener, then press 1. And if you're addicted to the butthole, then press 2. Okay? Because they want you to sip on the pee-pee Mississippi. It's got the sip in it. His name is James Holzhauer, but I call him Jam His Hole Every Hour, because that's how he got the gig. She's got the sun in her name, man. It's hard to tell, but the ball that he's dribbling is a Wilson. It's got the sun in the name, man. The name is Amber Anderson. It's got the sun in the name, man. Look at this creature, will you? Some woman. And his initials, PP, is a wiener reference. You understand? And his last name is Feeling, because they want you to feel the PP. It's got the PP in the headline. Do you understand? Again with the PP, man. Do you understand what I'm trying to show you here? So for the people who know my videos, you know that they love the CC and the PP, right? Okay. But right now we're focusing on the PP. Pablo Picasso is the PP. You understand? It's Elvis, okay? And Trump and Obama, of course, play a part in this monstrous charade.
Oh, I'm 100%. There's no way I'm wrong. Absolutely not. About the scenario, I might be wrong, but there's no way in hell Trump is leaving. Whatever Trump has up his sleeve, they are going to go berserk. End of video.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. What's up? So yeah, we ain't got time for this, man. There's no time for this. We're just not interested. It doesn't serve us. It's just not welcome. It's not warranted. Trump is garbage, right? End of story. He's trash. If you want to defend trash, that's your business. This is not the forum for defending garbage. That sucks, man. Oh, they will come back? Okay. Well, I don't think I can unprivate it, but maybe I can. I had to private it so I could get the monetization or whatever. But I don't know how YouTube. I'm a boomer, man. I don't know how this shit works. Yeah, I don't know how this shit works. I think we're waiting for Z to wrap up. We're probably going to panel.
They would do that.
Plug your ears. It's Quantum Epic.
Well, it had to do with their lack of really medical education, because
That too, yeah.
From my childhood, there was always this medical mystique where doctors were really considered gods. People didn't understand them. What they said, was the word of God.
Right.
Yeah, now Freedom Growers getting in there. Imagine Bobby coming in to install your catheter. And the thing is I have done that. The way that goes, on the floor, that you always try to get a female to insert a catheter into a female.
I gotta. Don't mind me.
But
This is gonna.
sometimes sometimes there is not a female to do that, and I had to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not a joking matter if somebody, needs a catheter. When I worked OR, that was, I was a circulating nurse in OR for 2 years. So I had to do that.
Bro, Trump was on wrestling, for God's sakes. What else do we need to know? He's a fucking character on the WWE.
And, it's just really no big deal. You're putting a tube in someplace.
Right.
But we attach all these cultural things, and, there's just a lot that goes on with people.
Why are you here? Let me put it very simply, Vince. I'm taller than you. I'm better looking than you. I think I'm stronger than you. Wow. And I'm here to challenge you to a match in WrestleMania. What? Oh, I get it. It's the Battle of the Billionaire. That's right. Hey, wait a minute. I know you have an ego, but I had no idea it was that big, all right? I mean, come on. You want to challenge me to a match at WrestleMania?
So you're telling me this is the president, right? We might as well go full idiocracy. Let's just do, okay, that's your president? Well, let me show you my president then. Because that's fair. That's fair. This is my president, sir. This is my president.
The year is 2023, and America's future president has traveled back in time for a life-saving public service announcement.
It's President Dwayne Elizondo, Mountain Dew, Herbert Camacho, come here to get my checked out.
Today, we dive deep into President Camacho, very deep. This is Inside President Camacho.
Bring that doctor in here. Hey, doctor, you the guy.
You comfortable?
I'm comfortable, man. I came from the future to get the best care now so that I can live forever.
Well, there's these polyps that could grow inside your colon and can become a colon cancer. So what we want to do is find them early, remove them so you never get the colon cancer.
Bam! You would be on my cabinet. I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
Okay.
So this is what we're about to do right now.
So basically, the goal is just to figure out whether you're at risk. It does affect Black men more than it affects other men. What you'll see today is that it's really easy to do. It's painless.
Me and you, we simpatico.
I want to tell you about all the options you got. The first is you could do an at-home stool test that your doctor can send you called a FIT test. The second option called a Cologuard. That's a box that comes in the mail, and we analyze that too, and that tells us whether you're at risk. A third option, which is the one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of America! President Camacho! Shut up! Sit your monkey ass down. Chill out. Shit. I know shit's bad right now with all that starving bullshit and the dust storms and we running out of French fries and burrito coverings.
Yeah.
But I got a solution.
That's what you said last time, dipshit. I got a solution. You're a dick. South Carolina, what's up?
That's what I thought. Now, I understand everyone's shit's emotional right now, but listen up. I got a 3-point plan to fix everything. Number one, we got this guy not sure. Number two, he's got a higher IQ than any man alive. And number three, he's gonna fix everything. I give you my word as president. He'll fix the problems with all the dead crops. He's gonna make them grow again. And that ain't all.
I give you my word. He's gonna fix the dust on the street. And I give you my word. He's gonna.
All right, we're done here, DeFreak. Thanks for stopping by. Best of luck with wherever you find yourself after this. But I've had all I can stands, and I can't stands no more. Such is life. It's a bummer. Oh well. What is a man after all without his principles? You're free to watch, of course. We just won't be reading any more of your commentary. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to or not. We'll see what YouTube wants to do to me. I would say you have time to watch it before they process it and start hitting me with all sorts of violations, at which point it will probably no longer be on the channel. But well, he's dug in. See, that's what I'm talking about. When somebody's dug in, well, the WWF, it's actually WWE, sir. So it's 2023, and don't you know that this is WWE? But you know, the United States is a corporation. Yeah, that's kind of the point. So is the WWE, right? Like, what are we talking about? But yeah. No, I've played quite a bit of copy. Even that song, that the Yankee Doodle Dandy, that's copyrighted. So that's why that video is not on my channel anymore. But I made that. You know, I kind of fucked up some of the drops when he says China virus vaccine. It sort of cuts off. But although maybe that helped it, you know, avoid the algorithm. Who knows? Maybe I was crazy like a fox, right? But I have no desire to be around folks that are jabbed. Now, when I'm out and about in real life, yes, some of those folks, a lot of those folks are, but I don't control that. Most of them believe in Trump. I don't control that, but I can control whether or not people hear commenting. You know, even if somebody has taken the jab, well, that's not my problem. If they've taken it, that's their problem. But we're definitely not going to have people, you know, espousing these things as if it's somehow valid. Like, what was that, Cynthia? You know, more or less thought it was a good thing, right? Meanwhile, I can. So basically, if people think I should be medicated against an illness, well, that's fine. That's their opinion. But so I don't think people understand the implications. You're now telling me that I'm somewhat responsible for public health. Well, I can be responsible for public health, but not with McDonald's out there, not with Mountain Dew out there, not with cigarettes out there, not with alcohol. So now that now that my behavior is being prescribed based on public health, meaning get this medication. Okay, let's do a thought experiment, right? Let's conduct a thought experiment. So I'm willing to accept this. Oh, I know pretty much nobody here is jabbed. Yeti LeBron Afro edit. Okay, we might get into that in a minute. Actually, I need something to play, Christos. I'm going to go make some coffee here shortly. You know, I might be willing to entertain this notion of public health, but guess what? Now, whatever your favorite junk food is, you're not allowed to eat that. See? Oh, but I thought we believed in freedom. Your freedom to eat Doritos, guzzle Mountain Dew, go to Taco Bell fourth meal. Okay, that's sacrosanct somehow. Okay. Under freedom, I absolutely believe that folks should be able to do that. See, what I don't believe is that I should also, the people who get to behave that way and ruin their health get to dictate to me that I must take a medication. Because guess what? I might never eat those things. I might be in perfect health. I might be willing to take my chances with whatever the medication purports to prevent. But they say, oh, wait a minute, Benton, you might be healthy, but my family is immunocompromised. Yeah, that's your problem. That has nothing to do with me. And you know what nobody's ever been able to answer? And I ask this in public. I've said this publicly. I'll say it again publicly. Okay, if someone gets an illness and dies, how is that my problem? So if your beloved family that I don't give a flying fuck about, right? Now I do on some level because I have regard for my fellow men and women. What I mean is, If I'm going to be concerned with somebody's grandmother, I'm concerned with my grandmother. If I'm going to be concerned with somebody's mother, I'm going to be concerned with my mother, see, as everybody is. Okay. So I'll say it again. If someone that I'm not related to gets sick and dies, how is that my problem? It's not. So again, yes, Benson is willing to accept that maybe he is responsible for public health, but that means no more McDonald's. It means no more cigarettes. It means no more alcohol. It means many things that people consume on a daily basis are out of the picture. Or we could just go back to leaving Benton the fuck alone. And then folks that want to can eat all the honey buns and drink and smoke all the cigarettes and drink all the alcohol they want. Because under freedom, don't I get to choose what goes in my body? But what was I talking about earlier in the stream? Can we just face the reality that Americans no longer believe in freedom? To be an American is to be a person that does not believe in freedom. And in fact, quite the opposite. To be an American now means to be a person, or I should say a citizen of the corporation, means to be a person who believes in tyranny and authoritarianism, in which the system tells me what to do, how to do it, and what to be. And if I want to be seen as an upstanding, productive member of the corporate structure, of course I will do as I'm instructed in order to be accepted in the corporate structure. However, I just happen to be one of those weirdos who never was able to fit in fully and was never fully able to conform to society, even when I tried really, really hard. Thank you very much, folks. And if somebody like the freak can't reason through these problems, it's not my problem. See, if he can't reason through these issues and come to that conclusion, by the way, he's free to disagree. I'm saying if he can't apply his own thought process enough to realize that I do have a point, even if he disagrees, he prefers to live in a world in which I can't possibly have a valid point, which is impossible, by the way. And that's a hallmark of a sick mind, right? That I'm an otherwise intelligent person who's thoughtful and has a lot of interesting stuff to say. But on this one topic, I have zero valid points. Bullshit. Even he probably has some valid points, see. Probably, but he doesn't make them. He doesn't make a point. Instead of making a point, what he does is ask me questions as if I'm dumb enough to paint myself into a corner. Well, I'm not. So that's not going to happen, sir, because I'm strategic. Okay. Until I see an actual argument, until he types or says his point of view, I'm not interested. Because I've even said this before. People act like Antifa and Black Lives Matter don't have any points. Of course they have some points. If they didn't, it couldn't work the way it does. I disagree with many of the points, but it doesn't mean they just have no points, right? But to tell me I can't possibly have one point that can carry the day. What I mean by one point is for me to say something and for him to just go, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. Maybe you're right. That's called intellectual honesty, sir, and integrity. And you've demonstrated neither, DeFreak. You've demonstrated neither. And I have no time for those people. I know I make a lot of good points, and I also know I'm just wrong some of the time. Okay. But I can't be around people who behave as if I just have no points in a particular scenario. It's insane. It's insane. And that's schizophrenic thinking in a way, right? But let's see what Christos is talking about, because I need to make some coffee, because Lord knows that's what I need to put something in my body so that I can talk even more, right? Oh, wait a minute. Copy and paste. Oh, it's a short. Well, I can't make a cup of coffee based on a short. Can't make a cup of coffee based on a short, Christos. Maybe when Z's over, we can get a panel going. How about you?
how they claim it should be, right? But there's always a trick when they present something to us. It's like, okay, we're going to give you this box of peanuts, but on the box of peanuts it clearly says apples on it, right? But just because they said we're going to give you a box of peanuts, right, but you're missing the bigger picture. Do you understand that, Z?
Well, yeah, man, I do. I see it being played out here. I see it masked as a victim consciousness, as an entitlement, meaning to say, Lucy, what makes you think we're talking about you? Did I say your name, Lucy? Or are you just... It kind of seems like we're talking in generalities. I didn't say your name. What I see, London Man, is... and where was I going before I got distracted with that? Again, these... this victim consciousness. So what do people say? Well, Z, you pick on this person, and so they'll conceptualize me, they'll categorize me in a certain way. Failing to understand that for me to interact with you, you have to come here to my channel, right? So one has to make a conscious effort to come here, to join the conversation. Then they have to make another proactive effort to hit the link, to come up here, or to, join the chat. So they're choosing to come here, but then if there's an interaction, they'll choose to play the victim, right? As opposed to me going out and approaching them. It's a very strange thing. It's almost like a mass psychosis in terms of people's entitlement. That people feel they're entitled to one's space, one's time, one's energy, just because they want to be. And it's a mass psychosis, London Man. And again, it begs the question, are we just seeing the real humanity, the humanity that's been occulted from us, a humanity that's antithetical to the presentation we've been given through history, through popular media? Or again, are they engineering a type of societal narcissism, a type of societal solipsism that's basically training these peoples into this dysfunctional behavior, man? It's fascinating for me, dude. It's fascinating.
I mean, either way is quite fascinating. The first part that you said and the second one is, are they hiding us? So is it covering our true selves, what we're really about, right? Or are they engineering us? That is a hard one, to be honest. That is a really hard one.
Greetings.
Are they masking us? Okay. I'm going to think about that one, Z, because that involves the humans. So I'm going to get back to you on that one. Interesting.
Yeah, man. What's up, 5 Speed? What are your thoughts?
I think, they could be we all know they've been brainwashing all the generations for a very long time. And I think some of the younger ones are kind of struggling with it in their mindset of this whole reality of the HT and the COVID and the CBs and all of this shit in the world today. And I personally think at this particular point in time, I think that people's souls are starting to resonate with them, and they're realizing where they're at now, and none of this has been right. And they're at the urge of making that bust through on that straightest the gate and narrowest the way. And I think the more that people do that, the less of this animosity and discord will play a realm in this world. And I think we will, at some point, start to love each other again and start coming together and shut down all of this HT and CV and all of these so-called actors that have been acting with some sort of authority and come to realize they have no authority to act on to begin with, only by controlling people's minds and their thoughts and their actions and how far they go on the interwebs and whose voice is the loudest and whose isn't. Well, sometimes, just sometimes, the baddest motherfucker is the quietest one in the room.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So, Russ, you see, in your view, you see a society that's ready to almost, it's almost like ready to, let's say, counter this whole narrative. Do you think there's going to be a backlash where people have had enough? I'm not seeing it, Russ. I would like to see it. I was hoping for this. But my reality, my day-to-day is showing me something different, man. But go ahead.
Well, I'll say this, Z. You know, I met you over on Paul's panel. My first impression of you, I thought you were in this for the long haul. And then, I see everybody start busting apart when I thought things were going to start coming together. And some of these big voices that's been quiet for so long was going to break up this whole interwebs. But I think egos play a big role in it on some people's part. Now, I'm not pointing fingers at anything, Z. I'm just calling out what I see, right? Because I think all of us that are on to something, I think we have an obligation and a duty to our own families to figure this out and quit arguing and fighting and creating all this discord and clicks and views. And sometimes the interwebs don't look much better than the world does behind us. So, I've always been about the time. Time is the most precious commodity we have. If all of that shit coming out of our mouths is a waste of time, what value are we leaving our children and our families when we're gone? That's my big deal, man. Games are over for me. This ain't child's play. This ain't the fucking kindergarten class. This is the real motherfucking world. And we got some real fucking problems out here. And now I ain't seen a whole lot. I've seen a few good men step up, but I still think a lot of these men are playing high school games. The fucking dating scene's over.
Fair point, Russ. Fair point.
Because I love everybody, man. I just wish everybody loved each other and, didn't, nobody has to be out front and nobody has to be falling behind. Hey, we can all stand the fucking together for the fucking truth side by side. That's when we become powerful. Very fucking powerful. Because one man is very powerful. Imagine 1,000 men just as powerful beside him. With no fucking egos, only for truth, righteousness, and those principles that we were founded upon, right? Rights, freedoms, and principles. Well, what's the principles of the man in his action or the woman in his actions when they come up here on the universe or the metaverse and spread all of this discord? What value are you bringing to your children's futures? Simply none, as far as I see it. But I just come around, man, to try to, spread a little love and unity and bring people together, man. We've all been done dirty. And the older we get, the more we'll realize how dirty we've been, and that will be hard to handle. So I suggest when a man or a woman gets there, that they're properly set in that mindset, because if not, it can destroy you once you do see that truth. And it has destroyed many. Many people have blown their brains out. Many people have hung themselves for this. All of it.
Yeah, I could agree with that, man.
And all of us. Yeah, and all of us, not just us older generation guys, but the younger generation as well. That fucking truth is hard to swallow once you hit it. But the only way you're going to hit it is to find yourself spiritually. Who are you? Are you an honorable, respect-worthy man? Because honor and respect can bring about trust, and then that trust, we can build that love upon that. but there's too many people trying to break everybody down. When I think, I think myself personally, I think Paulie's onto something. I sat back in the shadows for a long time now. Me and Wizard, we kind of go way back, but Paul and I, not so much so. But I've been hanging out over there more and more up on his panels and things. And just imagine if all of these voices out here stood for something righteousness, right? Stood for our children. We thought about our children and our families' lives when we're going to be gone from here. And we're wasting all of our time fighting with each other instead of coming together and building a future for our young ones. I think that's something for everybody to really think about, because we are really at some crucial times. And who's going to be there for you when you need them? You know, I've been in this game for a long time, and I was sitting there the other day, and there's probably 2 people that I could probably reach out. As many folks as I've known, as all the auditing communities over the years, Joe Cools and the NC Tyrant Hunters and the Rogues and the Rights Krispies and all of these guys of the world, these popular guys. None of them will give a motherfucker with truth anytime whatsoever. But that popularity without that positive purpose is fucking pointless. So keep getting the clicks and views, keep falling behind on truth, and you'll be left behind, right?
Right on, Ross. You know, I'm just thinking that usually necessity is what drives cooperation, right? Meaning to say, you'll find that it's almost like they say how politics makes strange bedfellows, and people tend to align with each other based off their self-interest. And it's usually the circumstance that dictates these types of dynamics. That's kind of the way I see things lately, because it may be that people are just really governed by their own self-interest, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. If one finds that their self-interest is mutually aligned with another, you'll find typically that you'll find an allegiance or some type of alliance. I find that
allegiance
happens.
would be with the truth, not an individual.
Well, the thing is, Smith, Russ, is that the truth may be objective.
What's happening?
But oftentimes,
Hey, I'm enjoying this. What Russ was saying was pretty inspiring there, and if you want to keep playing it, actually here for like another minute or 2, and then come back here. I want to see what he was responding with.
So truth may exist, but your truth, what you conjecture as truth,
right?
Someone else may see it as different, you know.
Right. Somebody said that the other day on I don't know, it might have been yesterday or day before or something. What I look at the truth
okay, I guess we could pause now. Sorry.
There's only one voice.
Here's a good point.
There's only one people.
I've heard Z, and I won't be asking you to like pause and unpause for real.
I don't care if you do.
I've seen Z go on passionate, quote unquote, passionate, like monologues about how truth objectively is more important than the subjective truth, and those 2 roads and how they do exist in a way dualistically, but basically, the importance of the objective truth over subjective. And it's just, I don't know, it was funny how he threw that in there with everything that Russ is saying. So far with what Z is responding with, I mean, I'm not surprised, but I'm not impressed either. Not to hate on him, but Russ is saying some fucking really logical and also and grounded, yet at the same time very spiritually in tune things. I've heard him speak recently on Paul's, and I've been pretty inspired, to be honest, with the way he's spoke about things and certain key words that he uses that really kind of ring a bell. Principles. What are the principles of a man that he lives by? Certain little phrases and certain little words. Whoa. My bad. Some crazy shit just happened here in traffic.
Awesome.
It I see the spirit behind what's being said, and I see the truth behind what's being said. Whether that's Paul or someone like Russ or Yurt. There's all different types of people out here that are dropping truth bombs.
What am I, chopped liver?
Hey, you came right after Yurt.
No worries. Oh, did you say me and I missed it? Oh,
No, I
okay. It
didn't.
doesn't matter, man.
Well, I
I'm
only got through 3 people,
sort of being facetious here.
I know
it's not
you are.
not a big deal. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, you do have a point though, because you're definitely someone to include with, like, speaking truth. I mean, what you did there earlier with the freak. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a recent
fuck?
example.
Tough love, my
speaking
man.
truth.
Tough love.
Yeah, and the importance of truth, and it's like Paul has even said in the past when we've talked about people saying that people over on Paul's are culted up, and Paul has said, they don't see it as, oh, you're coming over here because objectively outside of me and who I am, what I'm doing, you resonate with the truth that's being spoken through me or just by me. They can't see that. They can't see that's what it is. They can't
Well, and
separate.
real quick, yeah, sorry to cut you off, Christos, but because I do think when we talk about, sorry, man. Oh, good. When we talk about truth, pretty soon that becomes such a loaded word and it starts to lose its meaning. So I like to bring it to something specific. So I think what we're talking about here is correct philosophy, which I define, and this is my aphorism on the screen. I've never heard anybody else say this. So what I'm thinking of is a correct philosophy, and we know it's correct because it does not contain any incorrect philosophy. The reality is believing that the political system as exists as presented, that represents incorrect philosophy. So I'm not even reacting to DeFreak's humanity. I'm reacting to him continuing to proffer and put forward what I know to be incorrect philosophy, and I ain't having it. So I don't need to focus on truth. For me, at the level of effectiveness, I don't need to go out and apprehend and focus on truth. If I just get rid of everything that proves itself untrue, eventually, am I not left only with truth? I mean, it seems like to me. Or I would define as, in this case, right? I don't define truth as correct philosophy across the board. I'm saying in the ways in which we're talking about these concepts, to me, it's more helpful to refer to that as correct philosophy, which further is, as far as I can tell, that's to take away everything incorrect. And what's left that you can't negate, it affirms itself. It doesn't need to be affirmed. Or more correctly, I don't need people running around attempting to negate what I say. Because if it's not true, it negates itself. Now, this does sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. It's not my concern what DeFreak believes or thinks. He's not going to come around here and expose me to it because I've grown and evolved and changed past that. I got no time for it. I don't interact with those people. I look down on those people, Christos. I'm surrounded by people who believe the political system is exactly as presented. I don't need to come on to the metaverse for that. I need to go. All I got to do is go to Wally World or the local pawn shop, and I'm the only one in there that understands that politics is not as presented. So again, can I or can DeFreak sit with these concepts long enough to realize, well, okay, I mean, anybody, did you see that I played Trump on wrestling, then I played fucking President Camacho from Idiocracy?
I saw Camacho, but not.
Okay, before that, I played Trump from wrestling. If a person can't see those two scenes and realize something's wrong, that's a person who's not able to detect incorrect philosophy. This is a person who's allowed their mind to be programmed. Well, meanwhile, most of us, that was also the case for us. And as I've talked about, our psychologies are formed by the system and are thus in some ways products of this system. But then most of the folks here have managed to unfuck that psychology to some extent. Why would we then subject ourselves to a person such as that? However, if he's willing to shut the fuck up and listen to us and also interact with us, meaning the people who don't believe in the political system, will probably eventually he will come to see clearly, right? It's not for me to treat him as if it's okay that he's locked into this way of thinking. It's for him to do better, or at least shut the fuck up until he can do better. Ultimately, all he's got to do is be quiet. But every single time I bring up Trump, he can't help himself. He has to defend it. He's resisting what I'm putting forward as correct philosophy. I don't have time for it.
It was annoying how I did see at certain points It was like the subtle upping the ante, and it's like, okay, you're making it really obvious with
Well, and yeah,
the
and if I'm being
response.
trolled, that's fine. That's within the bounds of fair play, by the way. Trolling is within the bounds of fair play. But I'm going to view it as if he's not trolling, right? That's my choice in the moment. But
Yeah, and I that seems it seems like a account that definitely is out here trolling to some degree, but I didn't even, from what I was reading in the comments following along when that was going on, it didn't seem like he was trolling.
yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he's not. Because occasionally people email me behind the scenes, and I don't want to reveal too much more about that, but it's generally not in the context of anything other than informational purposes, you know. But so he's emailed me, you know, with respect to my potential future life circumstances, right? Which, thank God, I found this out now, right? Because I am open to potentially, you know, staying with someone temporarily in order to figure out where I'm going to end up long term, right? So better to find out now that somebody believes in the political process. In this
You're on the
country
state of Arkansas right now?
I am, sir. Yeah, I am. It's interesting. Go ahead, Christos, please.
Well, I was just gonna say, I'm curious where Yurt is right now, because I mean, I know at one point he was in the Ozarks. I need to get in contact with Yurt. I want to talk to him because I know he's been in the Midwest. I don't know if that's where he like actually is out of.
Yeah, he's from Iowa. Yeah, he's from Iowa.
Because he's talked about Missouri multiple times, and we've alluded to getting in contact. I don't know. Wouldn't that be crazy if all of a sudden Yurt came on a panel and then I'm in there, you know, in person with the dude?
Yeah,
Road
that'd be
trip,
dope.
Pineal and I. Anyway, I want to hear what you were going to say.
Well, and, you know, I'm not even sure, but it's fine because I'm on to something else. So based on what you've just said, I've had this idea up for a long time of a truther fucking fight clubhouse, right? And well, one of the benefits of Arkansas is that, dude, it's my hometown is shitty enough that I can buy a decent house for $25,000. It's just the person is responsible for not, you know, you'll be responsible for the safety, for your own personal safety, and you'll be responsible for your, you know, if somebody wants to try to steal your vehicle, it's up to you to prevent those things, right? There's no, the cops are too busy dealing with actual crime to concern themselves with bullshit, which is kind of an advantage. When I go to my hometown, the cops ain't harassing people. The high crime actually has a benefit in a way. There's not involved in chicken shit tickets and harassing people for no plates, right? Now, if they're looking, and I'm not saying that they don't pull over people for no plates. I'm saying, you know, without a specific good reason to stop somebody, just no plate might not rise to that level. Now, if they're looking for some particular gangbanger that drives a particular type of car and that car doesn't have plates on, you get pulled over, right? But beyond that, these guys are not driving around all day just looking for who's got expired registration or no insurance. It's just not a thing, man. So there can be some benefits to these, and I'm not recommending Arkansas for fuck's sakes, but you know, the point I'm making is that if I could just get my hands on a not very much, you know, a not very high amount of fiat, I would absolutely do something like that. Fucking streamer house, man. I'll be there. Whoever wants to show up, shows up. And we'll have the best internet connection possible, right?
I remember when you said the other week about the Truther Stream House. That was hilarious. That was like a couple days ago, I think.
Yeah, I've been having this idea for years now, Christos. The thing is, because of how I chose to live in the past, even though I could have absolutely saved up $25,000 till I had 12 G's not that long ago. That's not the point. The point is, I was locked in, you know, I had a certain view of life that was going to involve me continuing to truck drive, right? So now that I see that, although I may be able to go back to it, who knows? I don't even want to at this point. So I'd love to do something like that. I mean, it'd be fucking badass, right? Just see who fucking comes through. And then Cage, you know, if Cage, well, and real quick, if Cage comes to America or whatever, you know, he's going to be out there he's going to be out there in the front yard in the fucking cold for 2 nights trying to see if we'll let him in the house. Like, I'm not even bullshitting, man. And then eventually he'll give up and you know, fucking Tyler Durden will have to go out there and tell him, no, man, it's okay. Like, just stick it out and we're going to let you in eventually, right? He'll just be out there muttering. He'll be out there muttering to himself, right? He'll just be muttering about how we're a bunch of idiots. And then as soon as he gives up, you know, like Edward Norton's out there, like, no, man, just fucking stick it out, bro. We're gonna let you in, you know. Like, I'm being serious. I know I'm also not being serious, but like, there's something there, man. There's something to that model.
I mean, that was perfect what you said there, because I mean, honestly, Cage needs his ego checked, which is this like cosmic joke, cosmic humor, irony that has gone on here with some of these characters, where he holds himself to such a high regard, seriously, and he continues to come on here and, you know, criticize OTW and I or whoever and say it's nonsense and why aren't we talking about real information. And, you know, I swear there's some type of autism aspects going on there with Cage. He just says that he's been, you know, hardened by the streets, I think is how he put it, but or his okay, it wasn't
the mean
exactly
streets
like
of
that,
Canada.
but pretty much. Yeah, he said growing up, you know, because you know, associations in his family with the Hell's Angels or whatever, which I need to make sure I go and click. You know what? He takes all the streams down, so I can't go and clip anything. What am I saying?
Yeah. Well,
go ahead.
That's where the screen recording comes in, Christos. But however, I digress. And well said, sir. But I am going to avoid the character assassination. But that's all. We're good for now, right? And I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just going to avoid it, possibly rearing its ugly
okay.
head. But,
yeah, Cage and I are friends. It's an ongoing thing with us.
I know. Yeah. But Pretty mentioned participation trophies, and I'm not mad at Pretty, but people misunderstand the participation trophy phenomenon because I was born in a time warp in Arkansas. They gave us participation trophies in 1983. Nobody gave a flying fuck about the participation trophies. That's the issue. The issue is back then we had the good sense to realize this means absolutely nothing and nobody gave a fuck about them. Nowadays, people seem to think that it's just because they've shown up that that's somehow worth being rewarded. Meanwhile, we knew that this symbol of rewarding me for showing up is meaningless. Now people actually want to be rewarded merely for showing up. That's the participation trophy phenomenon, not the idea that they didn't used to give them and now they do. It's that they started to give them, we knew it was bullshit, and now people don't know it's bullshit. That's the issue. Because I'm from the olden days, and they gave them out when I was a kid. In 1983. That's all I have to say.
Hey,
Thank you,
I just put in the YouTube chat that OTW is going live soon. Which,
great.
by the way, now that I was going to actually bring up earlier, it was a fun, interesting, and fun stream last night. I saw my boy OTW was over on Jax, so I was like, and I saw Lumitami was over there too, so I'm like, and it was almost a full panel, so I knew I had to go over there because of the diversity and the novelty of the situation. And you know, I know Paul just went over there the other day, and I guess it was kind of a bit thing, underhanded troll or whatever. I don't know. I didn't watch all of it, but it had been a while since some of the conflicts metaversely. So I figured OTW is there, coming in peace. I can come along because I do consider myself, you know, his right-hand man to some sort of degree when it comes to these streams, as I am now, like, one of the few people that's always hopping on his panel regularly, when that used to be Dick, and Dick used to have the keys, and Paul has the keys now, but yeah, I don't expect to have OTW's keys. But the point is, it was an interesting crossover, and it was just an interesting panel as well when it was Paul and Wizard, and then OTW and I saw a correlation there where, you know, Wizard's often hopping on Paul's panels, I'm often hopping on OTW, and there was some type of interesting, you know, like synergy and like experiment there going on with the social dynamics and the whole thing that went on with Jack. Yeah, man, I was a little disappointed. That's kind of a joke when I say I was a little disappointed. I expected at some point OTW is going to say something, Jack wouldn't like it, some type of rage quit situation possibly would happen with the panel, and another day in the books basically over at Jack Talcott's, and
oh man,
it was fun while it lasted. You know, and that's what I've been saying recently is sometimes I gotta check in around the metaverse because there's interesting people and people that I do enjoy hearing from that will happen to be on the panel. Like I think Dick Freedom Grower was on Jack's panel as well. So it's like even if I don't really necessarily respect or care for the channel owner and the streams, I don't tune in there like I used to for the Metaversal Madness and whatnot. If I happen to tune in and there's a panel with people that I do enjoy, you know, fuck it. We don't need to be too much of tribalistic here. We can go through and be, you know, do some parlay diplomacy and be cordial. And it was interesting to see Russ over there. I'm going to see how that interaction ended up going with Russ over at Z's. And what I was originally saying is I don't really carry myself over in certain places of the metaverse because I know it's just going to end up being drama and toxicity and fuckery. And just, you know, the live chat can be a den of thieves sometimes. This is the terminology. That's the phrase I've been using is den of thieves. Because how some people operate with the internet, it seems like the internet gives their mind some type of pass for accountability and consistency. And that's the thing, you know, we don't have too many people holding each other to the fire. There are to some degree, and it's not that we necessarily need that, but you know, people aren't going to be honest with themselves, and then on top of that, people won't be honest with each other, and then there's just a lot of fuckery that gets reinforced, a lot of bad behavior, in my opinion, quote unquote arrested development, that gets reinforced in the metaverse because people are just unwilling to develop and have humility and see where maybe they're not complete, you know, falling short and evolve and become better and stronger. No, we got motherfuckers out here saying that they're whole, they're complete. And there is something to that philosophy for sure. You don't want to feel like you always have to fill something, yes, but you know, that would be the paradox of being holy. And I can start getting deep here, but I'm about to walk into work, so I'm gonna let you grab the mic if you want, Benton. But I will be here with you a little longer before
Sweet.
OTW starts.
Yeah, I'm going to send him over there, and you know he's got such a long wind up anyway, right? But what I want to do is get I want him to have the bigger audience today, and I want to just kind of chill out. So that's my goal. Because you know yesterday it was kind of the opposite, and I don't know if you noticed this, man. We worked very well together, actually. Me and OTW. And he's the man, dude.
Indeed.
Sometimes he gets made fun of for certain ways he comes across, but he's the fucking man as far as I'm concerned. But I don't agree with everything he says. So who cares? I don't need to agree with him. And what's that matter? You know, we need to be in agreement to work together.
No, I think, you know, the whole joke of him being a terrible broadcaster set aside, he actually has a pretty entertaining and good broadcast that I do look forward to.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like I used to look forward to Ian's, you know, for different reasons. But
well, and sorry to cut you off, but OTW, he's ahead of the game in a lot of ways that I'm behind. So eventually I'll probably be taking some elements of what he does and I'll integrate that and it'll just make this better, right? So as I've done with, you know, I've observed certain things Paul does. Not that I'm imitating him necessarily, but I can learn from pretty much anybody that goes live on a regular basis. And he, you know, there's no doubt he's improved over time, right? That's all I care about. You know, is the guy working on his craft and getting better? Yeah, absolutely. So what else do I need to know? And if I'm not live, man, and it's got nothing to do with me ultimately, but there's times when I tune in, it's like 65 people and it's just the place is on fire, you know. That's good for everybody, man. That can never be bad. And I mean, it's good for me. It's good for everybody. And I think a lot of people view it as, oh, well, I'm over here talking to 15 people and look at OTW. He's got 60. It's not about that. That it's good for everybody when there's something badass happening over there. You know, I don't. And by the way, you know, I am doomer in a lot of ways, Christos. I don't believe in a lack. I do. But I know that this place is abundant. I know it is. So I don't suffer from a mindset of lack. Right. I have access to everything I need to have access to. You know, the fact that I'm working with limited resources, that's probably for a reason. You know, I probably wouldn't be able to operate and, you know, effectively if I was, I'd be a completely different person if I had a different life and was wealthy financially and all of these things. I kind of like the fact that I don't in some ways I have almost nothing. That appeals to me to have almost nothing. And, you know, me living in the streets for so long, it's sort of, it's appealing for me to go back to that. But, you know, realistically, I've learned everything I'm going to learn from that lifestyle. Right. So now I'm going to put myself into this, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And in fact, that's not even a thing, Christos. Everything always works out no matter what. Now, it may not work out the way I think I preferred it to work out, but back to the truther fucking house. What if I actually get to do that? You know, not that I recommend buying scratchers, but what if I just, you know, just buy a $20 scratcher and happen to win fucking 60 grand or something? Well, then there'll be a fucking stream. Then there'll be a truther fight club house, right? But I don't control whether or not I get the resources necessarily. I know I can go out here and do things and trade my blood, sweat, and tears and my human essence for enough money to buy a fight club house. And guess what, Christos? By the time that happens, the time will have passed, right? Everything in its season. If it's meant to happen now, it will happen. Thank you, Toilet Bowl Earth. Yes, positive nihilism, indeed. Thank you, sir. Yeah, positive nihilism. Oh, it's Sterling Ray said that. Okay, awesome. Motherfuckers just be saying shit. Well, and back to the idea of I forget how you worded it, Christos, but you know, the reality is, you know, people coming out here and saying they're whole or whatever. The fact is, I'm checking myself, right? If you've ever heard that phrase, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Well, that's typically directed at somebody else. Like I might be telling somebody else, hey, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Well, I best be, if I think that's something to aspire to and something to propagate, I best be checking myself, Christos. And if I can do one thing, I'm pretty fucking good at checking myself. And that's to what you were describing earlier, is most folks are not able to check themselves. But why? Because they can't, most folks can't introspect enough. They can't accept things about the ugly aspects of themselves, right? Well, if I'm geared for effectiveness in the real world, if I care about effectiveness above all in certain ways, well, why would I concern myself with the, oh, well, it feels bad to realize that I'm a fucking bozo in many regards of this experience. So what? So fucking what? Because if I'm going to be here over time, I can work on myself just enough to, you know, figure it out to actually, you know, be able to utilize my talents and my creativity. By the way, that's what OTW is doing. You know, whether or not, right. You know, regardless of how that manifests, that's what he's doing. And he is a man of many talents, as is Toilet Bowl Earth, as is Christos, right? We have some very talented people in these streets who don't necessarily know how to get out of their own way and work together. And myself included to some extent. But I'm going to demonstrate the willingness to work with people who are willing to work with me, even if they drive me fucking insane half the time, even if I drive them insane half the time. So fucking what? Who cares? Can we get to what's important? And if what I need to do is get through fucking an hour and a half of shenanigans and nonsense, well, guess what? That's content anyway, because people respond to drama. And yeah, exactly. Generation Z is not dumb enough to be brainwashed into the bullshit nonsense I was brainwashed into, as far as like a day's work for a day's pay, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You know, they know no man is an island. What's the point of me going out here and killing myself and breaking my back to serve corporations when they're just going to use me up and toss me onto the fucking wood pile when they're done, toss me onto the fucking refuse pile when they're done with me anyway. See, that's my generation, and even worse, the boomers. The Gen Z is like, they've seen that happen and they're not playing that. Not going to happen. You know, more power to them, by the way, Christos. I think Christos is off doing other shit, which is fine. Lord knows I can just sit here and talk, so no worries there. This is now the OTW News pre-show, by the way.
Yeah. I'm looking forward again still to the diversity and the novelty of these panels.
And it doesn't have to be a panel all the time. Sometimes it's just me fucking going off on the chat for an hour and a half, right? Like, part of the fun is I don't really know what's going to happen. If a bunch of people show up with a bunch of drama, well, of course we're going to go down those roads. But then, because I'm not trying to inflict a bunch of structure onto the process, right? But I can if I need to. But you know, just sort of being able to feel it out, and see where it goes. You know, yesterday the action was over here. Well, today it might be over at OTW. Great, good for him.
Yeah, and having the discernment as the content creator on, you know, holding space for what is making itself, you know, known and appeared and present. You know, so, recognizing what's being brought to the table and then having the discernment to see if it's going to be good content or not.
Absolutely.
And earlier I was going to say OTW had the humility to examine himself and to quote unquote come correct, thanks to people in Paul's community. Life is good.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I was there for that. Yeah, that was a big deal because OTW was quite opposed to Paul for some time. So go ahead.
Exactly. And you know, there's not a lot of people out here that within the social media realm that can necessarily do that. They've been pushed so far the other direction of narcissistic tendencies and always pigeonholing and pivoting to the point where it's kind of like the anti-up thing. It's going to be all these mental gymnastics so that one cannot sit on that seat that says, I'm wrong.
Yes,
I need to get out of my ego.
Exactly.
Engraved in the seat.
Well, and this is where CBO comes in, because several years ago, a lot of his content was about, you know, these so-called truthers who, shit, I kind of lost my point. They don't care. They dress it up as truth, but what it turns out to be is they don't want to be right. Or I'm sorry, they don't want to be wrong. They just want to be right. That's really, they don't, but they call it truth. But for a lot of folks, it's not about truth. And remember, in a certain context, I defined truth as correct philosophy. And then I further extrapolated that correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. These people don't want to discover correct philosophies. They just want to be right, a lot of them. And I don't mean the audience here. I just mean more generally and broadly. But, let's call it truth. To me, calling it truth is like the truth community is like Bill Cosby with his irreverent sweaters and, you know, having to make funny faces and dance around. Meanwhile, you know, if those stories are true, he was like one of the worst predators ever, right? It's putting out this banner of, you know, I'm going to discover what's true and pure, and I'm going to give it to everybody else. Meanwhile, the psychology of a lot of these folks, and I don't mean this audience, I just mean generally, a lot of the psychology of those folks, more correctly, is they just don't want to be wrong, or they just want to be right, which is not the same thing, but it feels the same, doesn't it? So, and we're talking about people who can't even necessarily tell the difference. And again, how is that going to benefit my life? Why would I engage with that? I'm just not going to.
It'll drag you down.
If I'm dumb enough to let them.
Swine.
Yeah, if I'm dumb enough to let them, it will. Thank God I'm not. Well, and that's the thing, Pretty. And I want to further posit this, you know. She says it's just a competition for subs and praise. Yeah, and the reality is, if I want to get out here and devote my life to being competitive on those levels, I'm probably going to outdo a lot of people. I'm not here for that. Now, I am competitive, and I do respond to praise. However, that's not my purpose here. I mean, do we really want to make it a mano-a-mano, you know, dog eat dog fucking fight to the death? Because I like my chances if we're going to do that. Now, you know, I may not be able to win in the end, but I'm gonna pin a lot of scalps to the wall on my way there, Christos. That's not what it's about for me.
Nice.
Thank you. Thanks. What's up? He's enjoying the broadcast. When I finally sign off, well, I'm probably going to stay live, but Christos, OTW News is going live pretty soon, so I'm going to do my best to send folks that way. So probably I'm going to take a break, and so consider that my sign off. What's up? Whenever I go to break, and I'm probably going to eat something. If the sun's out, I'm going to go put some sun in my eyeballs, because man, I haven't been able to sleep lately. Christos, did you hear me talk about this earlier with the vitamin D?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I've been having. I almost never have trouble falling asleep. And several nights in a row when I lay down, I can just tell something's wrong. And finally, last night, I was so desperate, I just went and took like 4,000 IUs of vitamin D, which is, of course, not even vitamin D. It's some sort of synthetic hormone that my body can convert into vitamin D, apparently. But then I was able to sleep for a few hours. So, part of this is I ain't been quite living right. So, I must necessarily discipline myself so that I must be able to go to sleep tonight in order to perform tomorrow. So, that's what I plan on doing, whatever that may be. So I do tend to neglect myself and my own, my own needs, especially if it's a 10-hour or a 12-hour stream. So when OTW starts playing the music, I'm probably going to take a break. And we'll give people a chance to file in over there. And then I do, Gary, and thank you. Well, real quick, thank you for reminding me, Gary, because yes, most eyeglasses are UV coated. And in fact, my first pair of eyeglasses, I insisted in not having the UV coating, although they probably were anyway. But I do think some of my health issues is related to I now wear eyeglasses all day, every day that are UV coated, because it wasn't that many years ago when I didn't wear eyeglasses all day, right? So there is something to that. Getting just sunlight's good for our eyes. Meanwhile, the system promotes sunglasses. I don't own sunglasses. I won't wear sunglasses. But thank you for reminding me, Gary, because anybody who goes outside, even if you don't look directly at the sun, take them eyeglasses off. Because that's blocking, all whatever the sun's putting out. My eyeglasses are blocking some of that. Just like when I drive the big rig, also, the big rig does the same thing. That windshield is UV coated, and a lot of people. I'm not saying it's bad, Jimbo. I'm saying that the UV is good for your eyes. See, we've been told the opposite. We've been told to protect our eyes from UV. It's the opposite. And if you think about it, doesn't it make sense that, if nature is good for us, well, of course, that includes the sun. Well, of course, the rays of the sun, they're not bad for us. They're actually good for us, but we choose to see it that way. And people are like, oh, my eyes are sensitive. I can't take the sunlight. Yeah, that's because you've been wearing sunglasses and staying indoors. So I was outside all day, every day in the sunlight for years, called being a homeless person who travels to places of the country where the weather's good. So I was more or less encountering sunshine more often than not. And I refuse to wear sunglasses. I'll just deal with whatever glare I got to deal with. But then again, these eyeglasses are also blocking some of that, right? Just the fact that I, need my vision corrected. Yeah, get all those healthy rays into the eyeballs. Indeed, Gary. It's very good for your eyes. Very good for the eyes. But it's interesting that we assume the opposite. You don't?
Never.
Great. Well, and part of the reason I stopped is because I break. No matter what, I end up sitting on them, or I lose them, or I break them. No matter what. So finally, it was just like, well, this is pointless. And that was years ago, before I knew anything about any of the stuff we're talking about, right? Yeah, and that's another thing, all this blue light, Christos. And most of the evenings, I get off this computer because my computer doesn't have any version of blocking the blue light, whereas the phone at least has a setting, and I just turn it all the way up and leave it on all the time, right? But even then, what's that doing?
Yeah,
I need to figure out. And don't tell me that I can do it in the software, because I'm on Linux. I don't have your Windows might have an option, but I haven't figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. But it's probably possible. It would involve me configuring custom software, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Yep. But you know what I did, Christos, as a crazy
Blue
person?
light glasses I definitely use, and I turn up the warmth on everything I have technology-wise if I can. TV.
Yeah, good for you, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. Love that. Yeah, the sun does not cause cancer. I agree. That's fucking insane that they've got us believing that the goddamn sun will kill us. Yeah, well, it can under certain circumstances, but not solely. If I'm out here in the desert without provisions. And have you ever read about these people who, especially Europeans for some reason, like to come to America, rent some kind of vehicle, and then just go driving off through Death Valley in the summer? You ever heard about this, Christos?
No, what is this?
Yeah, it's a phenomenon where several people have just gone out into the desert in California, and they just rent a car and they go out into, which is fine. Like they're probably okay, but if the vehicle breaks down, they're fucked. So imagine the amount of water I would need to take into the goddamn Death Valley desert. So if let's say I'm a father with a wife and 2 kids. So if I was to rent a vehicle and drive off into Death Valley, I'm probably going to need to be towing hundreds of gallons of water behind the vehicle. Like that's not an exaggeration, because if something goes wrong, the amount of water needed to survive in the fucking Death Valley, it's insane amounts of water. People just have no conception of, yeah, the friggin' realm can just kill us if we do the wrong thing. But then I'm supposed to believe the sun's bad. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. And a lot of this stuff I learned, living my previous lifestyle. It's like, yeah, some of this stuff is very dangerous. Nature don't give a fuck, man. Nature will take my ass out quick, fast, and hurry if I'm not on my game. Say it again.
I'm not going on any excursion into the wild. Am I breaking up?
No, you're good. I think you might be lagged a little bit, but go ahead. Or I am. It doesn't matter, man. You're good. Go, go, go.
I think it's my connection where I'm at.
Yeah, no worries, man.
You won't.
We can hear you, so go ahead.
Excursion unless I'm. You won't see me on any excursion unless I'm well prepared in advance for anything that could go wrong, especially if it's into the wild. I'll have all my T's crossed, or whatever the phrase is.
Absolutely. So if I'm going to go out into Death Valley in the summer, I would never do that. But if I did, I would extrapolate worst case scenario is this vehicle breaks down. Nobody knows where I'm at. They're going to find me, but it's going to take a week. So I got to have a week's worth of water, and it's 125 degrees, right? And I have no shade, by the way. So that's a lot of fucking water. I mean, a lot. People have no idea how much. There's people who go out onto a hike with their family, and it's 90 degrees, and they don't bring enough water. Something goes wrong. They get lost. They go off the trail. And if you look at the amount of water they brought, it's laughably not enough. Like, it's so much not enough. Like, just really basic shit. Yeah, fail to plan, plan to fail. That's right. Yeah, I think I'm lagged, Christos. Pretty sure it's me.
Well, I'm in an area right now where the connection can get iffy.
Okay. And remember, folks, when OTW fires up, I'm going to go on break. So I want if everybody'd like to file over there, whoever wants to stay over here, you're more than welcome. But I don't know that I have the energy to go through something like what we went through yesterday. 2 days in a row might be a bit much. I don't know, Jimbo. For some reason, some Europeans, especially Germans, are they're just powerfully attracted. This is according to the official fiction, right? Because I love a lot of this true crime or missing people. And I love a lot of this material. Croco, may peace be upon him. Also, this is one of the things we had in common. We both really loved the mysterious people disappearing, true crime. We're all into that stuff, right? And for some reason, these Germans and other Europeans love to go out into Death Valley. And it doesn't have to be summer, by the way. It's pretty much hot damn near year round out there. It doesn't even have to be summer. But yeah, people have
free speech in a digital world. Today, we explore the fine line between dialogue and discord on our platform, OTW News. Firstly, we delve into the realm of controversial topic news. Firstly, we delve into the realm of controversial topics. On this channel, we navigate the tumultuous waters of
Christos, if you want to hang out over here till they go live,
issues. While we champion free speech and diversity of thought, it's important to note
I
that
told them that this is insufferable and this is only existing because Cage
so remember, viewer
got him
discretion is
backstage and
paramount.
was showing us some type of
Secondly, we
AI
address the
software or
nature of
whatever.
opinions and commentary. You'll find
Bro,
personal
that
views,
AI stuff
commentaries,
is
and
such
analysis
crap.
Boring
from our
stock
hosts
footage,
and
too.
contributors. Bear in mind, these opinions are theirs alone.
Yeah, I'm killing. I can't listen to this, man.
I told him that he needs to do like just stick with the ladies and gentle beings or do something different that doesn't involve super generic like AI prompt disclaimer on some, you know, it's just too too generalized and basic. But I understand,
Chris,
you know,
yeah,
I
yeah,
understand
exactly.
what he's shooting for, but I don't think he understands. That's why I'm going to talk to him in private here. I don't think he realizes that these resources that Cage has given him to make this, like he could do something like this, but he needs to get it from different resource pools and different, like, don't use the fucking generic boring AI prompt and then stock footage. Like his other thing was at least like informational and somewhat inspiring and motivational with the different speakers, and it's look.
Well, we lost
This
Chris. Oh, he's
man,
back.
yeah, he
Hey,
needs to get rid of this disclaimer.
Yeah. Well, and you know, nothing against Cage, but you know, like I'm just going to ask Christos a question, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Like, Christos, would you go to an art museum for fun, like just to check it out?
Of course.
Okay. Would Cage go to an art museum for fun to check it out? Probably not. He'd probably think it's fucking stupid. If you got him in there, he would just tell you how stupid everything is. So surprise, surprise, he has no aesthetic.
If he was really on that intellectual level he holds himself to, then he would be in the museum. But that's just the thing. That's what I was saying earlier, in a different way. But yeah, I'm gonna be making a lot of noise. You got it.
It doesn't matter. I'm still trying to get everybody to go over there. See, we're too interesting, Christos. They're still here. They're still here, man. But
Once
I'm taking my breaks.
W on the screen, we'll get people over there.
Well, I'm going on break when that happens. If you want to just sit here and talk, that's fine with me. But I'm going to go do other shit for a little while and then come back.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off.
All right, man.
Thanks, Benson.
Appreciate it. Good stuff, bro. That was Christos. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I can understand. The desert has an appeal, certainly. Just the desert is appealing, right? Meanwhile, yeah, as long as the person has what they need to survive the worst case scenario. I mean, otherwise, it's could be a death sentence. It's the same reason I will never go skydiving. I'm not scared of skydiving. It's just the worst case scenario I'm not willing to accept, which is me fucking splattering into the fucking terra firma, right? No thanks. Not interested. I've seen what it does to somebody who took a header out of the third floor window of the Salvation Army in Austin. And yes, I saw him fucking hit the concrete. Not interested in doing that at terminal ma fucking velocity, right? The Sylvester Stallone movie was enough for me. I don't need to experience it. Thanks, man. Yeah, I got that good. That's what we call it here. I got that good. Oh, we got an Android update. Restart my device. Okay. Don't threaten me with a good time. Oh, it's just security updates. Don't threaten me with a good time. What? I think I did, Gary, actually. Well, and I'll say this, Gary, like I've been on some daredevil shit at times. I actually dove head first off about a 40-foot bluff, and that shit was terrifying. I'll never do that again. That was kind of on a dare, not even a dare. It was some bozo was like, hey, if I dive head first off of this, will you do it? And I was like, yeah. And then that fucker did it. And I was like, oh God. And then here I go, bro, I could have fucked my hitting that water, man. Oh, dude, my head, it was rough, man. Oh my God. And just jumping off of that thing and just sort of in midair being like, am I really going to go in head first? Fuck, I would never do that shit again. And that was just 40 feet up. But yeah, fuck that. Once was enough. Thank God I didn't break my neck. And the foolishness of youth. And let's not forget that Cage is not that much older than I was when I thought it was a good idea to go head first off a 40-foot bluff, right? So, you know, I should probably cut the young man some slack, right? But then again, when somebody shows that they do have talent and abilities, part of this is that, you know, I would prefer to see the talent and abilities manifest into something. It's I'm only hard on people that show a level of ability. I'm not hard on just the general public, right? Although I am to some extent, but they have to fuck with me. They got to come mess with me. Like the freak came and messed with me about Trump. If he'd just kept his mouth shut, there's no problem. He's the one who wanted to defend his boy, right?
You can't talk defeat and expect to have victory. You can't talk lack, not enough, can't afford it, never get ahead.
You can believe that. I've read multiple Joel Osteen books.
If you have a poor mouth, you're going to have a poor life. If you don't like what you're seeing, start sowing some different seeds. We may not realize it, but we're always feeding ourselves. What we watch, listen to, the people we're around, the thoughts we're dwelling on, that's feeding our inner man. If you go to lunch with people that talk bad about the boss, make fun of a coworker, put down a friend.
Yeah, but they're trash, Joel. This is what they need. They're trash, bro. Why are you assuming that these are good-hearted
Whatever
people?
you feed is going to grow. You may not like what they're feeding you. You're a nice
That's
person.
interesting, Gary. I
If
just
you
chalked it up
continue
to
hang
the
around them,
testosterone.
before
But,
long, you'll be gossiping. You'll be critical. You'll be disrespectful. Why?
And no shit.
Because you kept
Yeah.
feeding the wrong things.
Exactly.
If you're always
Exactly, Yurt.
feeding negative thoughts, thinking I'll never get well.
Why do you think there's
I'll never meet
37
the
people
right
still here,
person,
Yurt? It's not because I'm that. Yeah, I'm interesting.
feeding
I'm not that
mediocrity,
interesting.
Feeding fear.
It's because they know this intro and they don't want to watch it. That's why they're still here.
With people that are actually that.
Even me
already.
talking over the top of the intro is better than the intro itself. See, I'm not in. I don't think Osteen. I don't think that's a. I don't believe that that's a. I don't think that's a Mandela. I think when we weren't familiar with the name Joel Osteen, when people say that, they're more inclined to say Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen. It phonetically sounds like Olstein. Right? Old. That's what it sounds like. Joel Osteen is harder to say. So I'm not willing to accept that as a Mandela, but I don't even give a fuck about Mandela. Doesn't matter to me.
If you don't know why you was born, time is still moving. And if you discover your purpose at 90 years old, it's too late.
Just break it down phonetically. Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen. Sounds like you're saying Joel Osteen. That's two L. Joel Osteen. Like you can roll the L from Joel into the L. You can roll an L from Joel into Olstein. I think it's a phonetic thing, personally.
So if
my
you're
opinion.
50 and you feel like life left you
And again, I've read multiple of his books.
right now.
And I don't ever remember reading Olstein. I remember it always being Osteen.
When the whole world
But does it even fucking matter at this point? Creflo Dollar from Memphis, Tennessee, Gary. And my favorite rapper, Sean Price, may peace be upon him. He had one of his famous raps. The chorus involved Creflo Dollar. It was hilarious the way he said it. Worked Creflo Dollar into his rap. And for those who may not know,
Greatness in your profession, and more importantly, in your quality of
I
self.
think Creflo Dollar, I'm pretty sure he played basketball for University of Memphis, now that I think about it.
Take those risks. You are going to change the world around you in big ways and in small.
Maybe not Memphis, but I want to say he was a basketball player, but now I'm Mandelaing myself, perhaps. See, anything's a Mandela. Maybe I just misremembered, right? Can I just misremember? Oh, he's from Georgia. Why did I think Memphis? Who am I thinking of that's from Memphis? This is why I trust but verify, right? Yeah, Creflo Dollar. What up, O'Shea? Hey, I'm going on break once OTW's intro is over, and then I'm going to come back if you want to chop it up. I mentioned you many times near the top of the broadcast, and not in a bad way, I would like to think.
You want to improve? You want to get better?
Yeah, Jimbo, the actual Nelson Mandela.
Clean diet. You want to
My memory, because since I was nerdy and read the newspaper more or less every day growing up, I've read a ton of articles about the actual person Nelson Mandela. That's the only one I've really ever been like, yeah, man, what the fuck is this? Yeah, the actual Nelson Mandela. That's the one where I was like, okay, this is clearly something to this. But I haven't really noticed any other ones. The Berenstain Bears, we had those books growing up, but I never cared enough about them to even pay enough attention or give a fuck how it was pronounced or how it was written. It was a nothing burger to me. But I remember reading many, many articles about actual Nelson Mandela, and he was on TV, and hell, you know, I was the kind of nerd who would watch PBS and shit, like PBS documentaries. We didn't have cable, so I'm sure I've seen a lot of material on Nelson Mandela going back to the 80s, right? So yeah, Nelson Mandela, that's the one. That's absolutely a Mandela, the actual Nelson Mandela. There's no way that's not a Mandela. No fucking way. There's no way I misremembered fucking hundreds of articles over a period of 20 years having to do with Nelson Mandela. It's just impossible. Yeah, like the Berenstain Bears, but I never paid that much attention to. Sure, I can't say that's Mandela. Maybe it is. I don't know, don't care. Don't know, don't care. Like, we had the books. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, oh yeah, the book. Who cares? I read tons of books. That's just one of the tons of books I read. Give a fuck. And that's the thing about the Berenstain Bears is a lot of folks don't read a lot of books. What that comes down to is I was into books. So it's like, yeah, this is a book. It's okay. I like it because it's a book, but it's neither fish nor fowl. O'Shea living his best life. He says, he woke up at 10 on a scenic mountain about to make peppermint tea. Sounds lovely, sir. Twist one up. I could not be more content and happy. And that's what, you know, these bozos who don't want you to post up in your car across the street from the playground, whatever that means. It's not like there's children playing on the playground anymore. Certainly without an armed guard nearby, right? Oh, now we're scared because a person with a bizarre resentment arguably is near a playground. Get the fuck out of here. What's that matter? Meanwhile, where's the strong men who can just come check Brian O'Shea out and fucking poke him in the ribs a little bit metaphorically and see what he's all about? I guarantee you, if I'd never met O'Shea, and I haven't met him, if I knew nothing of him, and this is what I said earlier, O'Shea, it's not that is these people they live in some bitch ass, weak ass neighborhood. Where just imagine O'Shea, where you grew up in Chicago, some actual predator trying to post up. Dude, a 15-year-old would probably whoop his ass, much less a grown ass man. A lot of this is just folks are from weak ass, bullshit ass places, man. They ain't got no heart. And I don't mean the individual. I mean they're from places that have no heart. They're from weak ass bullshit places. And I've said this before, man. Do y'all remember after Katrina, they dispersed all these people all across the country, and a lot of these people left Katrina and they went and took over the local drug scene. Well, they went to my hometown and got murdered because they tried to take over the local drug scene. You ain't going into Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and take the fucking over. Why? Because those people got a heart. That's why. They ain't on some weak ass bullshit like most of these places are. Call it what it is, man. Call it what it fucking is. Anyway, how long is this intro, by the way? We're talking for an hour. When I get up there, she won't see my face for an hour. Build it, they will come. Yep. O'Shea, you need to sue these motherfuckers, man. O'Shea, let them violate you. Sue these motherfuckers. Then let's buy a $25,000 house in my hometown. Or you buy a $25,000 house in my hometown. We'll do the Truth or Fight Club house. I'm telling you, it's a thing. It'll take the metaverse by storm. But if a thing's worth doing, it's worth doing myself, right? So I guess I'm on the hook. But meanwhile, we're about to go on break. Let me make a banner. Good to see you, Yurt, by the way. I'm on one today to some extent. So. Oh, it's still going. You know, OTW news at a certain OTW. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Jesus.
Alrighty then. Welcome back to OT.
What's happening? Benton here. I'm back to 8 viewers. This is all 3 chats on the screen, although I guess I don't need my chat up there, right? Because presumably if you're here, you can see my chat. So why I did that, I'm not exactly sure. Just experimenting, seeing what we can do. This is, who's that in the middle? That's, I think that's, yeah, the middle is Z's chat, and the right is OTW's chat. And Kieran Cage on OTW, actually they're playing, he wasn't on OTW. OTW, I guess, was playing another panel. Hearing Cage talk about his uncle or whoever being president of the Hells Angels, who cares? All I know is the only time I've ever encountered Hells Angels in the physical was in Austin, Texas at the Starbucks, all the way south on the public transit there, where I used to hang out as a homeless person near my sleep spot out there. And in fact, I might talk about that sleep spot before I get into the Hells Angels, although I may forget. But 7 in the house. I don't know how many. Is it me and 6 bots? Maybe. Not sure. But what should I put there instead of my own chat? Maybe we'll just make these 2 wider. How about that? Let's get rid of mine. Let's just do this. Yeah. What could I put in the middle here? No, what should that be? It's experimentation. We're having experimentation here. Maybe this could go in the middle, right? Although I can pop out video on there's another web browser. My Libre Wolf will let me. I can actually pop out just the video. Ooh, I could have 2 videos going. Man, I need better internet. I could actually have Z. I could have Z and OTW both on the screen. But since I'm not using OBS, I can't play any of the audio at the same time, right? But, anyway. Oh, there's OTW's chat. Now it's redundant. This ain't going to work. Kill that. Oh, I'm going to kill that. That's this one. I don't know. What should we put in the middle? Oops. There we go. That'll work. Why not? Pretty cool. Man, I got to get on better internet. This is bullshit. Fucking name. Oh, yeah, the Hells Angels in Austin. And they had, I guess they could have just been actors, right? One thing about Austin, they do a fair number. They do a fair bit of movie productions. But I don't know, man, if that was real deal. I'm trying to remember which chapter exactly it was, but I know it was California. Somewhere in Cali. I don't remember exactly, but I just went right up to them and welcomed them to the South, basically. They said they were on, again, back to what I talked about with O'Shea. If O'Shea posts up in my neighborhood across from the playground, I'm going to wander over there at some point and see what he's all about. See, that's what I'm going to do. So when I see Hells Angels with some California club, right, Hells Angels Motorcycle Club in my South, well, I already know Austin is on some weak-ass bullshit. Austin, Texas. Hell, Texas is weak-ass bullshit in some way. Well, I just strutted right up to them and just more or less just started talking shit to them in a way. Said, reminded them where they were at. I said, yeah, I know most of these motherfuckers in Austin are weak as fuck. I said, this ain't, the whole South ain't weak. And I was basically like, y'all are more than welcome. But I let them know there's at least one strong man that's going to make sure they ain't on some bullshit. And I was like, where are your motorcycles? And I think they told me they flew in. So I guess they weren't on a road trip now that I think about it. Maybe they were actors. I have no idea. But I tell you what, the one who was the leader certainly wasn't bothered by my presence, right? I guess he felt like he could handle the situation if it came to it. But and when I say they're not shit, I really don't mean that. That's just me being hyperbolic. But most folks, when faced with direct aggression, they're just going to, what are they going to do, right? Well, they're going to sit there and have a conversation with me. Why wouldn't they? And I told them have a nice day, but some idea that somebody's a Hell's Angel and that, what does that mean? So fucking what, dude? That doesn't mean he's any, better, or it doesn't mean a person's more of a badass than anybody else. To me, it just seems like the type of punk. And I think I probably told him that. I said, look, I ain't got no people. I'm a one-man army. I'm out here by myself. Yeah, I'm still not even sure what this hoax wars is, by the way. What even is that, right? I think, what is this, the president in Mexico here? This Menendez, isn't that who that is? So Trump's been charged, and now this guy's charged. Menendez, charged with bribery, federal corruption case, gold bars for favors, envelopes of cash, luxury car. Well, that sounds like business as usual if you ask me, right? If you ask me. Shout out to Tiny Chud and OTW's chat. I see you working there, Bubba. Monel in the house. G, there's G. He's persona non grata over here, of course. Mm-hmm. Haven't been listening. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, sir. Who are these dorks even talking about? Okay. Dubas says you guys sounded like a couple of broads that were complaining about a guy that broke your hearts. Bitches, everyone. Shout out to Jessica Jane. And if anybody is just only listening, I've got both. I've got OTW and Z's live chat on the screen. Just reading the chat. Crowd work times 2, as it were. Bex Factor in OTW News. Read her. I'm still thinking I can find something more interesting for the middle of the screen. And I see my connection is faltering. That's nothing new, right? So it makes me wonder if I even want to bother. Should I even bother paying for my hotspot data? So I do have a physical hotspot. Oh, Keith called me. Let's call Keith back. This will be fun. We're going to call Highly Suspect on stream. Yeah. See if he calls us back.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? You're on live. I got you on speakerphone. I'm just sitting here. Sorry I missed your call. What's up, man?
No worries, man. I just hey, man, I'm 50 years old today.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
How's it feel, the big 5-0?
No different. Really, no different. Yeah. So what's happening?
Not a fucking thing, man. There's a couple of other broadcasters live, so I took the opportunity to take a break here, and I've got both the live chats on the screen. I'm just chilled out, maxing and relaxing.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yep.
So, question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, go ahead.
Did you do anything about the birth certificate?
Well, my next step after talking to Wizard is I found out that I can't just show up in person. I need to contact the Secretary of State and have them, take care of that. But no, I'm still procrastinating. Now, of course, I could give you I could give you any number of excuses, but the reality is I've yet to take real world action. So that's where we're at, sir.
Oh, okay.
It's going to happen, though. I think it is. But until I do something, I've done nothing. So. But that's the plan, sir. That's the plan.
Oh, okay. You can call me Keith, man. You ain't got.
Again, dude. I'm telling you, they beat it into me. I'll do my best. But thank you for reminding me, Keith.
Yeah,
Keith.
No, it's all right.
Keith.
Yeah. Okay.
Keith. I'm doing my best. But thank you for remind me every time I do it. Remind me, and maybe someday I'll remember.
It's kind of like really informal to me, and I feel like we're friends. And
we are friends.
We're what?
We are. Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yes. Hell yes. We're friends. Anyways.
Are you celebrating? What's going on here?
No, I'm not really doing shit. Like I was just fucking talking to my daughter and about some of my past transgressions as being a terrible father.
Oh man.
and trying to convince her that her mother wasn't terrible. But yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, right. I know. Right. Yep.
Mothers and their daughters.
Yep. So anyways, I wasn't doing shit.
Cool,
And I
cool.
appreciate the call, man. And so the other day on your live stream, you were talking about like doing things step by step, you know.
Yes.
Okay, and I get that. I completely get that for the content and everything. But what I want to tell you is, like, just from me to you, is I will help you every step of the way the best I can.
Awesome.
And yeah, I want to, and I just seen a video of a man getting pulled over, I think in Pennsylvania, where he presented his documents, and the lieutenant like just wanted so badly to fucking arrest him, and he showed him like, you know, his credential cards and all that, and he was like, okay, you're free to go, you know, you're free to go. And the guy knew his rights, his laws, all that shit. Like he just, and it was like a total smoke show for the cop. Just, and I thought, fuck, man, I can do that. I can do this. I can do what that man just done. You know, the guy. So what my situation is I need to know the statutes, the codes, the laws. I need to print them out and have them ready, you know, so I can, like the man did earlier on the video I seen. I need to do that. That's my next step. Yeah. So like watching the video when he presented the if you want to call them law enforcement, you know, when he presented that shit to him, the guy just got so violent, I guess. Yeah. Like just, and I think like Paul and Slave, you know, like when you're on the spiritual side of shit, you know, and you present that, like it just has to fucking happen that way. Like the way he presents, you know, what he's saying, like you, yeah, like it just has to fucking agree. It has to. Doesn't matter what you think or feel, you know, we've talked about that shit before too. Like it's going to be combative at first, but once you keep presenting that shit and you're on the right side of being right, like it has to. And that's what I seen in the video, and that's what I was thinking about, just like right before I spoke with you. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, like that's what I seen, you know, and I don't know if I'm mirroring what I want to, you know, I don't even know about that shit, but I seen that and like it just fucking worked out, and it was great. Like, yeah.
Well, and you know, why wouldn't it if you really think about it?
Yeah, because it has to. It just fucking, it has to. That's crazy. And 50 fucking years today, I've been doing all this bullshit that I've been doing, you know, and now I'm finally starting to realize that, like, I didn't have to fucking participate in that shit, you know, but I did, and it was willful. And so there was a lot of karmic consequences, you know, for me doing that. But now, having knowing now what I fucking didn't know then, like, yeah, it makes total sense, man. You just, I don't want to be a dick and be like righteousness or nothing, but like, you know, you always have that idea that, you know, doing the right thing is the right fucking thing to do.
Well, regardless of the consequences.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and it just like the lieutenant was so fucking triggered. The guy was pulling out. He's like, I don't want to see your fucking documents. I don't care about that shit. You need to show me insurance. And the guy was like, no, I don't have to do that.
Well, and can we watch this video?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you have the link?
Hang on a minute. Let me look. Give me a second, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to lose you. Hang on a second.
Yeah, man. No rush.
Okay. I'm a boomer. I'm not tech savvy, right? You know, so.
Anyway, we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, like. Okay, I'm trying to.
So the benefit of email, if you email it to me, I can access it on all my devices and my computer. If you send it to me on the phone, I can only access it on the phone.
Yeah.
This is where I think email can be way more powerful than other things. Because I can read email on all of on anything, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
If not, it's no big deal. I mean, I'm just trying to ask.
Yeah, man, my apologies.
No worries, bro. Don't even worry about it.
Okay.
There's only 12 people here. There's 2 other people broadcasting. I took a break on purpose so folks could go over there. It's not,
it was
not a biggie. You can just describe it if you want, but it's just better because obviously playing it and watching it would be better than describing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just didn't. Okay,
Well, maybe for the future, think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll save it and email it to you. And it was absolutely it was great, you know, to have that sense of you know, like the guy. Okay, so I showed you the documents where I signed my name in the blue ink. You know, that means you're.
But I don't want to talk about the blue ink because every time you say a color of ink, half the audience tunes out. If you start talking brackets and ink colors, they just tune out. Okay. But I know there's a process, right? I understand that at a certain point, it's necessary to use a specific color of ink. But this is where folks like you do yourselves if you actually want people to do these things, and what we're talking about specifically is correcting status, I would avoid any and all talk of ink colors and brackets until the person is actually at that step, because it actually hurts your own cause. Okay. If that makes sense. As soon as 50% of people, as soon as they hear the color of ink and brackets means a difference, they're done listening.
Okay, got you.
So if you really want everybody to do this, the way to do is don't talk about that stuff, because it really doesn't matter until you're at that step anyway. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. The ink color is irrelevant until the person has actually gotten to that stage of the process, and then the color of the ink is relevant. But I'm telling you, man, half of everybody that hears you talk about this stuff, as soon as you say it has to be in blue ink, they're out. They're out.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I got an understanding of that. Okay.
So the more you keep it broad and generalized, then the better.
Okay.
Because we can definitely give the broad strokes without talking about the details like the color of ink.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
It was anyways, I just thought it was I felt really empowered, and you know, I can't wait to fucking exercise these rights, you know, that I have.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's not, and I feel kind of like a fucking asshole for saying that, but I just want to exercise it and prove to myself that, you know, yeah, you have these rights. They don't have authority over me or my person, my life, or whatever, like they think they do.
Well, but meanwhile, if you have the rights, what does it matter what they think? Like it's literally irrelevant what another person thinks. If you were endowed by the universe or creation or God or whatever we're calling it, if you really were born with all that, what is the relevance of anybody else's opinion about the reality that that's the case?
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. It's just like if you're just programmed to not exercise them, and you know, so you let them get over on you, you know, because you don't realize it or exercise it, you know, which is something you have to do.
Well, but I think it's important to speak specifically. No, you don't have to. That's the entire point. You don't have to do anything. So it's important to speak very specifically. If people had to act on this, there wouldn't be a problem.
So if I don't exercise them, then they get their way with me. You know.
Yes, that's now also known as tyranny and authoritarianism.
Yeah, it is absolutely.
So I would say that the main reason why people are subject to tyranny and authoritarianism is specifically because people are not acting on these rights.
Yeah, yeah, like we voluntarily give them up. We don't have to, but we do. Like, you know, I don't.
Well, let's be clear. Our parents signed us into this. I got my Social Security card when I was like 7 years old, probably.
Yeah.
My parents signed me up for this before I could legally enter into contracts.
Yeah, unknowingly, I would say, like they didn't know what they were doing. They thought they were doing, you know, something that was.
Well, their parents signed them up, by the way. So they were born into it, therefore it's normal.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. So, like, for myself, like, as a child, like, you wouldn't think, like, anybody would lie to you that, you know, is in your life, like your parents or grandparents or whatever. They wouldn't go out of their way to tell you something they didn't believe wasn't true, you know, so they do it. And then you just grow up in that situation and you're like, yeah, that's what we do. But then later on in life, when you like find out, like, no, I don't have to do this. I don't need to participate in this kind of, you know, not debauchery, but like bullshit. And that's what it is. It's bullshit, you know.
Well, of course it is.
So then, like, you know, like I think you said earlier about the cognitive dissonance. You have a core belief that's so strong that you just can't fucking think otherwise.
Well, and see, real quick, this gets us back to the whether we like it or not, our psychologies are a product of this system, at least in part.
Agreed.
So that's where that comes from. So the thinking, that type of thinking is built into our psychologies.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they just program you to think like this is the way it is, and it's just got to be that way, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. Like, we allow it because we just allow it, like, and because we think or believe, we have this core belief, like this is the way it is, and it does not have to be that way.
For you individually, it doesn't have to be that way. Unfortunately, on a mass scale, yes, it does have to be that way.
Yeah, that sucks. Like, that really sucks because there's so many more of us than there are them, you know, and they're like fucking, you know, the tyranny and all that shit. It's just, it's almost like insanity to me that.
Well, and I think I know where you're going. Sorry to cut you off, but can we just face the reality that Americans no longer desire or want freedom?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, they don't want freedom. They don't want to be free, and they don't want you to be free. That is an American. That's what it is to be an American, is to be just somebody that wants the state to be authoritarian and tyrannical. They want the state to be able to boss you around and run roughshod over you. That's what people want.
Agreed. Okay. Yeah.
But they also want to be seen as good, God-fearing Americans. You know, mom, apple pie, American exceptionalism, MAGA, Donald Trump, the American flag, which is all a bunch of fucking propaganda, ideological nonsense.
Yes, it is. It is. And it kind of like, it's heartbreaking, like to think that, you know, my fellow countrymen or whoever is just like totally against what I'm doing. Like, that's kind of heartbreaking. I just, you know, want to fucking have a peaceful life, and you know, I don't have any intentions on harming anybody or going out of my way to be fucking cruel or have any bad intentions toward anyone. I just want to be left alone. Just leave me the fuck alone and let me do me.
Well, and that's not going to happen, right?
Yeah. I kind of agree with that, but like it's just not, I'm not going to accept it. Like, I'm just not going to. It's not going to be okay with me to accept that, Like, people, men, women can, they're going to be what they're going to be, and that's okay. I'm going to be what I'm going to be, but they're not going to impose like their will or their beliefs on me.
Well, good.
Anymore.
Yes, that's the key.
Yeah,
anymore.
They have for like 49 fucking years, but now that stopped right here, right now. No, you're not doing that. This is, my life. You live yours, I'm going to live mine. When yours starts to encroach on, my rights, which it is a right. It's not like a liberty or some shit like somebody's given me. I have a God-given right to just fucking be free and live peaceful and, do the best I can do.
Well, and sorry to cut you off, but what you don't have the right to do is to make other people share that viewpoint.
Yes, I agree with you. And they don't have a right to make me share their viewpoint either.
Well, but the point I'm making is that they outnumber you, but the reality is you can't make them accept that you've chosen to live outside of the system in many ways. They're free to still not accept that you are doing that. And that's the part that can be difficult to contend with, because what I know of you is you're the type of person that would prefer to be accepted by the people around you on that basis. And most are simply never going to do that. Most folks will never accept you, even though, based on the way you've chosen to live. They're free to reject it and make fun of you and attempt to discredit you and say, well, who's going to pay for the roads and all the nonsense they say, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And that's kind of, a personal growth thing with me, like just like me coming to the realization, like, no, not everybody's going to think like me. Not everybody, and they don't have to. They're not obligated. And I'm not obligated to agree with their lifestyles or choices, or, if they're okay with paying taxes and, being part of a corporation, then okay. So you're going to be a corporate slave. I just chose not to do that. You don't have to agree with me. You're not obligated. Neither am I, though, to agree with you.
Well, but again, you'll never get them to understand that you're not obligated. That's the part where I think you're going to have a lot of problems. They're free to believe that you are obligated, even as you're not.
You nailed it. You fucking just like, that's a gem right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, a gem. Fucking yes. They're not. So me moving forward in my little journey here, whatever, in this realm, or whatever we want to call it, I gotta deal with that shit, and like that's disheartening. Like I fucking hate it for them.
Why?
Yeah, I do. Like,
but why though?
I don't know, compassion, fucking humanity, or like I don't want to see anybody suffer if they don't have to fucking suffer. They're like willfully doing it.
I understand, but again, under free will, it's not appropriate for you to inject yourself into that on their behalf. By the way, they're free to create their own misery and live in it, and that's none of your business.
I know, man. It's like a fucking something with me. Like, I get you. I got you. Yeah, I'm doing that. You're absolutely correct. Like, it's like when don't cast pearls before swine. Like, just fucking stop giving pigs fucking, just stop it. Just don't do that. But on the same page, I still do it, and I want to do it. I want everyone else to, in my own special way, like, be free and just not be part of this system.
Okay, and I want to impress upon you that it's okay that you have that. It's completely fine that you feel that way. What you don't have a right to do is then attempt to impose that on other people.
I agree with you 100%. So that's something I'm dealing with. Like, you know, I'm trying to like get over that or get through that part and just, you know, me be me and let them be them. It's still like for whatever psychological bullshit that I got going on, I'm so concerned about my fellow man that, you know, it bothers me if they don't agree with what I, you know, the choices I've made or whatever. Like, it bothers me. It does. It shouldn't. And I agree with you 100%. It's none of my goddamn business what anyone else does. I just want to see people that I care about or love or whatever, you know, do these things.
Well, and you know, there's such a thing called tough love. See, I can't be anything but harsh and critical with these people on some level because that is love. But I'm rejecting them on the basis of them not living up to a minimum standard. See, which I'm free to do. That is appropriate. I can never be wrong if I'm rejecting them solely based on them being below what I see to be a minimum level.
Right.
See, that's completely different than me trying to insert myself into their life and compel them to change into something I would prefer. Because I think if you're honest, Keith, you say you want it for them, but in reality, you would prefer that they weren't living the way you would prefer it.
I would love it.
But wait a minute, that's your preference, though.
Yes, I know. Like, I would absolutely love it if, you know, everybody went along, get along, and agreed with what I'm doing. Yeah. So, can I say something real quick?
Oh yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
No. My daughter, she's getting out of the Navy like this month.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And like everything's going good with her, but she has a friend that's in the Navy, and like I've been talking with the guy or whatever. So he tried to do the status correction, but him being they rejected it because he's in a contract with the federal government.
Aha.
Yes, like, and he was so like through my little journey or whatever I done, like I was sharing this stuff with him. He's like, man, that's great. I want to do it. And I sent him like links or whatever and how to do all this. So he tried to. So him being under contract, they didn't allow him to go any further with it. Like he, regardless of what I think, like I feel like it's bullshit.
Well, again, that's an opinion.
Yeah, it is. But he's in a contract, and they would not allow it to. You know, they were like, "No, you."
Well, because they don't have a choice because it's the spiritual law again. It would be inappropriate for it to be allowed because he gets to make a contract.
Yeah, and you know, we spoke about. You and I have talked about, like, you know, my daughter taking vaccines and being not made to, but willingly doing it. But she had like every intention on like informing me like she didn't have a choice, which she did. She had a choice. It just wasn't the one she wanted at the moment. And, you know, it made her life easier to take it, whatever. But the guy, he's 23. He's got another year and a half left in the Navy. And he was like fucking, he hates it. He fucking hates it. I speak with him like every other day or something, you know, once, twice a week, whatever. He's like, how the fuck do I get out of this? You know? And so I give him some links and stuff, and he tried to do the authentications and stuff like that with his birth certificates. And they denied it. Like, you work for the federal government. You can't do this right now. You're under a contract, which he willfully went into, I guess. If that resonates, I guess, you know what I mean?
Of course.
So,
because he has the right to make contracts.
And he did, so he's still obligated to finish that contract.
Of course, and the system must honor the contract. It's obvious. It's obvious. Yeah.
Okay, so you know what I mean then, right?
Yeah, because this is spiritual. It's spiritual.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not crazy. The evil has no choice but to adhere to the system and the law. It's not crazy. It's not crazy.
To me, like, that's confirmation. Like, okay, so what I'm doing is, you know, I don't want to.
But why do you need to constantly have what you're doing approved and validated? That's the problem, Keith.
Because, yeah, I get you, Jason. Like, fucking, like, because I'm not 100% like fucking like this is valid because I haven't exercised my rights yet. You know, I haven't been pulled over or something like that. Is what I'm getting at. But them telling him that like you're under a contract, like that's no different than like say a Hollywood fucking actor signing a contract and being, you know, in a contract with the evil type shit. To me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're in a contract. You fucking signed your name. Doesn't matter what color ink. I'm probably
Yeah, we just don't talk about color. Let's just not talk about ink colors ever. There's no reason to talk about an ink color, but go ahead.
But it does matter.
And it doesn't matter, though. If you want people to correct their status and they get turned off when we talk about ink colors, just shut the fuck up about the ink colors. Pretty please with sugar on top.
Okay.
Because if you really want them to do a thing and you know that talking about the color of an ink makes it less likely they're going to do it, shut the fuck up about the color of ink.
10-4. 10-4. I got you. I'm just, okay. So the young man, like, he just fucking wants out of the goddamn system. He thinks, you know, he realizes now, like, it's just a bunch of garbage. But he's in a contract with them, you know. So he has to honor that contract for like another year and 4 months. You know, and I feel fucking like I'm just like that was a false contract, but you did sign it and you agreed to it, you know, whatever. And it will affect him if he decides to I don't know that he can discharge himself, but like if he decides to disconnect with the military complex, you know, it's going to affect him for a long time. You know, and I hate that for him, but like it's just that's his business, not mine. But I do understand, like he just doesn't want to be part of it no more, which is like, in my opinion, only fucking really awesome, man. Because this guy's like, he didn't wait till he was 50 to do it. He's like 23, 24. And he's already seeing like this is garbage, like what I'm participating in, you know. That's all.
Yeah, but you can't swoop in and fix his life.
No, I tried to. I did. Like, and he was like really interested, and it like appealed to me. Like, okay, this kid fucking, you know, wants to change things up or whatever, but he's in a contract. We have a contract. Like, we do until we don't. Is kind of what I'm saying. Like, I remember like being in the recruiter's office in the Marine, you know, at the Marine recruiting station, and signing all kinds of papers and documents, and you know, pledging allegiance to, you know, the divided states of America and all that shit. I do. I recall it. And fucking swearing an oath, like I swore an oath, like that just fucks me up. Thinking like there were like, I don't know, 30 other men and women there doing the same shit. It convinced me what I was doing was honorable, or, you know, I was gonna, but it was not whatsoever. I just got indoctrinated into a system, part of a system that was a system, you know, and that's fucked up. And me having not known, you know, or not being any wiser at the time is not their fault. It's mine.
That's right.
Yeah, I done that. I did it. I fucking willfully, knowingly done it. Yeah, I don't, man, it makes me feel like garbage, but, you know, that shit's over with.
Well, and those are only feelings.
Yeah, they are. But those feelings that I had, like I was doing something honorable, you know.
Yeah, you were tricked.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course.
Hell, I tried to join at a certain point. Thank God it didn't take, right?
Great. That's, yeah,
So
absolutely.
there's something in a man that wants to go out and do those sort of things. I mean, I think we can admit that.
I think it's the camaraderie, you know, of being like, I think we're tribal. Like we want to be around other men that are like-minded and, you know, want the same shit. We all want freedom and,
Well, to test the valor, to find out what I'm made of.
yeah, okay, I can agree with that. Yeah, like, did you do this? And you know, on graduation day, you feel so fucking elated and like, look what I've done. There's only this many men that have done this, or women, whatever. And then when you do it, yeah, then you get this sense of camaraderie and like a accomplishment. But then you find out that like myself, I'm not speaking for any other Marine or anybody that was an ex-Marine or whatever. You know, they say you're always a Marine, whatever. But there was a camaraderie, and I do personally think that like we were all fucking nuts. Like we were crazy and we just connected. Like why would I willingly and voluntarily join a fighting force for a government that I knew I would be the first one to go and the last one to know? Why would I do that? I must have been insane. Like, but then when you meet like-minded men like that, like you just connect with them. Everything's like, there's something about knowing that, you know, the tribe's got your back, you got their back. Kinda, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, and it's.
Well, did you ever see this Sheriff of Baghdad?
No, I have not.
Never heard of that guy?
Uh-uh.
It was in Iraq, you know, during the last conflict. And I guess he was a Delta Force operator or something.
Yeah.
He only ever worked by himself. See, that's me. That's what I would be. I would be the person who goes off and does the mission by himself. So I don't really, but then I would come back and have the camaraderie, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
But
yeah,
some people are more set up to go with the unit, right?
Yeah, conditioned. Like,
But what I'm saying is my personality, and I'm sure if I had achieved anything, I never was in the military. If I had achieved something, I have to think at a certain point, if I got to a high enough level of proficiency, they would have recognized, okay, we'll just give this dude a mission and he'll just go off by himself and do it.
Okay.
So I'm not set up for clicking up and then going out and doing some shit. I'm set up for just tell me what you need accomplished. Tell me the parameters to work in and I'll just go do it.
I understand that.
So
okay.
when you talk about camaraderie and all this, none of that resonates for me.
Okay.
But I understand where you're coming from. I get it. I'm not set up for that. But it makes sense to me that that appeals to people.
Yeah, and it absolutely did to me.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't trade, you know, any of it because I like just the men I met and the friendships and the bonds and all that shit. Like, and when you leave that, then you're kind of fucked up because you get out in the civilian world and you're like, wait a minute, like nobody's got your fucking back. You're on your own, you know, and they're like cutthroat motherfuckers.
Well, and sorry to cut you off. This is probably why it's a little easier for me in a way, because I never saw myself as part of that group in the first place, whatever the group is. Now I'm able to move amongst groups, and I'm able to, you know, function within groups at times, but I don't see myself as a member of like a larger whole. So I have an advantage in that way because I'm not concerned with those dynamics, but I certainly understand them, right? I get it.
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm not saying that all men are you or anyone else.
No, I'm just
like
a little
that.
different that way. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But you like, you know, I guess maybe fucking a traumatic childhood or whatever the fuck I dealt with. yeah, I felt like at home. Like these are my brothers, and you know, I feel good around them. I feel safe, secure. I'll do whatever I can do to protect them, and they'll do the same. So when you get in that modality of, or maybe you don't know, but
well, I mean, I really don't.
yeah, like it's almost like, like a safe place to be in. Like, you just know you got a brother next to you. It don't make a fuck if you're wrong, right, or indifferent, and you go to fighting with someone, they're going to have your back. That kind of shit is what, and I'm not saying that's right, wrong, whatever. I'm just saying like that's what is, that's what drew me to it, I guess. Because growing up, I never had that. Like, just, black sheep, all that bullshit. Then when you meet someone that's the same way and they're just willing to, there's something to be said about, like, so you're willing to lay down your life for several men and they're going to do the same for you. There's something to be said about that. I don't know what it is to be said, but it's like just a knowing, like, wow, okay.
Well, yeah, go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, I fit in. I'm like-minded, and maybe conditioning, growing up or whatever. But that shit meant something to me. And since I've left that, I've never felt that way again either.
Well, yeah, I get that, but then, so what I think about is, the official story of the Black Hawk Down, the Delta Force. I'm just fascinated with Delta Force for some reason, and with them, interoperating with the Army Rangers. At a certain point, things had gotten so bad that some of the Delta Force operators demanded to be inserted onto the ground, knowing that there was a pretty fucking decent chance they weren't coming out. I think that's what you're talking about. They were flying around in a helicopter somewhere. The commanders were not putting them onto the ground, and they basically demanded to be put on the ground. And they went street by street, fucking on foot, and they're such badasses that it took them a long fucking time to die. Okay, that's the official story, though, right? You were there. I'm talking about a fucking movie. I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm saying again, I'm saying the official story is that happened. I don't know what the fuck happened, but as we recall, part of that might have been that America wanted to put images on the TV of Delta Force operators getting dragged naked through the streets, right?
And they did.
That's my point, though. My whole point is that according to the story, the Delta Force operators were relatively safe flying around in the sky and said, no, you better put us down there with our brothers. Even though the military might view it as, hey, it costs a whole lot of fucking money to make one of these Delta Force, and we can pretty much churn out Army Rangers like there's nothing to it. I mean, no offense to the Army Rangers, right?
No, you're reading my mail. Like, you got it. That's it. Like, when you have that connection, and that tribal mentality. Yeah. Yes.
And I can relate to that part of it, Keith. I can relate to that part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would want to do the same thing if I was them. I'm pretty sure I would.
Absolutely. You would not have a choice if you, in my opinion, had a soul or, a brotherhood. Man, like, yes, and it kind of almost feels like honorable, I guess, to be willing to lay down your life for someone who would lay down their life for you.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, yes, you want to fucking. And that may sound crazy, but yeah, you want to do that. You want to. You're compelled to fucking do it because, like, you sweat, bled, trained, whatever with these other men, and like you all agree that like this is what we're doing. I got your back, you got my six. Let's fucking have, right, wrong, whatever. Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. There's no other feeling that I've ever felt. And I know it's just a feeling, but like you're compelled to do this shit. Like, that's all.
Well, and what we see, though, is how the system has co-opted and subverted our very humanity, where realistically, other than becoming some sort of criminal and running with a gang, the only way to experience that is probably in the military or sports, right? My version of that would have been sports, most likely. which is not the same thing. That's just that's a proxy for what we're talking about.
Right. I get you, man. Like, I know what you're saying right there. You know, you have that brotherhood, like, you know, we're on the same page, we're doing the same thing, and I got your back. You know, right, wrong, indifferent. If we're gonna fight, we're gonna fight. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, and that's the mentality of it. Like, but like you said, it's just a feeling, but it's still it's a good feeling.
Well, and I'm just trying to keep it into a proper perspective, right?
Okay.
Because the thing is, yeah, you seem to be lamenting certain things based on having experienced them and no longer experiencing. The reality, Keith, is you got to experience something that most of us don't, including me. So if it is such a wonderful thing, perhaps your basis for compassion towards men like me is that I never experienced it. No, seriously.
No, yeah, that kind of sucks that you haven't. I mean,
Well, but again, it's small versions, but not the real thing. Like, a sports team or something fucking stupid like that. It's a proxy. It's a stand-in. It's not the real deal, man. It's not life or death.
Yeah, I got you on that. Like, what I want to say is, like, there is nothing I can say that will ever compare to, it doesn't matter, relationships, anything like that. When you know that another man is willing to lay down his life for you and you'll do the same for him, like I just have not had any experience like that in my life. I haven't had it since then. And then when you don't have that sense of camaraderie, I guess, like, it kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is I don't really know what I'm missing on that level. It's like, you know, somebody who loves cocaine or whatever, like I don't know what that is as far as taking it, so I don't really know what I'm missing.
I understand that. Yeah. It's just like I can't explain it. It's just something that a man has to experience, you know, and I may very well be wrong on all this, what I'm telling you. Like, I'm just saying, like, there is nothing as far as relationships or
well, and then, but see, I'm gonna challenge you a little bit. Why are you so focused on this?
I miss it. I miss that, you know, feeling, like, just knowing that, because when I left, you don't have that feeling anymore. Like, I had a sense of, you know, I was responsible for someone. They were
well, but and I'm going to challenge you a little more. You know, I might miss the sexual Olympics that I had with my second wife for years, but that shit's over, man. So like, it's not coming back, right? So what's the point of focusing on it?
I just keep looking for that.
I think you're stuck, man. But see, that is addiction, by the way. You got hooked on something that you're trying to experience again that most likely you're never going to experience.
Yeah, no, I don't believe I ever will. I really don't.
Because I'm free to go out here and attempt to recreate what me and my second wife had sexually, but realistically, it's not ever going to happen.
Agreed.
So, but I have not spent my life since then attempting to recreate it.
Yeah.
Because I know it's not possible. So the fact that you can't recreate this, why isn't there like, okay, I might have a desire to experience this again, but it's impossible. Yeah, so I focus on the fact that it's impossible. But now I could meet a woman and sleep with her, but it's not going to be the same as what that was before.
Yeah.
So what I haven't done is waste my time since then with a series of dumb broads trying to recreate something that I can't possibly recreate.
Yeah, I got you. I understand.
So that's the way I view what you're doing here. You're putting a lot of effort and energy into something that at the end of the day can never bear fruit.
Yeah. It's like, you know, spending your time and energy on something that's not going to happen again and never will happen. I got you. I understand that. Yeah.
And it's bad for you, though. It's not bad for me that you're doing that. I'm just somewhat annoyed by having I'm just somewhat annoyed listening to it, but I'm annoyed by a lot of things. Who cares, right?
Right. Okay.
But you're the one suffering from this, not me.
Yeah.
That's you choosing to be miserable on some level.
Maybe so.
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's debate. Now, you don't have to agree, but from my perspective, that's absolutely what it is.
Yeah.
You're choosing to be miserable. You don't have to be miserable.
I don't really feel like I'm miserable.
But this is misery. What you're describing to me, this is misery. Pining for something you used to have and you can't ever possibly experience again. That to me, that would be fucking miserable. So I have a lot of compassion for you in this moment.
Yeah,
Not pity. I don't pity you or no pity or sympathy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really shitty feeling. Like
I would imagine it is. But
really
meanwhile, you know, like I was good at sports. I'm never gonna recapture the glory of the fucking playground basketball. But I'm not. Who cares? I don't care that I can't go back to that. I'm unconcerned. Yeah, it'd be fun to be able to do that again.
Yeah.
But it's never coming back. It's left and it's never to return. Not in this lifetime, anyway.
And that sucks.
Yeah, it does kind of suck, man. People are free to. Some people believe me. I could just be lying about the whole thing. Now, you know me well enough, and I don't just make shit up. But on some level, that my sister saw me play, but in some level, that only really exists in my head, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just a sport. I mean, who even cares?
Maybe. I mean, I care.
Well, what I mean by that is like it's not life or death. It wasn't any big fucking deal, right? It was just I had something I was good at that involved other people, right? And it was a competition, and I was good at the competition. So I mean, you're still alive, man. So you must have been halfway decent at whatever y'all were doing over there. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
So
Like, I have no pride or nothing in what I participated in or what I done. Like, I just miss, like, and I'm not trying to be nostalgic or whatever, but no, I miss the camaraderie. I miss the feeling of being accepted, you know, in like a tribal group. Like these motherfuckers would have died for me and I would have died for them, and I didn't have to and they didn't have to.
well, but as a 50-year-old, certainly you realize that if we were in a tribal setting, you're now a tribal elder, and you're probably not going off to battle. If you're going off to battle, probably some shit's gone very wrong.
Yeah.
That's for the youngins, man.
Yeah.
You know, how old were you when they sent you off into the war, sir? Sorry, Keith.
19.
Well, there you go. There was a few 50-year-olds running around, but not very many, were there?
A few, yeah.
Not many.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, a 50-year-old Keith ain't going to be in the war anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have stayed in the military if you'd wanted to, presumably.
Yeah, I guess.
But beyond that, I mean, some of these guys served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam before lest we forget.
I know, and they enjoyed it.
That was their whole life.
Yeah,
That was their whole life.
Yeah.
And they were probably really fucking good at it.
Yeah. I agree with you on that.
But it's mostly 19-year-olds running around out there. Mostly.
Right.
Like, that's not a coincidence, because that's who's dumb enough to do that. And then you got a few older guys who just are crazy enough to fucking love it.
Yeah. I can see that. Like, yeah. That's just crazy. Jason, that shit is crazy.
Well, but I talk about, you know, I'm 18 in my brain. I think you might have some version of that. I don't think you realize that you're not 19 anymore. Because I'm 18 in my, that's not an exaggeration. I'm 18 in my head. That will never change.
Yeah.
I'm a more mature 18-year-old than when I was actually 18. But inside of here, I am 18 perpetually.
Okay.
So I think you have I can't speak for you. I think you might have some version. I don't think you fully realize that you're now 50. Happy birthday, by the way. It's a highly suspect's birthday.
Yeah.
Keith. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, appreciate that. And right now, I'm looking at the air freshener in I'm hanging off my mirror, the United States Marine Corps, the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor type shit. Like, I'm looking at it. And I'm like, so you accomplished that. So what else have you accomplished? A whole lot, man. I left that to do this. You know, kind of fucked up for me.
Yeah, Rob Cleveland said he gets that too. He's like 16 or 17 in his head.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, man.
Yeah, I agree. But when does a man become I don't mean to say a man, but like, when does someone become self-aware, like you're not this no more, that's not gonna happen no more, or whatever, you know, like that.
Well, but see, and sorry to cut you off, this is the same thing we were talking about earlier. You're free to not accept that it's over. You're free to continue to create a false reality and attempt to relive and recreate these things, even though it's impossible. You're free to do that because you have free will and creative force. So you get to create your own version of hell, and now you're living in your own version of hell. In a way, not across the board, in a way.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I do.
And you don't have to accept what I'm telling you. This is my viewpoint of it. And this is how I discipline my mind, is by viewing things this way, whether it feels some type of way or not. I understand that there are emotions involved. I get that. I just have an advantage where the emotions don't hit me in the moment. They hit me later, right? I certainly am very emotional, but you know, I can talk about these things and feel more or less nothing, but at some point I'm going to have strong emotions, and it's going to take me time to sit with my feelings and be like, what even is this? Oh yeah, that's why I feel this way. Okay, that makes sense. So by then, it's not that important to me necessarily, other than I want to understand the feelings. So I realize it's more difficult for you potentially, but I believe with disciplining the mind, you can put the feelings in the proper context and still honor them as by their true nature, which is irrational emotion. It doesn't make them invalid. It just means it's not based in logic and reason. Emotions are based in irrationality. But then again, mathematics, there's a term in mathematics called an irrational number, right? It doesn't mean it doesn't exist or that it's bad or wrong. It's just that's its nature, right?
Yeah. Okay. I got it.
So to understand at the core level, what is this that I'm feeling? What is this based in? I have an advantage because I'm seeing it kind of from the exact opposite perspective, if that makes sense. So actually, in a way, it's much easier for me to see clearly. But with you, it being in the emotional state, it's much more difficult to view it properly.
Yeah.
And that, of course, by the way. Yeah, of course it is.
It's emotional. Yeah, it is. Like fucking left side of the brain, you know, type.
But then as I can choose to tap into my emotions, you can choose to tap into the logic. It's just more difficult and it takes more work, and I'm bad at it. Like, I'm really good at other shit. When I sit alone and try to figure out my fucking emotions, number one, I think they're fucking dumb anyway. That's an opinion, but I understand that it's better for me and the world at large if I at least spend time getting in touch with that enough to at least understand them, even if I don't think it's important, right? So you can do the same thing, but with your logic and your reason. You might not think, because it doesn't feel important to do that, but if it's worth doing and if it will progress you on the timeline, then what else do you need, right? But because I could just ignore my feelings and just move on, but I'm not going to be the best version of me if I choose to do that.
Okay.
So I put a lot of effort into understanding my feelings. Do I want to put effort into understanding my feelings? Absolutely not. Is there anything compelling me to do so other than my own desire to grow and change and improve? Absolutely not. I'm not rewarded for doing these things in the moment. There's no reward. And now we get into, can you delay gratification? The thing about the emotions is they can always be gratified right here, right now. And that does feel good in a way.
Yeah.
So can a person with the disciplining of their mind delay that gratification and trust that, yes, I will be able to experience a gratification in the future, but just not right now? Does that make sense? Or sometimes I know I'm making sense, but it may not make sense to you.
No, it's resonating. It's just, it's like hard to.
Yes, it is hard.
Yeah.
That's why how you know it's worth doing, because specifically because it's difficult. If it wasn't difficult, it probably wouldn't be worth doing.
Agreed. I do. I agree with you.
And this is your war, by the way. You just don't get to go into battle with your comrades. It's you versus you. So you still get to fight the battle, but not with the comrades by your side. Now you can talk to people like me and whoever else about these things, but ultimately you're going off. You can't click up and then face that war within yourself with another person. It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So that's the thing, right? Is the strong desire to join a group and then move forward. Well, unfortunately, that's not going to be a thing, at least with respect to these specific feelings and ideas. But then again, we get back to truth, and can you just accept things as they are without concerning yourself with how you would prefer them to be? Because if I'm in a battle and I'm tasked with, creating a proper strategy to go into battle with, I'm not able to do that unless I can face things as they are. And if the enemy has me outnumbered and outflanked, I have 0% chance of defeating that enemy if I'm in denial about the fact that I'm outnumbered and outflanked. So if you're in denial about it being impossible to group up with other human beings and then go within yourself and resolve your own feelings, see, that's creating a conflict, because you're unwilling to accept that this is over and it may never return. The idea of having a strong group. Now, potentially, if you grow and change and transcend, you may very well find yourself in such a group in the future with like-minded people who've also gone into themselves, resolved whatever conflicts existed, and now that group of men and women potentially, because this is a spiritual and a mental battle. It's not a physical battle, although there are physical elements, the spiritual war, right? So once the individuals become the best versions of themselves, then there is an opportunity for them to come together and create a group that is the greater than the sum of its parts. What I'm saying is we don't have the luxury of discussing specifically what that would look like, because the system is going to interpret that as a call to action and they're not going to tolerate it. Why do you think they surveil everything? That's why they surveil everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So can you trust that if you do this arduous internal work, because what I would say is that if it's worth doing of its own merits, meaning the reward is actually contained within the undertaking itself, right? Once the process is completed, that is the reward. But then now you've opened a gate or a door to a world in which you might possibly be able to interface with like-minded individuals in the physical who will have your back. Yeah. And you will have their back. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But we ain't there yet. And by we, I mean people individually. Until enough people complete that work, I haven't completed it, but I know I'm way ahead of most people, right? Until enough people catch up to my level, well, then now I can go to the next. It's eventually we're all at a high enough level individually. See, the we is confusing because that sounds like, okay, now I'm going to join a group and we're all going to do self-improvement together. That never leads anywhere. It's the person going inside themselves, resolving conflict, creating a being that is able to act unilaterally without conflict, who is then potentially able to meet up with other beings who have done the same thing. Now you have a group of people who all have the ability to act unilaterally within themselves, who can then choose to work together. And whatever that group is will be greater than the individuals are separately. So 6 badass motherfuckers, right, That there's a limit to that, what they can do individually. When they all come together and coalesce for a common purpose, that's an exponential effect. But until there's a group of individuals that demonstrate an ability to do this, we're only speaking in hypotheticals. And to attempt, to attempt to replicate the emotion on the front end is a strategic error. Instead, if the feeling, those feelings, if it's really worth it to go into those states of being again, then that can only ever be achieved by doing the work you can do within yourself, and then just trusting and hoping that in fact there will be a coming together at some point. Meanwhile, while accepting it may not ever actually happen, or you might complete the process and then get run over by a bus. Like, think about that. You might do all this work and then step off the curb one day and a bus fucking runs you over, and now it's a wrap. Sorry about your luck. Maybe you'll reincarnate and get to try it again.
Yeah, I really don't want to. Like,
well, that's not the point I'm making. The point but you're going off on a tangent. The point is, even if you do all this work, it still might not amount to a hill of beans. Thus, necessarily, can I trust that if I complete the process, the reward is contained within the very process itself? Whatever process if by subjecting myself to the process, I will be rewarded, and I am rewarded, and I have been rewarded. But to attempt to replicate the emotion is just simply a mistake. It's seeking a state of being. It's seeking to enjoy your senses. It's seeking to enjoy a feeling without actually doing the growth and the change. See? And the system, of course, the system wants to take youngsters like you who have basically no attainment whatsoever, who've never worked on themselves or even thought about it one day in their life, and throw them together so that they get to experience those feelings, right? But then the system uses that group of people for its own purposes, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost cart before the horse. And in fact, this is inverted world. It's intentionally having you undergo the process backwards. It's doing that to you intentionally. So I think you're mistaking the states of being because you were given that on the front end. When realistically, I would say that if things were being done properly here, you never would have attained those states of being until you were at the end of the process. Do you think it's really a coincidence that they gave you those feelings and states of being on the front end? It's backwards.
yeah, I'm trying to.
Well, you don't have to agree, and you can't apprehend all of this in the moment. And half of this shit I'm just figuring out as I talk to you anyway. Like I'm figuring this out as I'm saying it.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to, and it does make sense.
Well, and I know it's right because I'm starting to vibrate, and all of my body's reward centers are I'm getting the dopamine hits, and I'm getting the serotonin. See, my body creates feel-good chemicals as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. See, that's how I know I'm right. Intuition tells me I'm right. Because why, Keith? But by the way, Keith, because I'm tapped into me.
Yeah.
I'm tapped into myself. That's how I know what I'm saying is correct. Who I trust me. Who you trust, man. See, you went and trusted your brothers, which is fine because that's what they taught you to do. But it would have been better if you trusted yourself first. If they taught you to trust yourself first, they, meaning the system, you probably would not be in the current predicament, which leads me to believe the system intentionally did this to you on purpose.
Yeah.
Which makes total sense to me. But do you have the wherewithal, the mental strength, and the unmitigated gall to just unfuck yourself anyway? I did. Although I'm, as you see, I'm not completely unfucked, but I'm mostly unfucked.
Working on it, like
I know you are. I know you are. That's all I care about is that you're working on it.
Yeah. It's not just something I'm gonna, just like grab my ankles and say, okay, fucking, here's the system, and this is just the way it is. No, I'm not. I'm gonna stand up and be like, no, that just doesn't work for me. It hasn't worked for me, from day one. So, yeah, no, I'm not like, and I'm not saying you're any further along or whatever, but it like seems that way. Like you got an understanding or an understanding that you know the way shit works is just not working for you, and I feel that way also. I'm just
and sorry to cut you off. I took it to the streets for 10 years to gain this understanding.
Yeah.
I didn't just wake up one day and I'm a smart motherfucker and figured this shit out. No, I went and lived in the streets with nothing for damn near a decade.
And I've not done that. Like
Yeah.
I've, you know, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to be where you're at, like right now in this moment. Like, but
I don't expect you to be, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no expectation I have no expectation that you're going to do anything.
Okay. Like I feel like you might be or may be further along in a lot of areas than I am.
Yeah, and I'm a complete fucking bozo in other areas. So I mean, let's just call it like we see it here, please.
No, I don't.
No, but it's true though. It's true. See, that's the thing. It's true.
Like I'm not gonna be disrespectful or anything. Like you're where you're at and I'm where I'm at, and that's just
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want to be disrespectful toward you or.
Well, I don't view it as disrespect if you acknowledge things that are true and correct about me. I don't view that as disrespect.
Okay. It's just. Okay, so like when I think about you or Jason or Benton, like yeah, man, I fucking think you're really intelligent and you've got a lot of great shit to say. A lot. And then I kind of like I feel like sometimes when I'm speaking with you, like I'm dumbing down your whole fucking thing.
But you're not dumbing it down. You're actually giving me something to talk about. You're making me better because I never would have figured this out. I figured out a whole bunch of new shit just talking to you, man.
Okay.
So you can't dumb me down. It's not possible.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Okay.
I'm not here to have fucking fancy conversations with people. I can go, all I got to do is open a panel and let everybody come have their fancy conversation. And then at a certain point, I'm going to more or less cuss everybody out because I'm tired of hearing it.
Yeah, let's talk about the weather or some
Well, no, I'm talking about fancy intellectual conversations.
Okay.
Fancy, dancy, intellectual, highfalutin. We think we're intelligent conversation. And none of it ever amounts to a hill of beans or goes anywhere. But I can talk to you. And then a month later, most of the time, you've at least thought about what I said and you've actually integrated some of it. That's way more exciting than me having a conversation with some people who like to talk about ideas. Yeah, that's like a pastime for me.
Okay.
It's just that's like what I do to pass the time.
Yeah.
It's like filler. It doesn't serve my purpose. You can't dumb me down, but what you can do is validate some of my ideas by actually practicing them. Okay. As you've already done, by the way. When people make progress, I see the progress.
All right.
Because certain people have noticed my progress, Keith. I've been in certain parts of the country interacting with certain people, left for a year, came back, interacted with the same people, and some of those same people have noticed, wow, you really have made progress in the last year.
That's awesome.
I know. So I see the progress in you. I'm not just going to tell you that I see it. I see it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I know it is. That's what gets me excited. An intellectual conversation is just an intellectual conversation. When motherfuckers are actually acting on some stuff, especially if I happen to notice something and gave them a little piece of information and they took the ball and ran, it's the same thing with this status correction. What if I actually managed to do all of this? You'll be able to look at Benton and say, wow, I gave Benton some information. He went and took the ball and ran with it. Now look at him go.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't like.
But whether or not you would choose to view it that way doesn't mean it's not that thing. See, you're reframing it in your own context. If that's what the thing is, that's what the thing is.
Okay.
And it's not you being placed above me.
No,
it's us all working together to get to something greater, which is actually what you're describing anyway. You're describing a desire to experience those emotional states that result from people grouping together and magnifying one another, whether it's on a battlefield or in a spiritual war or in a metaverse. It's the same fucking thing, man. Just it's a different form of it. You get to experience the camaraderie by extension. I get to experience some camaraderie by watching you grow and change and evolve, and I had a part in that. But it's not a, hey, we're all here with rifles and there's the enemy and we're going to make a plan and go over here and be badass motherfuckers and kill these people. It's a different form of the same thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you don't have to agree. You could tell me I'm wrong, but you're going to have a reason. Until you can explain to me why I'm wrong, I'm just going to assume I'm right. And I don't need you to agree, by the way. If you don't have to agree.
I get that. Like, no, you need me to validate what you're saying. What I'm trying to convey here is like, yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Hey, if you get on speaker, this is not going to work because I'm on speaker into my microphone. They love this shit, by the way. This is real shit, man. People can't get real shit like this anymore. This is why I get donations, by the way. I got a person in here who sends me donos who's like, I'm loving this shit. This is the best shit ever.
Really?
Of course. See, this is where you don't give yourself credit. You don't give yourself credit.
Okay.
So you say, really? And I'm like, well, of course. What do you even mean, man?
No, I don't even like, because I've just...
Because you don't put any value on it doesn't mean it's valueless, Keith. Because you're choosing to assign a low value to something doesn't mean that it has a low value. That's just you choosing to assign a low value to it. Does that make sense? You're not hearing what I'm saying, Keith.
Yeah, no,
You're not hearing it. I didn't say you have low value. I said you're assigning a low value. You're doing that.
Yeah, I know. I don't like to hear that, though.
It doesn't. Who cares? If it's true, it's true. How are we going to be in a truth community and you can't handle the truth? I don't have time for motherfuckers who can't handle the truth.
Jason, you motherfuckers.
I ain't got time for people that can't handle the truth, man. We ain't got time for that. I might get run over by a bus. Time is short, sir. Keith.
Jason.
Time is short.
God damn. Sometimes I fucking hate you.
I know you do. That's how I know I'm doing the right thing, because you hate it.
Motherfucker. Oh my God. Sometimes I just
I know. Dude, I know how I am. You ain't got to tell me.
Fuck. Anyway,
but I know you're going to think of all this later and it's going to be good shit.
I don't like to hear it, is what I'm saying. Like, I need to hear it, but I don't want to hear it.
I get that.
Does it?
I get that.
I need to hear it. I just don't want to fucking hear it because, it makes me have to do fucking inner work on myself. And, I don't want to fucking hear that shit. Jason, you motherfucker.
Well, but that's the thing is, man, listen, hey, either you in or you're out, Padna. Either do the damn thing all the way or don't do it at all, man. And I don't like to give advice, but that's the way I look at it is. And when I really fuck up is when I'm trying to play the middle. If I'm all the way in, I can't lose. If I'm all the way out, well, I'm just a fucking bozo. And by the way, I'm out until I do something about this status correction. I'm out. I ain't even in yet. But I'm not going to lie to myself and tell myself that I'm acting on some shit and I haven't done anything. See, either you in or you're out. Are you gonna do this work or not?
Okay. Sometimes, like, oh my God, I just fucking hate you.
I know, because you ain't got nobody else that can break this shit down for you. I'm your only option. I know. You think I don't know that?
It pisses me off that maybe you do know that.
Of course I know that.
Fuck. Fucking you motherfucker.
Well, but have you noticed that I don't use it for my hang on. Have you noticed I don't use it for my own advantage? I just maybe I talk to you kind of bad, but I'm not taking advantage of the situation. I could be charging you money for this, for God's sakes. I wouldn't, but I could.
I wouldn't pay shit. I wouldn't pay a fucking nickel for your fucking
well, good. That's a sign of mental health, by the way.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Everything I need is inside of me.
There, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But motherfucker,
exactly.
aggravate the fuck out of me, And other times, like, you inspire me and encourage me to fucking, like, change things. But right now, I'm so fucking aggravated. I am. Like, I'm so fucking mad at you. I'm like, this motherfucker is my friend. But no, that's what a friend does, man. That is.
Yeah.
A friend will fucking tell you shit you don't want to fucking hear, you know, to encourage you to be a better version. So thank you for that.
Well, yeah.
Also, fuck you for
Thank
being
you.
my friend.
Thank you.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, I like getting a fuck you every now and again.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I've earned it. If I've earned it.
Yeah, you have.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, as men, I like getting a fuck you every once in a while.
Yeah. So sometimes, motherfucker, I just fuck.
I know, man. It's hilarious,
Yeah.
isn't it?
But like, I appreciate you, man. I
Yeah,
do.
I know you do.
Honest with me, you're honest to a fault. At most
Well, I
times.
know.
Yeah, I mean that's a great thing, but like
Yeah,
for my ego, it's not really good.
I know.
Like, I can't fucking stand you sometimes. I absolutely fucking need it. You know,
Yeah, I get it.
me to fucking grow, and I need an outside perspective. You know, for someone to like say, "Hey, man, you're doing this shit. You're doing that shit. You were in this shit and that shit. So stop doing that shit."
Yeah, exactly.
You know, fucking just be a better fucking version of the man you're supposed to be.
Well,
and you do that.
Yep. Go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
do. No, you do, like, but it's just so fucking aggravating sometimes when I feel like you're right.
I know.
You're correcting me,
I know.
or fucking, parenting me. I'm like, you motherfucker. You know.
Yeah.
But no.
I get it. I get it. But again, it's based on maybe I want some real motherfuckers who are about something who have risen to a certain level. See.
Okay.
See, maybe I'm being selfish. Maybe I want to have a real motherfucker in my life who's actually, you know, because if you keep going at a certain point, I won't be able to tell you nothing. Think about that. You might be telling me shit that I don't want to hear.
When that day comes, please fucking inform me.
Oh, I will.
Day comes, motherfucker.
Oh, I will.
Okay. Yeah, please. Be like, hey.
I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers.
No, none of us do.
Well, but you probably have some for me down the road. See, I'm selfish, man. I know I'm not doing this for you, but I'm doing it for you in part. I'm doing this for me, brother.
Okay,
I have to serve, man. I have to. Listen. I have to serve humanity. It's my purpose. Well, if humanity won't let me serve humanity, see, you're giving me the opportunity to serve in a way. You're doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but like, you can't serve something that you can't serve. Like, you're saying humanity, but like,
But wait a minute. You are humanity. In a way, you're an aspect of humanity. So if I know my purpose is to be of service, by the way, Keith, I don't want to be of service. Are you kidding me? Why would I want to do that with these people?
You're a dick for saying that.
It's true, though.
You're a dick for saying that.
I know I am, but it's true. It's the fucking truth.
Okay.
And you know, a cult brainwashed me to, if I know something to be true, I just say it.
So
Well, that's part of it. Once I know I'm right, if you can't handle the truth, that's not my problem. It's your problem.
Fucker. I'm not in that you can't handle the truth community. I'm in that.
I know you are. I know. I'm being a little facetious.
I want to know the truth community.
Yeah, I'm being a little facetious here.
I know. Like, I want to know the fucking truth. That's what's important to me.
Exactly.
Like, motherfucker. Sometimes
it sucks, don't it? The truth hurts, Jack.
Yeah, it does. Like, and I know sometimes, like, I'll fucking go on and on about the same bullshit that nobody gives a fuck about. That's fine. Whatever. That's just me doing, like, trying to convince other people or other men or women or whatever what I fucking believe is correct or true. Yeah, I get that. I do it. I don't realize it when I'm doing it until I get told I'm doing it,
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm like, man, dude, quit being a fucking douchebag. Stop it, man. Fucking, if they don't fucking know, then they don't fucking know. It's not their time to fucking know. So stop, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell myself this, And then I'd catch myself doing it again. I'm like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? Like, just quit.
Yeah.
I hate that part, about me.
Yeah.
Dislike that part about me. Like, so, like me and you, like we've been friends for a few years. Whatever. Like, you've been my friend. I've met you. I've seen you. And you told me some shit the other day about, like, Keith, when you say this or you say that, like, people think you're a Fed. And it just fucking rocked me. I'm like, what? The last fucking thing in the world I would be is that. And then I'm thinking to myself, like, why would they even fucking think that? Why is that even on the table? Like, that's crazy to me. And then, and then I looked at some other videos like you had with Drew and they thought you were a Fed or whatever. I'm like, I know this fucking guy.
Yeah,
like,
they still call me a Fed.
Bro, it's so
to this
fucking
day.
crazy. I know you. I've fucking spent time with you.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with their opinions. That's a totally separate thing.
Fucking like, I'm just like, how fucking crazy is that? Like, it just don't make fucking sense. It don't add up to me. When people say shit like that, and I'm like, I'm kind of in the mood where like, so you're thinking that someone who's not an agent is a fucking agent. So like the agents have fucked you real good,
Well, but again, I was brainwashed by a cult. How would I know? I mean, seriously, I don't know what the fuck they did to me.
Come on now.
No, what do you mean? Come on now. How would I know? You ever heard of a Manchurian Candidate? Like, this is real shit, man. I'm not saying I am that. I'm saying I at least have to consider the possibility. I don't know what kind of bullshit code they put in my brain.
Man.
It's true.
Jason.
You can't just pretend like that's not a possibility. You're lying to yourself.
What I'm saying is that no, it's not.
But my point is, I must consider the possibility.
Okay, so I can say if my grandma had nuts, she'd be my grandpa. That's fucking insane.
Well, except for it's not possible that your grandmother has nuts.
Right. So she's not my grandpa.
But that's not the point you're missing. You're missing my point. When Sirhan took the fall for the assassination of RFK, he was under mind control. Like, mind control is real, sir, Keith.
I'm not saying that it's not.
So I was mind controlled as a child. So I must consider the possibility that I don't understand what they did to me. I can't just be like, well, that's not possible. That's not a thing. What am I basing that on?
Yeah, I agree.
If I'm going to be honest, I must at least consider the possibility. Now, if you ask me to guess, I would guess that I'm not that. Right? That would be my suspicion, is that I'm probably was just brainwashed to serve this bullshit cult.
So now I'm like overcome with this fucking paranoia right now. Like fucking Jason infiltrated me and he's a fucking Fed. Like, not that I even give a fuck, or Agent Smith or whatever, but like, goddamn, like, what the fuck are we even doing?
Well, but the issue for you, I think, is that the people who you're confused by, who assume you're Fed, they are, think about what level of paranoid thinking that is, but not in a bad way, right? It's not paranoia if they really are after you. Like,
yeah, I get that part.
So there really are federal agents on the internet. Like, yes, no, not 100%.
That just fucking blows my mind.
Why would it? Why wouldn't the government have agents on the internet? I think it's insane that you don't think that's possible.
I get that. Like, I believe.
You know, David Koresh was under fucking mind control, man. The government has all of these folks under mind control to the greatest extent possible. So pretty much anytime somebody engages in one of these big media events, they're under mind control almost across the board. That's just how it works, man.
Okay.
It's common, bro. It's common.
It's just not common to me. Like,
Yeah, but whatever's common to you has nothing to do with reality. That's where you seem to get it confused.
I get that. Yeah, Jason. That's
Yeah.
a fucking thing.
So why do you get stuck in these modes of that doesn't make sense to me? Who the fuck are you? That things have to be made to make sense to you. See, this is a form of narcissism, by the way. That things need to be altered to make sense to you. That's nuts. Or can you apprehend the reality as it unfolds directly?
I don't feel like I have a false sense of reality or like I'm creating my own reality.
Well, but you are.
Well,
We're all creating our own reality.
Yeah, maybe.
No, not maybe. Everybody creates their own reality.
I maybe have a borderline personality.
Oh, come on. Bullshit.
No, the government fucking said so, Jason.
Oh, I know.
14, it's there. It's like fucking Keith Allen is a crazy.
Yeah, I get
motherfucker.
that. I get that.
Yeah, said that.
I get that, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's affected me for a long time. Like especially going to job interviews and shit. When they pull that shit up, I'm like, what the fuck? These motherfuckers. So I feel like it was kind of imposed on me. So what I'm trying to say is like, okay, so you cannot join any military branch in the United States, corporation, government, whatever, if you have a fucking borderline personality disorder. You can't do it. They won't accept it. But they discharged me with that. That's fucking like, so I didn't have it when I went in there. Now I have it when I came out of there. So am I responsible for that? Like, in a sense, yes. Are they more responsible? Yeah, absolutely. It was fucking insane. It was traumatic. It was fucked up. You know, the shit that I fucking participated in willfully. I'm not saying they forced me to do anything. I could have went to the fucking brig and said, fuck y'all, whatever. But I didn't. So yeah, like for the last 30 years, I'm like, you know, trying to deal with that shit and trying to be other than that, but I don't even know if that's possible. Like, can you, I know it's just a diagnosis. I get that part, you know, I get that, but there has to be some kind of like me, like, you know, going to the Naval Hospital and saying, hey man, fucking this shit don't make sense to me. We done this, this, and this, and I don't feel right about it. Well, you got a personality disorder. Do I? Do I got a fucking disorder? What's disorderly about having empathy about fucking hurting other people? Like, is that really a disorder, or is that just being, you know, a decent fucking man? That's fucked up.
Yeah, because just because they say a thing doesn't make a thing true.
Yeah, I know. But they documented that shit, and it's followed me for the last 30 years of my life. Like,
Well, and by the way, Keith, when I talk about how strategic I am, do you think it's a coincidence that I've never been diagnosed with anything? Because I know that it's a mistake to get diagnosed with something. You can't unring that bell, partner.
no, you can't.
So that's the point. I understood strategically not to get diagnosed with anything.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm saying I did it intentionally. If I went to the medical system, they would happily diagnose me with all sorts of bullshit.
Yeah, disorder.
Listen, it's all based on medical coding and billing. They err on the side of diagnosis.
Yeah, I get that part. But what I'm saying, like, them having inserted that part of me, like you said, like, you don't know if you're a Fed, you don't know what.
Well, but I'm being a little tongue in cheek, man. I think you're taking me.
Yeah.
I'm very serious, so I think you're taking this a little more seriously than I am. It's like almost like a thought experiment. Like I'm playing out I'm just playing out a way of thinking to its logical conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah. Because again, at the end of the day, I have no way of knowing. But if you ask me to place a bet, I'm going to bet on no. But go ahead.
So if a government agency placed or documented you as having a disorder, you know, air quotes, whatever, like, and you're 22 years old or whatever,
Yeah.
go through and then that disorder shows up like in an interview, you know, like, hey man, they said you did great in the Marine Corps, you had a fucking normal discharge, but you have a personality disorder. What the fuck? Like, that is, like, detrimental to your fucking health. Like, it's just, like, you being mentally okay. Like, what? I really got that shit. I signed off on that shit. I did that. And now, like, I'm like, do I have a disorder, or did I just see through the bullshit that they were, trying to put on me? Which,
well, let me ask you this, Keith. If I'm autistic everywhere but a piece of paper, am I autistic or not? Does it matter? I just knew not to be autistic on the piece of paper. Meanwhile, nobody will believe, most folks will never believe I'm autistic, but if a doctor signs a piece of paper, now I'm autistic. But I'm the same person, Keith. I'm no different than I would otherwise be. I'm the same person. So hang on. So the same person in two different scenarios is either autistic or not autistic. So which is it? Am I autistic or am I not autistic? Well, it depends on one's point of view. Do you have BPD? Yeah, you either do or you don't, depending on one's point of view.
yeah.
Because if you never got diagnosed with it, but you really have it, and you ran around trying to tell people, hey, I'm pretty sure I'm bipolar, and people said, well, no, you're not, because you don't have a diagnosis, but you're like, well, I really don't want to get diagnosed. Which do you have it or not? Meanwhile, you're the same person. Why are we looking to a piece of paper to validate our humanity and our mental states? That's insane. That's what's insane.
I'm agreeing with you.
It's insanity.
Like, when I do an interview and they pull up my DD 214, and look at my military record and it says that, like, how do you fucking like deal with that? Like, you're like, what the fuck? They said that shit about me after what I've done for them,
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with it. Your humanity and who you are as a person and what you did for them, they don't consider that. This is a fucking beast system, corporate structure, military industrial complex. You are spare parts, brother. You're a cog in a machine. They don't give a flying fuck about your humanity. Your humanity is beside the point. In fact, gets in the way much of the time from their perspective.
Hey, and I agree with you 100%.
Well, if you agreed with me, you would just figure it out and move on. That'd be my preference. Accept it and move forward. That would help me out.
How do you figure that out? How do you say, like, okay, they said this, that, and that about me? It's been documented.
Because I know what the fuck I am, and no other man can tell me what I am. That's why. And they can shove that piece of paper up their ass.
Yeah, I agree. I do. I totally agree, but it still follows me.
Exactly, because I knew not to get diagnosed.
I didn't.
Exactly. So you have to deal with this because you got a diagnosis. That's your cross to bear.
I don't want to bear it, motherfucker.
What's that got to do with it? I don't want to be 122. Keith, I don't want to be 122 pounds. What's that got to do with anything? I don't want to look at myself in the mirror and say I look like I'm in a concentration camp. What's that got to do with it? I don't want to see myself. I watched some of my old content this morning, watched myself doing push-ups, and I'm a scrawny motherfucker. I don't want to. Do you think I want to see a scrawny motherfucker on the screen?
Well, no.
But it's reality, Keith. It's easy. It's better for me to face the reality than to concern myself with what I don't want. The fact that I don't want to be 122 pounds, that means nothing. I am that. The fact that I don't want that is it's meaningless.
Yeah.
It means nothing.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't want to have been diagnosed with this stuff means nothing. And you're kind of being a bitch about it, honestly. This is like what a woman does on some level. Women sit around and cry and have a support group. Go find some women to tell you it's okay and soothe you. You ain't getting soothed by a man. Men ain't set up for that, bro.
Okay, so if a man is emotional, he's being a
No, I'm more emotional than you are. Yeah, I am. I'm highly emotional. What I'm saying is I know not to go to a bunch of men for fucking to get support. You kidding me? Do you know that every single time I've told a man, he said he's having problems, and I said, hey, if you want to talk about it, I'm a good listener, They've laughed at me every single time. Why do you not know this? Men don't support men. Kidding me?
I take you at face value. What you tell me is what I believe about you.
The point being is, men ain't set up for that, bro. I can listen to you, but at a certain point, I'm just going to say, well, if you're going to keep whining and crying, why don't you go find some broads to tell it to?
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not set up for that. You're just going on and on about the same shit. And every time I tell you how it is, you do another lap around the mountain, just like you did with Paul. You had to go 4 or 5 times around the fucking merry-go-round before you finally accepted what he was telling you. I'd prefer to skip the 5 times around the mountain.
Okay, let's skip.
It's a waste of fucking time. And eventually it's just like, I guess I'm a support group now, except I have none of the skills of a support group.
I don't fucking think you're an emotional tampon or nothing. I'm not trying to dump some bullshit off on you or anything like that.
But you are dumping your bullshit on me. You continuously go back to not wanting it to be the reality that you have a diagnosis. I'm telling you, well, you do. So how about you put your big boy pants on and deal with it?
Okay. Well, I'm going to deal with it. And having said that, fuck you, Jay. You're a dick.
I
You're
am.
being a dick right now.
Yeah.
And that's cool. Like,
What's
fucking,
not cool?
Like, still and but anyways, fuck you for like being a dick to me for fucking accepting, you know, your friendship and you being an asshole.
Well, but who do you go to as a child? The child goes to its mama for comfort.
I didn't fucking have one, motherfucker.
Well, that's probably the problem. I did.
No shit. I've been working on that, motherfucker.
So find you a female therapist and pay her money to listen to this. Pretty please with sugar on top.
Jason, fuck you. I'd rather talk to a man that's going to be straight with me and say, like, look, man, you're being bitch made right now and fucking deal with it.
That's me. Yeah, that's me. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's funny. Motherfucker. I can accept that.
You know who could actually help you with this, right?
Yeah, me.
No.
Me.
Paul Unslaved. Go on to Paul's broadcast and tell him all this. I'm not set up for this. I don't have these skills.
Motherfucker.
I don't.
I'm just talking to you like a friend.
But your friend Jason, your friend Benton doesn't have this skill set. Mr. Paul Unslaved does. Go tell him, and I'm not kidding.
For fucking an emotional tampon, I'm not.
You know, he also didn't have a mama, by the way. Paul also didn't have a mama. So go talk to him. He loves this shit. He'll be live in about 2 hours, most likely.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, if you get your equipment working properly, which you've been able to do lately, I'm pretty fucking sure he'd be happy to talk to you. In fact, I can probably give him a heads up if you're gonna call in. Although he might have his own agenda. I can't hang on. I can't promise you he'll have time, but he might. I can't speak for the man, but this is what he's good at.
Okay, that's great. I'll do it. Whatever I can do to make me a better man. That's
exactly.
I don't give a fuck, but I really feel like you're being a dick.
I'm a dick. That's my nature. I'm a fucking asshole, man. Come from a long line of fucking assholes. What do you want me to do about it?
Okay, well, just are you good with that?
I know I'm an asshole. You think I don't know I'm an asshole? You kidding me?
You're great.
I'm with this motherfucker all the time.
Yeah, you are. You're really good at it.
Yeah, I'm a fucking top level asshole.
Anyway, man, I appreciate you.
Yeah, good talk, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I do. And I appreciate your fucking honesty and, respect and all that shit. I do. And thank you, for being fucking honest. Because you don't get that every day with, coworkers or whatever so-called friends or none of that shit.
Yeah. And you can, by the way, you can complain about me to him and he'll just he'll make it into a show. It'll be funny. Yes. No, don't say no. Say yes. 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 It's good content.
Everyone knows you're a dick.
It doesn't matter, man. Good content. It'll make good content.
So what's the point?
The point is we're in the metaverse. Content's money, man. I got contributors in here loving this shit. There's only 12 people listening and half of them's bots. There's like 80, there's like 70 people at OTW News because they're doing drama over there. See, yesterday, hang on, yesterday the drama was on my channel. Today the drama's on OTW News's channel, so I have the freedom to do this here, where my core audience, some of which are contributors, love it. See, you're actually helping me do a thing.
I'm so happy I could help you.
I know you are.
You motherfucker.
You should be.
Motherfucker, really? Are we on?
Yeah, I told you that when you called me. I said I said we're on live.
Sucker, I didn't know that.
I said it to you. It's not my fault you're not listening.
Really?
I even said earlier I'm on speakerphone. My microphone. I said if you go on speakerphone, my microphone won't pick it up. You don't listen, man. You're not a good listener. You're just not.
I'm probably not a good friend either.
Bro, you can go on my live stream and you can hear me say we're on live. Really? It's the first thing I said to you. The first fucking thing I said to you.
You motherfucker.
You don't listen.
You just said that.
I know. So next time, listen. It's not my fault that I told you and you didn't fucking hear me.
You piece of shit.
How am I a piece of shit for telling you that we're on live?
I didn't know that.
But I told you that, so it's not my fault if you didn't comprehend it.
Can I do like a disclaimer?
No, they already know you, bro. They love this shit. There's 11 people listening and 5 of them are bots, man.
Can I do a disclaimer right now?
We're 10 hours in, man. Nobody's going to know about this.
You're a dick.
I'm not a dick. A dick would be if I didn't tell you.
I don't remember. I don't recall you telling me.
Do you want me to rewind it right now and play it to you? I can play your own voice. I can play me saying to you, we're on live.
I don't want to hear that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Of course.
Why would you?
Fucking asshole. Really?
This is great, man. I can't believe, dude. I'm clipping this.
No.
You're right. I'm not clipping it because I'm lazy and I'm not going to do it. Well, I'm not lazy, but I'm lazy when it comes to clipping stuff. But hey, wait a minute. Truth or Cop Golden Renaissance Productions has entered the chat. He might clip it. Put it on his channel. Well, the problem with the internet is you don't get to choose what people clip.
You motherfucker. I thought we were having a fucking private conversation.
Yeah, because when you answered the phone, I said we're on live. And somehow you took that to mean we were talking to me privately.
Because you didn't send me a StreamYard link.
Bro, I got you on speakerphone and I'm playing you into the microphone.
Jason, man, fuck you.
I've been sitting here holding the fucking phone up the whole time.
No, delete all this shit.
What? Bro, I said we're on live. I said the words. What do you think? Okay, what do you think that meant? What do you think that meant? What could I possibly have meant by we are on live? What could that mean?
What a birthday present.
Happy birthday, Keith.
Fuck you, Jason. You motherfucker. Are you serious? Are you really being serious right now?
Woo! I don't know, man. You know me. Do I seem like the type to pull a practical joke or a prank?
Bro, this is like the worst birthday I've ever had in 50 years. You're a dick. Man, fucking, I verified so to you and no.
Well, no, you didn't. Me and 11 people, but me and 5 people and 6 bots.
No, delete it. It don't make a fuck. I don't want no people to know. You motherfucker. Jason, I swear to God, if you ever come back to fucking South Georgia, I'm gonna fucking I am, man. I'm gonna give you a high five and tell you to go fuck. You're a dick. Really? You're serious?
I don't know, man. I've got a YouTube channel. How about you just fire up your YouTube and tell me if I'm serious?
Man. You motherfucker. No, there's got to be some kind of fucking disclaimer or clause or something where I can just no. I'm gonna call YouTube and get you a strike for this.
Oh man. Well, okay, but there goes my career in broadcasting.
Yeah, because you're a dick for that. Bro, I thought we were just like on the phone. I'm on the phone with you, you motherfucker.
Yeah, I know we're on the phone. And I'm sitting in front of a microphone on a live stream.
I never did no fucking, like, I didn't enter into a studio. You fucking asshole. Really? Really, Jason?
Bro, I said we're on live, and then I read you Rob Cleveland's comment. How do you think Rob Cleveland knew what you said? I'm just confused here.
I don't even fucking know who Rob Cleveland. Man, fuck you, Jason. You're a dick.
Bro, please figure out how the internet works. I mean, just pretty pleased with sugar on top.
Fuck the internet and whatever. No. Man, it's my goddamn birthday. You're a piece of shit.
You called me and I said we're on live. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? What else would you have me do? You tell me, what should I have done? What should I have done?
Sent me a StreamYard thing, link, whatever. Yeah. Really?
So I can't call you on the phone and say we're on live like I
You can do
did.
whatever the fuck you like, but you're like, man, motherfucker. I feel like bared my soul to you just now thinking that you're a dick. Like, really, man. That's cool, but I appreciate you, man.
Well, I mean, listen, in the future, I won't do this, but I thought you knew what that meant.
Oh, so in the future.
Listen, Keith, I thought you knew what that meant. I really did. I thought you knew what we're on live meant. I mean, what else could that possibly mean? Seriously, what could that mean?
We're on live?
So people call you and say we're on live.
No, nobody does that.
So I just did it. So what could that possibly mean to you?
I don't fucking know what the fuck it means.
Well, maybe you should have said, what does that mean?
Yes, I should have.
Because I just assume that you know what that means.
Okay, so just delete everything.
What do you mean delete? It's a live stream.
No, unalive it. Fucking asshole.
Well, I will tell you this, Keith. It's probably not staying up because I played copyrighted material earlier, and probably YouTube's going to send me some warnings, and it's probably going to get privated. That's all I can say. Probably.
I hope I fucking look. Hell yeah. I hope they fucking delete everything. You're a dick.
Well, I am a dick, but not because of this. I'm a dick for other reasons.
I appreciate you, man.
I love you, brother. And you don't say that very often.
You're like having a private conversation. You motherfucker.
I'm trying to tell you there's no more privacy, man. See, this is actually how you pay me, is that we go live. What?
Not with Jason. No.
Well, no, this privacy. No, not with anything.
Oh, you fucking.
I'm talking to you on a cell phone. It's already not private. Just the fact that it's a cell phone means it's not private.
Happy birthday, Keith. I just exposed everything you ever fucking thought.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. All right, man, I got to go. We got to wrap this up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, brother.
You got it, man.
1 hour and 50 minutes, man. See, this is awesome.
Yeah, of me exposing myself to everyone on the fucking internet.
No, to 6 bots and 6 listeners. 6 people, bro.
You're a dick. Okay. Man, I appreciate you, bro. I do.
All right, man. Happy birthday.
Yep. Hell yeah. All right, dude.
The big 5-0. You'll never forget this one.
No, I won't. Thanks, man.
All right, homie. Stay up.
Yep.
Later. I mean, I told the guy we're on live. What did he think that's meant? I do fucking live streams 10 hours a day lately. Half the time he tries to call or text, I'm like, bro, I'm on a live stream. What the fuck could we're on live possibly mean? I mean, what is this? Yeah, you're a dick, but I appreciate you. Yeah, exactly. Just bizarre. And I'm just in here yelling. Apologies to the neighbors, right? I guess Bex is over on OTW. Maybe we'll check in on that. I don't know. I think I'm about out of gas. It's 10 hours. I think we're going to wrap it up maybe. We'll see if the chat's got anything to say. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, that was awkward. I don't know. It was a pretty good convo. We went an hour and 50 minutes in J Jeep Girl. I know there's a lot of content to keep up with, but if you were to rewind, there's some good shit in there, I think. Anyway, but yeah, circling the mountain again. Oh, Keith? Yeah, like as if we even know who this dude is, right? I mean, I know, but because I know Keith in real life. But imagine being friends with me and I'm doing live streams every day and that he can barely even get on YouTube to watch the live streams. Meanwhile, how the hell does, what's his name? Bobby manages to do it and he's fucking 100 years old. Yeah, we're all helping each other. That's right, Rob. But yeah, I'm trying to get him over to Paul, man. Paul could help him. I can't help him. Not with the feminine care, right? All right, I think we're out of here. Thanks for watching. And on behalf of Highly Suspect, fuck you, Benton. Bye.